back to power and beating the BJP. How is the campaigning like?
So Pooja, it's a very interesting fight, and no party will win. No party will tell that they are not going to win election.
Yes.
BJP is saying that they are going to win over 150 seats. Congress is saying that they are going to win over 125 seats. And what I spoke to the Aam Aadmi Party officials, they are saying that currently we are expecting over 100 seats. But when the election dates are announced and our campaigning continues, we are going to win a lot of seats. Now, what is interesting, Pooja, is the first time there's a triangular fight which is going to happen in Gujarat. Unlike the traditional fight just between the Congress and the
Yes.
BJP, this time it's the Aam Aadmi Party in the race. And Aam Aadmi Party had started their campaign much earlier. Let me tell you that Aam Aadmi Party started their campaign from June. They're continuously here in Gujarat announcing different guarantees. Over 8 guarantees have been declared by Aam Aadmi Party. Every week, Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann used to be in Gujarat, and such guarantees have been announced. And let me tell you, they are not even now backing out. In fact, every week, Arvind Kejriwal is in Gujarat campaigning, doing several public meetings. Now we speak about the Congress Party. Congress Party has time and again doing some sort of yatras. Currently, they are doing the Parivartan Yatra. In fact, they also did not say a type of guarantee. They don't term as a guarantee, but there is a Congress model from Rajasthan. Like Congress government in Rajasthan,
Yes.
there are several such schemes which be implemented by Congress Party in Gujarat if they come to power. Now we speak about the BJP. BJP, who is in the power in the state for last over 27 years, they are very confident, but their ground level workers were somewhere feeling that they are backing in terms of the campaigning like the Aam Aadmi Party doing at least on social media. So what BJP started, they have started a fierce campaign. There is a religious issue which is going on in Gujarat. There are several other important factors which will lead to the campaigning of BJP. We should not forget that for last over 7 to 8 days, Union Home Minister Amit Shah was in Gujarat. He went to different regions of Gujarat: South Gujarat, North Gujarat, Saurashtra, and
Yes.
Central Gujarat.
Yeah, it's going to
Last
be interesting,
2017.
Saurabh, that what you're telling us, that three parties are campaigning. But do you think that Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party jumping into the fray is actually advantage BJP? Because initially it was about BJP and the Congress. Now it's going to be the ones who don't want to vote for the BJP will have to decide between Congress or the Aam Aadmi Party. And while both parties will be vouching to come to power in Gujarat, if the votes are cut, it helps the BJP.
Well, rightly pointed out by you, Pooja. Congress and time and again has said that Aam Aadmi Party is basically the B party of BJP. We should not even forget the AIMM party, Asudin Owaisi's party, who is also campaigning a lot for this elections. What Asudin Owaisi's party is doing, that the Muslim-dominated seats of Gujarat, they are campaigning very nicely over those seats. So, like you said, that yes, with so many options for the people of
Yes.
Gujarat to vote for, I see that a lot of votes will be deducted because there are over 50 such seats. Let me tell you, over 50 such seats, the minimum margin is less than 5,000 votes. So this is going to matter a lot, and it will directly affect, and it may help the BJP as well. The BJP was fearing about the urban votes. Basically, BJP is very strong in the urban areas, and now it started to feel that there are other political parties who are actually gearing up in the urban areas as well, and therefore there was a fierce campaign which was started by the BJP after starting the Gujarat Gaurav Yatra. But we need to understand that once the campaigning of BJP starts, it will be very much interesting, because the real campaigning of BJP is yet to be started. So it is going to be a very important fight. What I am being told, that for the last so many elections from the Gujarat state was founded, which was separated from the Bombay presidency. There are two-phase elections which are happening in Gujarat, and last year too the two-phases elections happened. So this year too it will be 2 years two-phase election. It cannot complete in one phase. So Gujarat elections happen in two phase, and
But
counting
let's
likely.
let's talk about all the three parties are showing confidence. But do you see that perhaps advantage BJP is slightly more? Even though, of course, Aam Aadmi Party is also trying to make inroads after its victory in Punjab. Congress Party definitely wants Gujarat because that will add to their tally of the few states that are left with the Congress Party right now. So do tell us, while we are waiting, of course, for 12 p.m. for that big development to come in about the dates to be officially announced, campaigning is already on. But with Narendra Modi, the star campaigner, the Prime Minister, and also, of course, son of the soil of Gujarat, that is still adding on to the Bharatiya Janata Party. And do tell us about the election campaigning strategies of both Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. How are they countering the BJP to defeat it and come to the government? Saurav, can you hear me? All right, Saurav, first let's decide if you can hear me. Saurav, first about the Bharatiya Janata Party, where the Prime Minister, who's also the star campaigner for the party and is son of the soil for the state of Gujarat, as opposed to, as many are calling, Arvind Kejriwal, an outsider coming into Gujarat, even though, of course, most likely, if Aam Aadmi Party wins, it will be a Gujarat resident from the party who will be becoming the Chief Minister candidate. But here we're looking at three parties, primarily the BJP, Congress and also the Aam Aadmi Party. Even the AIMIM of Owaisi has jumped into the fray. Saurav, can you hear me?
एक सेकंड नहीं लगता और फिर मोदी जी.
All right, so that is the triangular contest on your screen. Rahul Gandhi in Bharat Jodo Yatra right now in Telangana, but his party would like to and would want to at least have one more state in Gujarat. Close to Rajasthan, but they'll want where Rajasthan also is facing, remember, differences right now and factions have broken out. They are hopeful, one, in election-bound Karnataka, where there is a strong unit, and election-bound Gujarat, where they will want to come to power. And more than the Aam Aadmi Party, Congress does have a stand because it's usually been a contest between BJP and the Congress in Gujarat. But the Aam Aadmi Party this time is absolutely confident. They've been campaigning, they've been on the ground running. Arvind Kejriwal, as visuals on your screen show, for the past few weeks, every few days with him or other netas, lands up in Gujarat and has been campaigning with the broom symbol and appealing for the people of Gujarat, saying that I will bring my Mohalla clinic model, the education model of Delhi, into your state. We'll get the free electricity model from Delhi into your state. You know you need the change. The BJP says, look, the infrastructure development that we have brought into Gujarat for the past few years, decades in fact, and that you must continue to vote for the BJP. For the BJP, it's not much difficult when, of course, it's the biggest neta of the party is the Prime Minister. He's been there. He's reminding them of the tenure that has happened. For the Congress Party, it will be slightly more difficult because they're now battling not just the BJP, but also the Aam Aadmi Party. So at 12 p.m. we will know as the dates are finally announced. Will it be a second phase, two-phase election, as India Today has been saying, that December 2 likely the first phase, December 5 or 6 likely the second phase. Earlier also, it was a two-phase election. Saurav Bhaktania is now joining us again. Saurav, we have the visuals running on our screen about the three-way fight of Congress, BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. So first, let's talk about the BJP quickly. While we wait for the dates to be announced by the Election Commission at 12 p.m. Today in Delhi. For the BJP, it's slightly easier because they have perhaps a lot of tenure to talk about. They have the star campaigner of Home Minister Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi, who are from the state of Gujarat. PM Modi has been a three-time chief minister, so they can rein in on the past developments, so to say. So let's first talk about the BJP and how it is campaigning in the state, and then we'll talk about other parties. Saurav.
So, well, Pooja, to start off with BJP has the biggest face they want. They are to continue. They completely bank on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's face because PM Modi is so much famous in Gujarat. Let me tell you. Forget about the BJP workers. Even the common people of Gujarat waits for hours when he visits Gujarat just to get a glimpse of PM Modi. So, popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and most importantly, apart from this, the hold of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he knows the ground workers to the top leaders of Gujarat that what they are doing. He knows them by name. So this is very important. Let me tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the most important face. He knows the politics of Gujarat. He knows the people of Gujarat. He knows that what the ground workers, what are they doing, how much campaigning they are doing, and where the BJP stand in different area. So this is what is going to happen. That the most important popular face for BJP is going to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Then we have Amit Shah, who has so many roots in Gujarat, and he knows, again, Amit Shah knows each and everything of the BJP party in Gujarat. He knows that, again, he also knows that what the workers are doing in Gujarat. So for BJP, PM Modi and Amit Shah are the key faces, and their campaigning has already started. They have been doing a lot of meetings. And let me tell you, today there is also a meeting of BJP core committee wherein Amit Shah will also be present, CM Bhupendra Patel and CR Patil and other top leaders will be present, and they will be deciding the distributions of seats and finalizing the candidates. So that meeting is again very important.
All right, so now the Congress party, the president right now, Mallikarjun Kharge, the party leader, one of the biggest faces, Rahul Gandhi, presently in Telangana. Is there any plan for the Congress party to really bring all its big campaigners into Gujarat?
Pooja,
all right, so
Congress,
before I go across to Saurabh again, I want you to look at these images carefully. We have Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's the star campaigner for the BJP in the state of Gujarat. We have Rahul Gandhi, though currently in Telangana and Bharat Jodo Yatra. Of course, the Congress party will want to go ahead and ensure that they return to power. But it is the Aam Aadmi party that perhaps is the bigger challenge this time. It's at loggerheads directly with BJP and wants to definitely make inroads into Gujarat. So at 12 p.m, Election Commission announcement on the phases of Gujarat polls. Right, it is election-bound Karnataka and just ahead of assembly elections in the state in the next few months. Karnataka Congress to collect 2 lakh rupees for election tickets. Congress is set to give a 50% discount for the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe aspirants. This, remember, is an interesting development. It could become slightly controversial as well as we bring this news for you. It could be a big cash for election ticket scheme for the Congress party. So this, remember, for election-bound Karnataka, where attach 2 lakh demand draft with the application. Let's go across now to Sagai Raj for the latest on that. Sagai, do break it down for us, because this is for someone who wants to apply as a candidate for Karnataka elections, has to apply with a 2 lakh demand draft. Is this usual? Is this common? Is this something that Karnataka Congress is trying for? Because this can definitely become a lot controversial than the Congress party would want to expect.
So, DK Shivakumar, when addressing a press conference, went on to say that the sitting BJP government has removed electoral bonds. So, keeping all those things in the mind, sitting MLAs as well as the aspirants, the MLA aspirants have to pay 2 lakh rupees DD, and for SC, ST, they have to pay 50%, that is of 1 lakh rupees. Apart from that, they have to pay 5,000 rupees for the application form. So, according to DK Shivakumar, this will be used as a campaigning fund as well as development for Congress building which has been under construction, and it will be also used for advertisement purpose during the election time. So this fund will be used for all this purpose, and this is how he had to justify for taking money from the MLA aspirants.
Also, Sagai, this is likely going to, of course, the other parties may just step up ante against the Congress, because this may also feel that someone who has the money or is slightly rich enough to provide 2 lakh rupees with the demand draft application, that it's more about money and someone who has access to it than perhaps who can get them to win the elections in Gujarat.
Absolutely. Definitely the ruling party, that BJP will try to cash in the situation hit out at Congress, saying that whoever has the money can contest the election. And this is the formula of Congress. And so far, the BJP has not come out and spoken about it. So we are looking forward whether it will snowball into a controversy in the days to come.
All right, Sagai, one final question added to it. So do again reiterate for us about the justification that the Congress party is giving here. We're talking about 50% discount, though, to the aspirants who come from the scheduled tribe and the scheduled castes. But this is going to be, and with your application, if you want to apply for fighting elections in Karnataka from Congress party, attach a 2 lakh rupees demand draft with the application. This actually means you may not even still win it. Even though you're applying, it's just with the application that you send, like an entry fee, so to say. But what is their justification on this?
Justification given by D.K. Shivakumar, the KPCC president, is that there are no electoral bonds.
Okay.
Electoral bonds have been removed by the BJP government. So they have bought this particular idea to ensure that they get enough fund for campaign, they get enough fund for advertisement, and also this fund will be used for the construction of a KPCC building. There is a new building which is coming up in Bengaluru.
Okay.
And so these funds will be used for all this purpose. And even during the time of election, for the campaigning as well as advertisement, these funds will be used. So this was a justification given by D.K. Shivakumar. And he has also said that the SC/ST candidates have to pay only 50%, that is of 1 lakh rupees DD. And for general category candidates have to pay 2 lakh rupees, including him. In sense, even the sitting MLAs who are already in the power have to pay. So you mean to say everybody, whoever is applying for the candidature, have to pay 2 lakh rupees, as well as 5,000
Sagai Raj,
rupees.
keep tracking developments on this, specifically the reactions that will come from other parties. Karnataka Congress says you want to apply for the election ticket from Congress in Karnataka. Send a demand draft of 2 lakh rupees because electoral bonds have been shut, and clearly at this point it is about finances as well for the party. This is a big development for the election bound state. We'll be tracking developments on that and reactions coming in. And let's now go across to Telangana, because the Munugod constituency is facing a by-election which has already started. It's underway, but just hours before that, there was a late-night scuffle broke out between the BJP and the TRS party workers. 2 clashes in 2 days. Clashes erupted between party workers for the second consecutive time due to alleged attempts of campaigning and cash distribution to the voters. Cash distribution, of course, is not allowed, and campaigning is banned 48 hours before election. Meanwhile, Munugod BJP candidate Kumati Reddy, Raja Gopal Reddy also held late-night protests just before the elections. They are accusing TRS of misusing state power. BJP State Telangana President Sanjay Bandi was even taken into preventive custody to maintain law and order. Remember earlier, BJP alleged that TRS workers attacked its convoy on Tuesday while it was campaigning for by-elections. But as right now today, elections are opening up, but few hours before that, liquor sales suddenly reported a sudden spike in Munugod. Liquor worth 200 crore rupees was sold in the constituency ever since by-elections have been announced. Meanwhile, security has been tightened. Election is underway. 6 companies of the Central Armed Police Forces have been deployed in different polling stations.
हमारा को इन्फॉर्मेशन है ये पूरा ये कॉन्वॉय लेके मुनगोड जा रहे बोल के इन्फॉर्मेशन है, इसलिए हम इधर वनस्थलपुरम डिवीज़न में राजकोंडा कमिश्नरेट में इसको इंटरसेप्ट करके प्रिवेंटिव अरेस्ट किया. उधर मुनगोड जाने के लिए मना है, इसलिए हम इसको प्रिवेंटिव अरेस्ट करके ऑफेंस होने का चांसेस है बोल के.
Let's go across now to India Today's Apurva Jayachandran. She is live from the polling stations in Munugod in Telangana. So it's been a night, actually 2 nights constantly, of these scuffles breaking out between BJP and TRS. But the election is underway. Has it started? Do you see people around you lining up, queuing up to vote?
That's right, Pooja. In fact, the election polling has started. We're here at Narayanpur at one of the polling booths, which you can clearly see checks are underway in across by the police officials as well. We are also seeing how several people, villagers from Munugodu constituency are out here who have gathered for casting their vote as well. Remember, almost over 2 lakh voters will be exercising their right to vote today as polling is taking place simultaneously across various districts, various mandals here in Munugodu constituency as well. Not only out here, but also not only police, but also paramilitary forces have also been deployed to ensure that law and order remains to be the complete priority here amidst polling that is taking place. From youth to elderly people, all of them who have arrived here to cast their vote, this ahead of the polling that has commenced just a few short while back as well. The polling will conclude at 6 p.m. this evening. All measures that are being taken by election officials, police as well as law and order to ensure that security and safety of the public remains the utmost priority as well. This is what we are seeing the visuals out here as people are entering into the polling booths spread across and are exercising their right to vote as well. Remember, at this time we also need to look into the over 105 sensitive booths that have been identified by the Election Commission here in Munugodu constituency. All of them, extra force, police force has been deployed to ensure that no untoward incident take place. Just a few hours back as well, we saw that a war of words and tussle still ongoing between major political parties here ahead of the elections, and now with the polling that has started so far in the last 1 hour, we've seen that the polling has continued on quite peacefully. This is the situation that we can see on ground as well. While polling has commenced since 7 a.m. this morning, all voters who have arrived in across booths there will be checked for their official documents as well before they go inside and exercise their vote. This being the procedure here ahead of the Munugodu by-elections as well. We're seeing that over 2 lakh voters will be exercising their right to vote today.
Apurva, keep tracking the polling day. This is a by-election like no other. 2 consecutive days, scuffles reported between BJP and TRS. Liquor sales have suddenly spiked up in the constituency in the past few weeks. Nevertheless, voting is underway. We'll wait for the results. Apurva Jayachandran with the latest coming in from Munugod in Telangana.
పోలీసులు రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తాం మేము, మంత్రులు పంపండి, ఎమ్మెల్యేలు ఎక్కడికి పంపించండి, కార్యకర్తలను బెదిరిస్తున్నారు, పోలీసు ద్వారా గుర్తిస్తున్నారని చెప్పి కూడా ప్రభుత్వం స్పందించలే. ఎన్నికల కమిషన్ చోద్యం చూస్తున్నది. పోలీసు అధికారులందరూ సీఎం ఇచ్చేటువంటి ఆదేశాల మేరకు పనిచేస్తున్నారు. ఇటువంటి బస్సులో నా కార్యకర్తలను కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన బాధ్యత ఉన్నది. స్వయంగా అభ్యర్థి రాజగోపాల్ రెడ్డి గారే ఆర్ఓ ఆఫీస్ మీద ధర్నా చేసిన పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది. కానీ వారికి అండగా ఉండాల్సిన బాధ్యత రాష్ట్ర అధ్యక్షుడిగా నా మీద ఉంది, నా కార్యకర్తల మీద ఉన్నది. పోయే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తే పోలీసులు అడ్డగించి ఇష్టానుసారంగా వివరించి వాళ్ళు అరెస్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. కాబట్టి ఈ అరెస్టులకు, లాఠీ చార్జ్లకు, కేసులకు భయపడే పార్టీ భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ కాదు, అటువంటి కార్యకర్తల పార్టీ భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ అనే విషయం గుర్తుంచుకోవాలి.
I'm heading to a very short commercial break, but when I return, this is an issue that concerns each one of us, irrespective of political ideologies. Politicians are bickering. Delhi residents are choking due to the air pollution. I want to get you the ground updates after a very short break.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
China more equipped than the US in the race of nuclear weapons? Unlike the previous battles in history, China this time will not stop its military campaigns against the US, which is backing Taiwan. In fact, the US had predicted that China would attack Taiwan. Pentagon released a report in November 2021 saying that China could have 700 deliverable nuclear warheads by 2027 and could top 1,000 by 2030. On the contrary, the US has 3,750 nuclear warheads and has no plans to increase this. In 2003, the US had a total of 10,000 nuclear warheads. As it is clear that China is using its military drills on Taiwan, the US predicted last year that China is expanding the number of its land, sea, and air military and nuclear platforms. Today, it is using its power against Taiwan through land, water, and air. China is building a nuclear triad like US and Russia. Satellite photographs of new nuclear missile silos in western China are also out. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Wang Wenbing said, and I quote, "The report released by the US Department of Defense, like previous similar reports, ignores facts and is full of prejudice." He added that Washington was using the report to hype up talk of the China nuclear threat and describe the United States as the world's largest source of nuclear threat. This leaves us with a question. If the US is concerned about its deterrence power, then why is it helping Taiwan against China?
India Today Conclave, November 4th and 5th, Mumbai. Listen to Nitin Gadkari, Kiran Rijiju, Devendra Fadnavis, Aditya Thackeray, Abhishek Bachchan, Varun Dhawan, Lara Datta, Pavan K. Verma, Ramachandra Guha, Devdutt Patnaik, Pratik Kuhad, Ankur Wariku, Srijan Sharma. Book your seat now. Visit www.indiatodayconclave.com. Conclave Mumbai 22. Presenting sponsor Vedanta, transforming for good.
What excuse do the politicians have this year? Because it's the same story every year, with Delhi and NCR residents getting no respite from the smog, which is smoke and the fog. National capital continues to choke in toxic air, increasing farm fire in neighbouring Punjab playing a key role. While political blame game is on, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar hit out at Bhagwant Mann over the increasing stubble burning in Punjab. Punjab currently accounts for nearly 86% of all incidents in North India in 3 days. Now, there's been a sudden spike in stubble burning in specifically Sangrur, which is Chief Minister of Punjab Bhagwant Mann's home district, accounting for nearly 19% of all the farm fire incidents.
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਦੀ ਬੂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਹੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਜੀ ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੰਡੈਕਸ ਪਿਆ ਹੈ 에ਅਰ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਰੀਦਾਬਾਦ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਤੇ ਹੈ ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਦੂਸ਼ਣ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ स्विट्जरलैंड ही बसते हैं बस आले दुआले कोई पोल्यूशन नहीं।
पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री ये कुल मिलाकर के हर चीज़ में से राजनीति ढूंढते हैं। मेरा इनको कहना ये है कि इस प्रकार के विषयों में जो एक सार्वजनिक तौर पर जिन चीज़ों को हमको काम करना चाहिए सबको मिलके करना चाहिए। सैटेलाइट बताता है, हम नहीं बताते हैं। हमारे 25% आंकड़े कम हुए हैं। अगर पंजाब की घटनाएं में इस समय जो सैटेलाइट बता रहा है वो पिछले साल की घटनाओं से उनमें 20% बढ़ोतरी हुई है, यानी कुल मिला के 21,500 घटनाएं हैं। ये हम नहीं बोल रहे हैं, ये सैटेलाइट के आंकड़े हैं, वो छापते हैं, वो देते हैं और इसमें उनको तकलीफ हो गई।
अक्षरधाम मंदिर आपको दिखाई नहीं देगा। स्मॉग की ऐसी चादर है कि दृश्यता बेहद कम है। ये हालत है सुबह के 7:40 का। चारों तरफ स्मॉग की चादर आपको दिखाई देगी। अगर आप NH24 इस हाईवे की बात करें तो यहाँ पर भी आपको दृश्यता बेहद कम दिखाई देगी। अगर आप देखें उधर सामने की तरफ जो गाड़ियां हैं वो बकायदा हेडलाइट जलाकर ही चल पा रही हैं। तो ये हालत है दिल्ली की जिस तरीके से लगातार प्रदूषण बढ़ता जा रहा है, हवा जहरीली होती जा रही है। दिल्ली के आज ओवरऑल एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स की बात करें तो 346 है, यानी वेरी पुअर क्वालिटी में जो हवा है वो दिल्ली की है। अगर दूसरी तरफ का आप नज़ारा मैं कोशिश करी आपको दिखाने की, तो ये रेजिडेंशियल इलाका है सामने की तरफ। अगर उधर भी आप देखें तो चारों तरफ स्मोक की चादर आपको दिखाई देगी। अमूमन नवंबर में सुबह के वक्त फॉग होता था, काफी ज्यादा कोहरा पड़ता था, लेकिन ये कोहरे की चादर नहीं है, ये स्मोक की चादर है। ये बताती है कि दिल्ली की हवा कितनी प्रदूषित हो चुकी है, कितनी जहरीली हो चुकी है। स्मोक, ये स्मोक वो है कि दरअसल जो पंजाब हरियाणा में पराली जलाई जा रही है, उसकी हवा दिल्ली एनसीआर की तरफ आ रही है। और इस तरीके से चारों तरफ अगर आप देखें ऊपर की तरफ, ऊपर के हिस्से की तरफ, तो स्मोक की चादर आपको दिखाई देगी।
That was Arvind Oja's ground report, and you could clearly see the smog behind you. This perhaps may dip by afternoon, but in early morning and late evening, it's at its worst. And imagine the impact it has on elderly and children. Let's now bring in my colleague Rahul Gautam as well. Rahul, the fact is the Aam Aadmi Party government is in Delhi and is also in Punjab. Now they are busy blaming the centre that they cannot find a solution. They are asking people to not take cars, not burst firecrackers, and they are at loggerheads with Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar. But this is not a surprising event. This pollution was expected to come. What are you picking up about political slugfest and the ground status?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. You know, this is the same story which we've been reporting year after year. And I'll just give you a glimpse as what really happening on ground zero. I'm reporting from Firozshah Road, and this is a misty morning which we all woke up, Delhiites. And you can see this is the smoke. Which means smoke and fog, and this has come all because of the vehicular emissions construction that has been going on in the national capital. Although activities have now been stopped and banned in the national capital, but still many projects have been kept out from its ambit. And the third one is obviously the stubble burning that is happening in neighboring states, which is obviously choking Delhi and has turned national capital into literally into a gas chamber. As we speak, the AQI level in the national capital is around 396, which is on the higher end of the severe category, and in many parts of the national capital it has gone beyond 500. Now you can expect that people who have no other option but to stay outdoors, for like, you know, daily wage laborers and many people like police men, they don't have any option to stay indoors. So these are the people who will be getting affected because of this smoke, because of the fact that, you know, prolonged exposure to this toxic environment can cause long-term respiratory problems along with other health complications. Now I'll show you one more interesting picture. You know, many people or many commuters who are coming here, they're traveling, you know, with their flashlights on, given the fact that the visibility has gone down.
Yes.
You can see barely a couple of 100 meters away here, this is this red light, but it is hardly visible, all because of smoke, which has engulfed the entire national capital. You rightly pointed out that political bickering is on. All political parties are only shifting the goalposts, but it is the cost which is the Delhiites are paying.
Yes.
And you rightly pointed out that politicians are bickering, but it's the Delhiites who are suffering at the end of the day. It's the same story.
And I remember, Rahul, that about a decade ago, this used to be a beautiful winter fog. Now it has become an agonizing, disastrous smoke and fog, which, you know, we definitely don't want to breathe, but the netas continue to bicker. The fact is, in Delhi, it is the Aam Aadmi Party. In Punjab, it is the Aam Aadmi Party, but the excuses are still on. While Punjab accounts for nearly 86% of farm fire cases in North India, India Today decided to get you a ground reality check and taking you directly to Sangrur. It is Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's home turf. It is also the district which tops the chart now for stubble burning, but they are blaming the centre and others.
It's that time of the year again when Delhi is covered in haze. Every morning, Delhiites wake up to smog hovering in the air, and it's only getting worse. The Aam Aadmi Party has made several promises about a crackdown on pollutants, particularly stubble burning. But India Today now exposes the reality for you. This is Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's constituency. In Punjab, Sangrur, stubble burning is rampant. The clearest indication that absolutely nothing has been done to stop this menace by the Aam Aadmi Party government in the state. In fact, Sangrur has the highest number of farm fires in the state. But despite India Today's expose, the Punjab Chief Minister remains defiant.
ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੰਡੈਕਸ ਪਿਆ ਹੈ 에ਅਰ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਰੀਦਾਬਾਦ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਤੇ ਹੈ, ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਨੇਸਰ, ਗਵਾਲੀਅਰ, ਗੁੜਗਾਉਂ, ਸੋਨੀਪਤ, ਲੁਧਿਆਣਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ, ਭੋਪਾਲ, ਪਾਣੀਪਤ, ਕੋਟਾ, ਕਰਨਾਲ, ਰੋਹਤਕ, ਹਿਸਾਰ, ਜੋਧਪੁਰ, ਇੰਦੌਰ, ਮੇਰਠ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਦੂਸ਼ਣ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਵਿਟਜ਼ਰਲੈਂਡ ਹੀ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਸ।
Smoke hangs thick in the air as acres are lit up to get rid of stubble. And farmers here state the government has offered no practical solutions to them.
जो मशीन सरकार बनाती है उसको हम बोलते हैं हैप्पी सीडर, सुपर सीडर, रोटावेटर। 3 प्रकार की मशीन है जो सरकार हमको मुहैया कराती है।
ठीक है।
और जो मशीन है वो भी इसको कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाती, क्योंकि जो परला गेहूँ जलता है, इसका लाहन जलता है, मशीन का काटा है, इसको कोई मशीन नहीं ऐसी बनी है जो इसको कंट्रोल कर सके, कोई भी नहीं करती है। अगर जो इसको बिच बहाते हैं, इसमें गेहूँ की जो पैदावार है वो बहुत कम होती है। उਦੋਂ अगली बात, इसमें कीड़ा पड़ता है जो गेहूँ को खाता है, किसानों का बुरा हाल होता है। पिछली बार किसानों के खेत खाली हो गए।
With the state government doing nothing to crack down on stubble burning, angry farmers are now daring the Bhagwant Mann government to take action against them, resolutely stating that they will continue to burn stubble come what may.
कोई इस तरह पराली फूकांगे, फूकते रहांगे, कराओ करांगे।
क्यों आप लोगों को डर भी क्यों खत्म हो गया?
सानू डर क्यों? अपनी ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਕੁਛ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੀਏ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਨੌਕਰ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ? ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਨੌਕਰ ਰੱਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ? ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਦੇ ਖੇਤੀ 'ਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਮਜਬੂਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਖਰਚੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ।
One can't really blame these farmers. They have no option to get rid of stubble and labor is expensive. Farmers contend if the government really is serious about providing them with options, they should first get compensation for the labor charges they have to incur. For the last many years, the Kejriwal government in Delhi has gotten away with blaming the Congress government in Punjab for stubble burning and failing to curb the practice. AAP is now in power in Punjab. Yet, nothing has changed except for hollow promises that clearly haven't been fulfilled.
Most of the farmlands in Sangrur are right now seeing stubble burning. The big question lies that the same Aam Aadmi Party that went all guns blazing from the time it came to power in Delhi for the stubble burning that happened in Punjab and Haryana for the pollution in Delhi has clearly failed to tackle the problem when they came to power in the state of Punjab. With video journalist Shagun Bharadwaj, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India.
And now you take a look at this another ground report from the same area, Sangrur, which is Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's residence turf, the district that tops for stubble burning cases. But the farm fire was on not just during the daytime, but even during overnight. Shreya Chatterjee with this report.
It would be difficult to believe that the apocalyptic scenes behind me is from the same constituency from where the Punjab Chief Minister belongs. This is Sangrur, and what you see behind me is nothing less than an apocalyptic scene of stubble burning. Year after year, there's politics that's transpired over stubble burning. The same Aam Aadmi Party, when it came to power in Delhi, had taken strong attacks against governments in Punjab and Haryana over stubble burning that they alleged led to the spiking air pollution in the national capital. However, now the Aam Aadmi Party is in power in Punjab. The scenes haven't changed. This is Sangrur. The local authorities say that they have initiated some action. 201 cases have been slapped on farmers till yesterday, and they have been fined for an amount for over 5 lakh 25,000. Even then, the picture hasn't changed. The chief agricultural officer from Sangrur was suspended just a few days back. But what you see right now are visuals of stubble burning that continues unwatched. Somewhere down the line, it seems like that the government has chosen to look away, even though cases of stubble burning continue, which is actually contributing to hazardous levels of air pollution in Sangrur and obviously in the national capital. With video journalist Shagun Bharadwaj, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
All right, we continue to track that story. Meanwhile, India Today Conclave Mumbai is here. India's largest idea platform will be attended by political stalwarts and biggest celebrities from the film industry. They will engage, inspire and empower you. Watch India Today Conclave Mumbai this Friday and Saturday. Here's a glimpse.
The largest idea platform, the biggest thought leaders, the most impactful positive change agent. The India Today Conclave Mumbai is here. Bringing together an inspirational array of cutting-edge entrepreneurs, authors, inventors, cultural icons, activists, artists and political leaders from across the world. Icons who have awe-inspiring work in fields of human health, breaking new ground in politics, business, space exploration, wellness, showbiz, AI and economy. From Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, his deputy Devendra Fadnavis, to US Sena Chief Aditya Thackeray. From Alex Ellis, the envoy of Rishi Sunak's Sarkar in India, to actors Yash, Varun Dhawan, Abhishek Bachchan, Rajkumar Rao, Bhumi Pednekar, Huma Qureshi, Radhika Apte and director Vasan Bala. A star-studded political lineup from the south, BJP's K. Annamalai, Tejasvi Surya, Congress's Dinesh Gundu Rao, DMK's Dr. Kanimuri NVN Somu, Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal, Law Minister Kiren Rijiju, Architect of Modern Indian Highways Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. The political stalwarts, industry titans, Bollywood biggies are here to engage, inspire and empower. This Friday and Saturday, make sure you don't miss out. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's bring you some sports news. After that, India has beaten Bangladesh by 5 runs in a rain-curtailed match to surge to the top of the points table. Getting you more after the break.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2.
Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
India registered a close 5-run victory over Bangladesh in a rain-curtailed match that went down to the wire. Bangladesh given a revised target of 151 in 16 overs after play was stopped when they were ahead of the DLS par score. But the Indian bowlers came back well to restrict Bangladesh for 6 in 145, and with that victory, India has now managed to come to the top of the points table. Here are some of the highlights.
A 6 right at the start set the tone for KL Rahul. However, Rohit Sharma, who got a life only in the previous over, couldn't get going and had to depart for just 2 runs.
He dropped the catch.
Virat Kohli came in and took the role of anchor while KL Rahul was the one driving the Indian innings with boundaries all around. Rahul announced his return to form with a half-century of just 31 balls, but a ball later got out to Shakib Al Hasan. Suryakumar Yadav came in to join forces with Virat, and it was business as usual for him with boundaries raining from his bat. Shakib got his second of the match when he sent one to crash into the stumps of Suryakumar Yadav, but not before he had raced to a 16-ball 30. Virat took over from there and soon stepped on the gas even as he saw Hardik, Karthik and Akshar Patel fall from the other end. A half-century was for the taking and Virat wasn't going to miss out, registering his third 50 of the tournament and allowing India to post 184 in a must-win game. For India, the scare came early in form of Liton Das. The Bangladeshi opener bludgeoned everything that came his way, making the best possible use of the power play and reaching his 50 of just 22 balls. Bangladesh was 66 for no loss in 7 overs, and then came the bigger scare as heavens opened up. The start meant that Bangladesh was 17 runs ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis par score. When play restarted, Bangladesh were given a revised target of 151 of 16 overs, that is 85 more runs in 9 overs. And things didn't resume well for them, losing Liton Das to a direct hit from KL Rahul. Bangladesh needed 52 of the last 5 overs and Arshdeep Singh bowled the game-changing 12th over, which went for just 2 runs and more importantly, picking up 2 wickets, including that of Shakib Al Hasan. Bangladesh just couldn't cope with the pressure and lost their way as Indian bowlers ran through the lower middle order. As it turned out, despite some early jitters, India won the game and are now on course for a place in the semi-finals.
And go to the top of the table with 6 points.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
That's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you so much for watching. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest. Thank you. Thank you.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Hetic Fittings, make your furniture work beautifully. Tata Intra V50.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning into India Today. I am Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines on Burning Question at 9. And it's going to be a big afternoon for Gujarat elections as the Election Commission likely to announce dates for the election. Sources say elections will likely be in 2 phases in December. No respite from smog and air pollution in Delhi and NCR, but Delhi netas are passing the buck. Union Environment Minister hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party ruling in Delhi and Punjab, but Aam Aadmi Party blames Uttar Pradesh and Haryana for toxic air. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, who was summoned by the ED in illegal mining scam, to not appear before the ED today. In some international news, Korea-US military muscle flexing that is taking place. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, who was summoned by the ED in illegal mining scam, to not appear before the ED today. In some international news, US military and Korea muscle flexing. North Korea fires 18 missiles in South Korea waters. South Korea retaliates in tit-for-tat move, says will not back down. In some sports news, India beat Bangladesh by 5 runs in a rain-curtailed match to surge to the top of the points table in Group 2.
And golden and credit to crowd in this. One person has left the ground.
With the Election Commission expected to announce the Gujarat election dates at about 12 p.m. today in Delhi, politics has broken out and the Aam Aadmi Party, trying to make inroads into Gujarat, has hit out at the BJP and even taking a dig at the Election Commission over the announcement. Aam Aadmi Party has said, I quote the party here, Prime Minister Modi's political events are over, so now the dates are out and being announced. They are saying that and alleging if there was a deliberate delay in announcing the Election Commission dates by the Election Commission. Remember, a few weeks ago, when there was another press briefing by the Election Commission, it was expected Himachal and Gujarat will be announced together, but only Himachal Pradesh dates were announced. And now, likely with the invitation that has been sent out to journalists to cover the Election Commission briefing at 12 p.m., it does mention clearly about Gujarat. And therefore, now the Aam Aadmi Party is saying political program of PM over, and now the dates are out. Now, interestingly, the first jibe coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, not the Congress. Rahul Gautam joins me for the latest on that. Rahul, the Aam Aadmi Party using every opportunity that they can get to set a narrative and attack the BJP, make it look like it is a BJP Aam Aadmi Party war.
It's a very similar kind of allegation that were earlier raised by, made by the Congress party as well, that the Election Commission didn't announce the dates for counting and polling of Gujarat deliberately in order to give space and timeline to Prime Minister Narendra Modi so that he can go in Gujarat and inaugurate several projects and he can announce some stops. But you rightly pointed out that that Aam Aadmi Party is trying to steal the narrative from the Congress party. They're trying to portray themselves as a principal opposition party. But you can expect that the Congress party is also going to come up, with their own response, to this press conference, because they've also been saying the same thing. See, we have to really understand that Aam Aadmi Party has been trying every trick in the book to establish itself as a principal contender for the or as an alternative to the BJP in Gujarat. However, the Congress party has been maintaining that Aam Aadmi Party is only a vote cutter there, and they are there only to help BJP by splitting anti-incumbency votes. So you can expect that it is going to be a very high decibel contest this time around in Gujarat, because obviously Congress party is is investing all its energy and efforts in order to make a comeback in the state after 27 years. On the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party, his patron, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal himself, been touring Gujarat. His deputy, Mr. Manish Sisodia, they both have been going Gujarat in and out in order to establish themselves and their party as an alternative.
Well, here's also an interesting bit. In Gujarat, primarily it has been between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress Party, either alternating or perhaps even continuing with the government. But with the Aam Aadmi Party jumping in, even the AIMIM of Asaduddin Owaisi, do you think it could eventually be also advantage BJP? Because the ones who don't want to vote for the BJP will have to choose now between three different parties. So either there is an alliance or it could just cut more votes.
Well, there's the same thing that the Congress party has been maintaining, about Gujarat, that there are many opposition players that are coming into the foray, only to split anti-incumbency votes. So, for example, if Aam Aadmi Party and AIMIM are going to be there, you can expect that at least the minority votes are going to split between the three. Also, if you remember that, the idea that was mooted by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, floated by Mr. Kejriwal earlier, that we should have pictures of Lord Ganesha and Goddess Lakshmi. At that point of time, many people said that this is being done only to come up, to shed his pro-minority image and to come as a pro-Hindu image, given the fact that he is taking minority votes for granted. So you can expect, you rightly pointed out that many people expect that, with the entry of AIM and Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress party is set to lose some votes, at least in tribal and in Muslim-dominated areas. But one thing is very important here, the BJP is relying upon the high-powered campaign of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. In fact, there are many top cabinet ministers who have already been sent to Gujarat in order to supervise the ongoing, poll preparations. The BJP is not taking this lightly this time around, because obviously they know it has been 27 years. People are, not really happy with the kind of governor that has seen. If you remember, Mr. Rupani was replaced. Mr. Bhupendra Patel is now the chief minister. So there are a lot of anti-incumbency there, which is prevailing in this state, and therefore the BJP is leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the Gujarat remains with BJP.
So it's very interesting how from a two-party contest, it's now become a three-party. All-star campaigners, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's son of the soil, who's the three-time chief minister, has been campaigning in Gujarat. So has Arvind Kejriwal, because even though he may not be the CM candidate, but he's definitely ensuring that he brings the Delhi and the Punjab flavor to Gujarat, and also this, remember, with the Congress party ensuring that it tries to return to power and not give it to Aam Aadmi Party. Stay on with me, Rahul. Saurav Vakhtania is also now joining me from Gujarat. Saurav, is going to be a big day, primarily because the phases that will be announced, because of course we know the elections are around the corner, but will it be perhaps one phase, two phase or more? Can you tell us a little bit about the background of Gujarat elections? How many phases has it usually had? Will perhaps two phases be enough? And how will that change the campaign strategy for these parties?
Well, Pooja, it has to be 2 phases only because there's not so much of tension in Gujarat, and most of the times, in fact, all the time the with election phases have happened in 2 phases only. Now, most importantly, the demography of Gujarat being the tribal areas, the rural areas and the urban areas, in that manner, 2-phase election actually happens in Gujarat. Now, as far as the campaigning is concerned, the campaigning will be very fierce amongst all the parties. Somewhere we are seeing that Congress is actually lacking behind in the campaigning because we have not seen the central leadership over here. I just remember that Rahul Gandhi was in Dahod, then he was in Ahmedabad on 5th of September, after which not big faces from central leadership have been in Gujarat for campaigning. There have been several yatras which have been organized by Congress that are the Parivartan Yatra that is still happening. But apart from that, for BJP, it is going to be very important because it's the son of the soil, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, who belongs to Gujarat, and for them winning Gujarat is very much important. Remember, for last 27 years BJP is in Gujarat. When we speak to the BJP leaders, we ask them about the anti-incumbency. What they say is we have pro-incumbency, and their popular face is just that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity in Gujarat is so much that BJP will bank on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's face to contest and campaign for the upcoming election. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, Pooja, the campaigning is continuously in process. Let me tell you that there have been several Tiranga Yatras, several door-to-door campaigns announcing over 8 guarantees from June, and even now there are so many public meetings happening. But for Aam Aadmi Party, they wanted a real face, and for Aam Aadmi Party, the face is Arvind Kejriwal. Whenever I have been into the press conference and the public meetings and the guarantee announcement, events which happen, they clearly say that केजरीवाल की गारंटी. They don't say that आम आदमी पार्टी की गारंटी. It is अरविंद केजरीवाल की गारंटी हम गुजरात के लोगों को देना चाहते. So for Aam Aadmi Party, it is going to be Arvind Kejriwal's Delhi model, which they are going to implement in Gujarat if their party comes to power. So it is going to be very important. Let's not forget, for few seats, Assaduddin Owaisi's party AIMIM is also going to put lot of dent on Aam Aadmi Party and Congress vote bank, because Owaisi is going to fight on the Muslim and Dalit populated seats, and already their campaigning is going on. Every week we are seeing that Owaisi is in Gujarat campaigning here. So it is going to be a very interesting fight this time around for the Gujarat elections.
The campaigning is already on. Saurav is telling us how much of it will change, what really will be the difference once at 12 p.m. we'll have that big election body announcement coming in. This, remember, high stakes for every party, the one trying to make inroads, the one trying to return to power, and the party that wants to continue to be in power in Gujarat. Now, here are some of the details that you must know about a very significant Gujarat elections. We are calling it the X Factor because it will be about not just Gujarat, but about perhaps the national ambitions of those netas as well. Will BJP's dominance of urban Gujarat continue? It has had specifically in cities like Ahmedabad. Will that continue remains to be seen. Anti-incumbency against local MLAs to hurt BJP. This is one of the reasons being seen as the topmost. Home Minister Amit Shah, Prime Minister Narendra Modi have been campaigning consistently so that if there is any anti-incumbency, it does not impact the BJP. Partidar anger of 2022 fully subsided, and that's why, remember, Gopal Italia of Aam Aadmi Party, he's been a leader of the Partidar agitation as well. That's why they are pushing him this time also. Modi Shah Patel, triple engine in Gujarat. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah and of course Bhupendra Bhai Patel, can they become the trio that help BJP retain power in Gujarat? Can Congress make gains in the tribal belt and Saurashtra? The Congress will have to look beyond urban cities and where the BJP is not very strong. Who is the rise of Aam Aadmi Party hurting more, BJP and Congress? This is the big question. Kejriwal is all guns blazing. But is it advantage BJP eventually because the votes get cut between Congress and the BJP? Perhaps the Congress will realize that and the Congress voters will want to vote and bring in Congress, not either the BJP or the AAP. So this is going to be perhaps some of those big interesting questions that the parties are also looking at in areas where if this party is not strong, can they make an inroad? That is the big election. We'll be tracking the latest from 12 p.m. We have big news coming in from Gujarat in Morbi, where the bridge had collapsed. Police sources are now telling India Today that they have taken in all the CCTV footage and the DVRs from the sort. There will be a forensic analysis of the number of people who did come and are seen in that footage, the number of people going in and out of the movement of the people on the bridge. That precisely one, of course, to check the weight capacity. But the special forensic team will also do a technical analysis of the cables of the bridge. Technical analysis will check the correct capacity of the cable and its quality report, and if there was any shoddy work done on the bridge. According to police sources telling India Today, every aspect, every person related to the case will be investigated. Primarily, the earlier arrests that have been made are those who are directly related to the incident site, because some of them did the repair work, others were selling tickets, and others allowed a large gathering to continue to reach at the bridge, and perhaps that also violated the code of conduct. Investigation against the owner of the company, other big people, all of that will continue on basis of evidence. No one has been given a clean chit, according to police. Investigation is in the right direction and will continue as reports and evidence are received. And with the questions rising, and what about the municipal corporation in Gujarat and Morbi? Can they deflect the responsibility? Now a BJP leader in Gujarat is demanding an FIR against Morbi's civic body chief. BJP leader from Kutch, Haresh Kumar Rathore, on Tuesday wrote a letter to Bhupendra Bhai Patel, the chief minister of the state, saying, name of the Morbi municipality, Sandeep Singh Jhala, should be added into the FIR. Jhala was called at the police station for questioning, and the police have said they've called him and they needed some documents from him. They didn't speak to, Jhala didn't speak to the media after he came out after the questioning. Rathore, meanwhile, is also the former chairperson of Ropar in Kutch. We'll get that details also on that. Mustafa Sheikh is joining me. Mustafa, you've been tracking the latest from Gujarat. It's interesting that a BJP leader is asking that there needs to be action taken against the municipality as well. How can they suddenly say they had no information about it?
Of course, clearly there are people from BJP who are writing letters and seeking questions, the same questions which we are asking answers for from day one, and that is the CEO of Morbi, Sandeep Singh Jhala, who was also called by the police yesterday. He was questioned for 4 hours, whether he is in the police net, whether he is in the angles of investigation. This is a demand made by a BJP leader from Kutch. He has also been CEO of one of the municipalities in Kutch. So he is clearly saying that 4 lakh rupees as compensation for that is not enough. Families next of the kin should be given at least 10 lakh rupees. One of the family members should be given the government job, and given that the bridge was old and there is some mistake and negligence, the CEO of Morbi, Sandeep Singh Jhala, should be booked and FIR should be registered against him. This is the letter he has written to the Chief Minister of Gujarat, asking Sandeep Singh Jhala to be booked and FIR to be registered against him. We'll have to wait and see how the investigations are going. 9 people who are arrested since day one. It was clear that these are not the people who complete this nexus of negligence which happened with the Morbi bridge. So now people are raising questions from inside the BJP. We'll have to wait and see for how long it takes for Gujarat government and the Gujarat police to act. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa Sheikh telling us all about the latest coming in now, an FIR demand against the municipality of Morbi. That said, we had no information that they were running the bridge, and that they had said as the agency that they are ready and the repair work has been done. Let me now take you to Telangana, because that is where Munugod by-elections are taking place. This bypoll is like no other. For 2 consecutive days, there have been tensions prevailing. There have been clashes and physical scuffles between the BJP and the TRS. Police have even detained some of the netas. Definitely, as the tempers are running, just a day before, a late-night scuffle broke out between BJP-TRS workers. Clashes happened due to alleged attempts to campaigning and cash distribution to the voters. Munugod BJP candidate Kumati Reddy Rajagopal Reddy also held late-night protests. He's alleging that TRS is misusing state power. BJP's Telangana President Sanjay Bandi was taken into preventive custody by the cops in order to maintain law and order. Remember, BJP is alleging that TRS workers attacked its convoy on Tuesday while it was campaigning. As by-election is currently underway, liquor sales reported a sudden spike in the past few weeks in Munugod. Liquor worth 200 crore rupees was sold in the constituency ever since by-elections was announced. Security today, meanwhile, has been tightened. 6 companies of Central Armed Police Force deployed across the polling station.
आपको
కార్యకర్తలను కాపాడుకోవడం పోలీసులు రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తాం మేము మంత్రులు పంపండి ఎమ్మెల్యే ఎక్కడికి పంపించండి కార్యకర్తలను బెదిరిస్తున్నారు పోలీసు ద్వారా గుర్తిస్తున్నారని చెప్పినప్పుడు ప్రభుత్వం స్పందించలే ఎన్నికల కమిషన్ చోద్యం చూస్తున్నది పోలీసు అధికారులందరూ సీఎంఓకి ఇచ్చేటువంటి ఆదేశాల మేరకు పనిచేస్తున్నారు ఇటువంటి బస్సులో నా కార్యకర్తలను కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన బాధ్యత ఉన్నది స్వయంగా అభ్యర్థి రాజగోపాల్ రెడ్డి గారు ఆర్ఓ ఆఫీస్ మీద ధర్నా చేసిన పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది కానీ వారికి అండగా ఉండాల్సిన బాధ్యత రాష్ట్ర అధ్యక్షుడిగా ఉంది నా కార్యకర్తల మీద ఉన్నది పోయే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తే పోలీసులు అడ్డగించి ఇష్టానుసారంగా వివరించి వాళ్ళు అరెస్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది కొన్ని అరెస్టులకు లాఠీ చార్జ్లకు కేసులకు భయపడే పార్టీ భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ కాదు అటువంటి कार्यकर्ता पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विषय गुर्तुकोవాలి
हमारा को इन्फॉर्मेशन है पूरा कॉन्वॉय लेके मुनगोड़ जा रहे बोल के इन्फॉर्मेशन है इसलिए हम इधर वनस्थलपुरम डिवीजन में राजकोंडा कमिश्नरेट में इसको इंटरसेप्ट करके प्रिवेंटिव अरेस्ट किया उधर मुनगोड़ जाने के लिए मना है इसलिए हम इसको प्रिवेंटिव अरेस्ट करके ऑफेंस होने का चांसेस है बोल के
So here's why the election or the bypoll in Munagod in Telangana is so crucial for three parties involved, specifically for the KCR's party, which has been at loggerheads with the BJP. They want to validate the national mission. KCR, remember, has been trying to go national. Winning even a by-election will prove that perhaps in his state he has complete authority. What does it mean for the BJP? For the BJP, remember, a southern state, they will want to show it is the changing mood against KCR, against the party TRS, and that is why they will want to win the by-election here. But even for the Congress party, where the sitting MLA had quit, they want to silence the critics and say it is the Congress party's ideology that is still in place. That is why this specific by-election is so important, and the tempos are running high, and allegations of liquor being sold, of campaigning even after the code of conduct is over, and even cash for voters. Let's go across now to Apurva Jayachandran. Apurva, you're on the ground. Polling has started. What sort of turnout does it look like? What sort of area also, Apurva, is Munagod like?
Well, definitely Munugodu right now seems to be the epicenter of action here in Telangana. The by-elections polling has started at 7 a.m. this morning. We are at Munugodu town. In fact, as you can see, several cadres, enthusiastic cadres of all parties, including that of the TRS, BJP and Congress, have come down on ground here. I remember polling that started at 7 a.m. in across various mandals. Over 2 lakh candidates, voters will be choosing from across 47 candidates who are contesting at the Munugodu by-elections today. The major parties, including that of TRS, whose candidate is K. Prabhakar Reddy, as well as BJP, that is Komati Reddy Rajagopal Reddy, who was the former Congress candidate, and now we have Congress candidate there, Palvai Shravanti, who has also been in the forefront as well. Three major parties who are battling it out here at Munugodu. One major thing that will make a difference here, the outcome out here that will be predicted on the day of results, that is on November 6th, will be that which party will take the lead in the upcoming major elections that will be scheduled for next year. That is, will it be the BJP who will be trying to enter into the southern part of India through Telangana's Munugodu by-elections, or will it be the TRS who do retain their seat out here, the flagship that they have in Telangana, the power that they currently hold in Telangana? That is something that we will have to watch. That is why this will be an all-important by-elections that will be taking place here in Munugodu today. Over 270,000 plus voters who will be exercising their right to vote, and we have checks that are being conducted by officials and party cadres as well, who are enthusiastic, encouraging all people, villagers and public here to gather around and exercise their right to vote as well. So this is the on-ground situation that we are seeing here at Munugodu. Three major leaders from across major parties.
Well, politics aside, Apurva, you know, it's always lovely to see voters queuing up to use and exercise their vote, and that perhaps is reflection of our democracy as always. Politics, of course, will continue even right now. That blame game is still on. But Apurva Jayachandran is on the ground. She'll be getting us the latest. Security has been tightened in that area because there have been physical scuffles between the workers of two parties for 2 days. I'm heading to a very short commercial break, but when I return, I want to get you a special insight. It's the India Today Mumbai Conclave that you can watch perhaps in the next 2 days, but there's a glimpse about who's attending and what you can expect. Very interesting after a very short break.
India Today Conclave, November 4th and 5th, Mumbai. Listen to Nitin Gadkari, Kiran Rijiju, Devendra Fadnavis, Aditya Thackeray, Abhishek Bachchan, Varun Dhawan, Lara Datta, Pavan K. Verma, Ramachandra Guha, Devdutt Patnaik, Pratik Kuhad, Ankur Wariku, Srijan Sharma. Book your seat now. Visit www.indiatodayconclave.com. Conclave Mumbai 22. Presenting sponsor Vedanta, transforming for good.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary at these times only on India Today. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
India Today Mumbai Conclave that you can watch on Friday and Saturday. I get you a slight glimpse of what it's been and what can we expect this time. Biggest political stalwarts, biggest Bollywood celebrities who will engage, inspire and empower. Here's an insight of what the preparations are like.
The largest idea platform, the biggest thought leaders, the most impactful positive change agent. The India Today Conclave Mumbai is here. Bringing together an inspirational array of cutting-edge entrepreneurs, authors, inventors, cultural icons, activists, artists and political leaders from across the world. Icons who have awe-inspiring work in fields of human health, breaking new ground in politics, business, space exploration, wellness, showbiz, AI and economy. From Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, his deputy Devendra Fadnavis, to US Sena Chief Aditya Thackeray. From Alex Ellis, the envoy of Rishi Sunak's Sarkar in India, to actors Yash, Varun Dhawan, Abhishek Bachchan, Rajkumar Rao, Bhumi Pednekar, Huma Qureshi, Radhika Apte, and director Vasan Bala. A star-studded political lineup from the south. BJP's K. Annamalai, Tejasvi Surya, Congress's Dinesh Gundu Rao, DMK's Dr. Kanimuri NBN Somu, Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal, Law Minister Kiren Rijiju, Architect of Modern Indian Highways, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. The political stalwarts, industry titans, Bollywood biggies are here to engage, inspire and empower. This Friday and Saturday, make sure you don't miss out. Bureau Report, India Today.
After a very short break, I bring you to Delhi and National Capital Region, where it has been a horrid morning and evening, successive in fact, of air pollution and smog that's causing major inconvenience to the residents. But politicians, they are just busy bickering. We'll get you the latest on that.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Just hours to go before the Election Commission is set to likely announce the dates for Gujarat elections. It's political jibes that are being thrown at the EC and indirectly at the Bharatiya Janata Party after the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, the Congress Party has said Election Commission is an autonomous institution. It conducts free and fair elections. Now, while the reaction sounds very usual, it of course is a sarcastic reaction and a sarcastic jibe at the EC. The Aam Aadmi Party earlier had also said now that Prime Minister Modi's events are over, the dates are being announced. This, remember, is in the backdrop that Gujarat is set to face elections likely in the next few weeks, but the dates are not yet announced. But Congress has said, saying sarcastically that Election Commission is an autonomous institution and conducts free and fair elections. There, the tweet on your screen by the Congress netas. This while Bharat Jodo Yatra is on in several other states and campaigning also in the state of Gujarat. But after the election dates are announced, of course, it will be another heady mix of the manner in which the campaigning will begin. So at 12 p.m. today, Election Commission in Delhi will be announcing likely the dates of the Gujarat elections. We're talking about from a two-party fight now to a three-way contest. The BJP, of course, wanting to retain power right now with 99 to 100 seats in the 182 election assembly in Gujarat. Half of it about with the Congress Party. Aam Aadmi Party is the one wanting to make inroads because Aam Aadmi Party, remember, has been aggressively campaigning, while the Congress is alleging this will only cut votes for the voters and will be advantage BJP. But the Aam Aadmi Party knows after Punjab, it will be their eyes set on Gujarat this time. India Today, Saurav Akhtania joins me live from the latest on that. So, Saurav, quickly, at about 12 p.m. that we are expecting the Election Commission meeting, and we'll see. The sources are telling us it's likely to be a two-phase election. What are you picking up on that? Because that is when the campaigning will reach another level of aggression, so to say, by the political parties. All right, I'll just connect soon with Saurav Akhtania. Congress taking a sarcastic jibe at the Election Commission, and Aam Aadmi Party also has done the same. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what the BJP is after at this point with the 12 p.m. Election Commission PC has been lined up. Just ahead of the Gujarat election date announcement, the Bharatiya Janata Party's top brass has got into a huddle. Home Minister Amit Shah, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel are set to attend a meeting. The agenda will be, of course, on the decision with regard to the BJP candidate and the BJP strategy. Remember, if it is, according to our sources, the first week of December, where it could possibly be a two-phase elections on 2nd December and 5th or 6th, then there is just barely a month for the BJP to ensure that it aggressively campaigns and retains power. Let's bring in India Today's Saurav Akhtania on the latest, Saurav. So BJP huddle already taking place while the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are charging at the EC directly or indirectly. BJP's huddle will be very crucial. We are talking about the top star campaigners, the top netas to decide these 30 days what sort of strategy and who should be the face of the BJP in Gujarat.
Well, Pooja, let me tell you that for last couple of elections which have happened in Gujarat, it is always the Patidar leader who has been made the CM of Gujarat. Patidar factor is very important in Gujarat. They are also been said as the kingmaker for the Gujarat Assembly elections. Now, remember, in 2007, the Patidar were not happy because of the 2015 Patidar Andolan. Several of the big faces joined the Congress, and now very recently, let me tell you that two Patidar leaders have joined Aam Aadmi Party. So Patidar factor will be very important for BJP to regain the lost seats from Saurashtra and other areas. For BJP will be very important. In last 5 years, things have changed on ground. But after the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress also doing campaigning on the ground level, things will highly be important to look in the terms of the Patidar votes, that is the Saurashtra belt and some of the South Gujarat. Now for the urban voters, BJP highly relies on the urban votes, because let me tell you that there are 55 seats which belongs to the urban votes, be it the city of Surat, Ahmedabad, Rajkot and Vadodara. BJP is very strong on those front. Congress, as far as concerned, they are doing a lot of groundwork, because when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was recently in Gujarat, he also told his BJP workers that don't underestimate Congress, because they are doing door-to-door campaign. They won't be in newspaper, they won't be in social media, but they are actually doing a lot of groundwork.
And Congress, unlike the Aam Aadmi Party, has been a party that has been in contest with the BJP, has been in power also for a while in the state of Gujarat. So that's correct. They may not be making a lot of noise, but the BJP should not underestimate the Congress party as well. Do tell us about the meeting that is set to begin. What time is that meeting of the BJP? Where is it happening? Is it in Ahmedabad or elsewhere? And importantly, what sort of do you think this huddle gains significance as just ahead of the press conference?
Well, Pooja, a very important tweet from Congress just now that भारत निर्वाचन आयोग का एक स्वायत्त संस्थान है, ये निष्पक्ष चुनाव कराता है, and there are three monkeys of Gandhi ji. In a way, Congress is trying to say that the Election Commission of India is an autonomous institution. It conducts fair election. Somewhere down the line, Congress is raising the questions that why there is so much of delay in announcing the election dates. That question Election Commission has to answer when there will be a press conference today, because usually elections are announced with Himachal Pradesh. Last year it was not announced because there were floods in Gujarat, but this year there are no such weather conditions, there are no such any calamities. So why there was so much of delay in announcing the Gujarat elections? The question the Election Commission will be asking. the very important meeting of BJP which is going to happen, Pooja, that is going to happen at the BJP headquarters in Gandhinagar, Kamlam. Most importantly,
stay on with me. Constant developments coming in now from the election-bound Gujarat. The BJP is in a huddle. Other parties are also charging now. They are gearing up for the final few days of campaigning. We have more news coming in from Gujarat. Let's take a look. And it's going to be in the next 24 hours that the Aam Aadmi Party will be announcing its Gujarat Chief Minister candidate face. Very important, remember, because for the Aam Aadmi Party that has no base, so to say, in Gujarat, it wants to make inroads. After Punjab, it wants to win Gujarat as well. But it is Arvind Kejriwal for now, who is, of course, the face coming in from Delhi. He was the face for Punjab as well. On his name, on his face, the party will be asking for votes in Gujarat and, of course, claiming anti-incumbency against the BJP. Saurabh Aktania joining me on the same. Saurabh, is it likely to be Gopal Italia, who's the convener of AAP Gujarat, but he's already been extremely controversial? Could they have a surprise candidate? Because for Aam Aadmi Party to say that we will have a candidate face tomorrow is definitely a big development.
It's definitely going to be a big development because they are saying that we are fighting fierce campaign in Gujarat. What had happened in Punjab, like they had announced Bhagwant Mann as the CM face, and it was very surprising for several people in the political doors. Now, what for Gujarat they have done the similar thing is that they had started a helpline number, basically a contact number wherein people have to vote for choosing their CM face for Aam Aadmi Party. There are several people in the race, Pooja, let me tell you. There is Gopal Italia for sure, but several people in Aam Aadmi Party are telling me that Gopal Italia can't be made the CM face because there are some sort of restriction. There are several other leaders from the North Gujarat, from Saurashtra, be it Bhima Bai Chaudhary, Isudan Gadvi, and several of the youth leaders as well. So the voting will get over by today evening, and tomorrow Aam Aadmi Party will be announcing the CM face in Gujarat. It will be very important because see, there's a casteism policy, politics which...
And that's what we will want to know, who the Chief Minister face is. Is it going to be a Patidar face, as is important for Gujarat vote bank, or they could spring a surprise? That and more, Saurabh Aktania and all our reporters on the ground will be tracking the latest coming in from Gujarat. It is a poll bugle officially as the Election Commission likely to announce dates at about 12 p.m. Our children are breathing in toxic air. Our elderly, the ones who have respiratory issues, are breathing in every year this toxic air. But what our netas are up to? They are busy bickering. They are busy blaming other parties, other netas, other states. In national capital Delhi and in the region around like Noida, Faridabad, there is this toxic air, and due to the increasing farm fire in neighboring Punjab playing a key role. While the political blame game is on about who is responsible, what is the solution, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar first hit out at Bhagwant Mann over increasing stubble burning in Punjab, because Punjab accounts for nearly 86% of all such incidents in North India in the last 3 days. There has been a spike in stubble burning, and that specifically in Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's home district of Sangrur, which now accounts for nearly 19% of all farm fire incidents. Remember, neither the stubble burning nor the air pollution is a surprise, or it is out of the blue, but it is an emergency that our netas refuse to accept. All right, so remember, just ahead of that crucial announcement that's set to be made by the Election Commission, huddles and meetings are taking place. And while the Bharatiya Janata Party is in this crucial huddle with the Home Minister Amit Shah and Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Bhai Patel will be meeting. The decision also for the BJP will be to announce a candidate now for Gujarat elections. The Aam Aadmi Party, meanwhile, has said that they will be announcing their Chief Minister candidate tomorrow. The Congress party not yet coming out with a clarity on that, but for the BJP, which has already been campaigning aggressively, its star campaigners, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, have already been in their home state, where Prime Minister Modi have been Chief Minister for 3 times. They have been campaigning, but will they be announcing a candidate before elections for the Chief Minister's position, or will they want to wait out till the results are over? But right now, there is a huddle that Home Minister Amit Shah and Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Bhai Patel are attending. This is in Gujarat, where Home Minister Amit Shah has been. They have been giving speeches, addressing rallies as well for the past few days. And that precisely is only going to reach to a different level after the election dates are announced. So are we looking at a 2-phase election? Our sources are telling us 2nd December and 5th or 6th December will be 2-phase election for Gujarat, like has usually been a procedure. Could there be a longer election? Could there be just 1 phase? For the 182 assembly seats, BJP has managed to retain power for the longest time in the state. The Congress party will want to make inroads and will perhaps not want the Aam Aadmi party to cut out votes as an opposition against the BJP. So it's a developing story. I'll be getting you the latest coming in from the BJP top brasses huddle there in Gujarat. Politics for now. After a short break, I bring you some sports news. India managed to beat Bangladesh. It was a rain-curtailed match. It has brought India to the top of the points table. Let's bring you the highlights of that game after a very short break. Thank you for watching.
And Golden.
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface, where in dry and windy conditions, they can start a new fire.
Co-presented by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
India has managed to beat Bangladesh and has made to the top of the points table. Here are some of the highlights of this rain-curtailed match. What does it mean for India? And specifically, remember at a time, the manner in which that target was chased. It appeared for a while that India may actually lose. But here are the highlights.
A 6 right at the start set the tone for KL Rahul. However, Rohit Sharma, who got a life only in the previous over, couldn't get going and had to depart for just 2 runs.
He dropped the catch.
Virat Kohli came in and took the role of anchor, while KL Rahul was the one driving the Indian innings with boundaries all around. Rahul announced his return to form with a half century of just 31 balls, but a ball later got out to Shakib Al Hasan. Suryakumar Yadav came in to join forces with Virat, and it was business as usual for him, with boundaries raining from his bat. Shakib got his second of the match when he sent one to crash into the stumps of Suryakumar Yadav, but not before he had raced to a 16-ball 30. Virat took over from there and soon stepped on the gas, even as he saw Hardik, Karthik and Akshar Patel fall from the other end.
Needs to end this over well.
A half century was for the taking and Virat wasn't going to miss out, registering his third 50 of the tournament and allowing India to post 184 in a must-win game. For India, the scare came early in form of Liton Das. The Bangladeshi opener bludgeoned everything that came his way, making the best possible use of the power play and reaching his 50 of just 22 balls. Bangladesh was 66 for no loss in 7 overs, and then came the bigger scare as heavens opened up. The start meant that Bangladesh was 17 runs ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis par score. When play restarted, Bangladesh were given a revised target of 151 of 16 overs, that is 85 more runs in 9 overs. And things didn't resume well for them, losing Liton Das to a direct hit from KL Rahul. Bangladesh needed 52 of the last 5 overs and Arshdeep Singh bowled the game-changing 12th over, which went for just 2 runs and more importantly, picking up 2 wickets, including that of Shakib Al Hasan. Bangladesh just couldn't cope with the pressure and lost their way as Indian bowlers ran through the lower middle order. As it turned out, despite some early jitters, India won the game and are now on course for a place in the semi-finals.
And go to the top of the table with 6 points.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
So listen in now to former Team India captain Sunil Gavaskar telling India Today what precisely was this game about. Remember, a 5-run victory. What does it mean for India and even for Bangladesh?
Sorry, bhai. Let's first start and talk about that situation. Bangladesh were ahead as far as the Duckworth-Lewis system was concerned, ahead of India at that stage. But the game then resumes and then India end up winning the match. I'm just looking at it, let's say, from a Bangladesh perspective. Do you think that halt in play may have disrupted their momentum? It tends to happen in other formats as well. In Test cricket, as you know, sometime a lunch break, a tea break then causes the batsman to lose concentration. Do you think that rain break was the one that, caused the momentum to be lost for Bangladesh?
Oh, absolutely. At that particular point of time, they got off to a 66 in just 7 overs. So we're talking about more than 9 runs an over. They were scoring quite comfortably. That was the asking rate. They had 10 wickets in hand. And suddenly when the target was reduced, only 4 overs were reduced. And the target was reduced by almost, 33 runs. And they somehow seem to have just panicked. Again, at that particular point of time, the asking rate was still the same as when they began with the first ball. So clearly, I think, they miscalculated. They started to, instead of playing smart cricket, they tried to, hit a 6 just about every ball. When at that particular point of time, trying to target the short square boundaries, the Indians bowled very cleverly, just outside the arc of the big shot. And therefore, the shots that otherwise, if it had been angled, would have gone for 6s, were caught at long on and at deep mid wicket. So I would say that Bangladesh lost the game rather than India won the game. Yes, India kept its nerve, but I think it was Bangladesh's batting which they just panicked and tried to play too many glory shots, too many sixer shots, and in the process got out. If they had played smart cricket, worked the ball around for twos, they would have got about 10 runs and over, and that's all that you need, the occasional boundary. But they'll try to play the glory shots, the sixer shot, and that's how they got out.
Right, I think Sanibhai sums it best when he says it's Bangladesh who lost the game, not so much India winning, because the Bangladesh team panicked. But Sanibhai, I'm going to talk to you about the game-changing moment. That run out by KL Rahul had only one stump to aim. A direct hit from outside the 30-yard circle, came in running when there was a bit of a wet outfield. Is it one of the best pieces of fielding that you've seen?
It was a magical moment, because also remember the fact that he had to come around and then instead of hit, he could have, the easier option would have been to throw towards the wicket keeper's end, because that was the direction in which he was running, towards his left. But then to stop and turn and then hit towards the bowler's end took a lot of presence of mind. He might have seen through the corner of his eye as he went to pick up the ball that Liton Das had slipped a little bit. stuttered just a little bit in his attempt to come for the second run, and realized that was the end that was going to be more profitable than the end at the batting end.
Two Indian team players who everyone have been talking about are KL Rahul's batting form and Virat Kohli. And this time, Sunil Gavaskar tells us about Virat Kohli's Adelaide affair. Listen in now to some specific excerpt about these two players.
Saiba, you spoke about KL Rahul before the game started. You said that, listen, he has all the shots in the book. The only thing that may be ailing KL Rahul could be his confidence. He needs a bit of a swagger. Did you see that swagger in his batting today?
A little bit later, not the first couple of overs when he was just a little bit tentative. But once he connected with that six, that flick, I think it was a different Rahul that we saw, because then his footwork was not that much more positive, going towards the ball, also moving around the crease a lot more confidently. There wasn't any tentativeness in his approach. The footwork, like in the beginning, the feet hardly were moving. The front foot was just staying there. And therefore, he was playing away from the body, playing and missing. But once he hit that six, it was a completely different situation.
Yes, and then maybe that confidence paid off in the piece of fielding that we spoke about, that game-changing moment. Saivai, again, a word on Virat Kohli. Sometimes does it do this to you, the ground that you step in? I know he's been in outstanding form this entire T20 World Cup, but is he now reached that stage once again where the Indian team knows that as long as Virat is there, we are in the game, and he's batting in that frame of mind too?
I lost a second of your question, but yes, I think every player has a favorite ground, a ground where he feels comfortable. The vibes of the ground are very good. The crowd, when the crowd comes in, they know that they're going to support you. So I think for Kohli, it is the Adelaide ground. That's where he got his first Test century. That's where he's got so many runs. That's where he got a century in each innings as a captain. That's where he's got 100 against Pakistan in the inaugural 2015 World Cup. And all these runs are runs where, India needed those runs very badly. And that would certainly give him the belief that every time he comes to Adelaide, he will get runs. And he showed that again today with that innings.
Just overall, the performance of the Indian team, they stepped up when it was needed. But Saibai, what do you think could be the lessons that India can take from this game? Because up next is Zimbabwe. May not be a very tricky opposition, but looks like now Indian team is well on their way to the semi-final. What are the lessons that they can take from this game that will be much needed when they play a knockout like the semis?
Yes. Yes, I think if they beat Zimbabwe, they top the table. That would be the case, and that's what they'll be looking to do, because that means they will be able. Well, I suppose if Australia qualify, then they will play Australia and Sydney. But if Australia don't qualify, I think the top of the table in this group comes to play in Adelaide. And if you play in Adelaide, then clearly, because of the kind of fact that India seems to enjoy playing in Adelaide, they will be able to, hopefully they'll be able to win the semis and get to the finals.
And that's a wrap up from me for now. Thank you so much for watching India Today. Have a great day, and you can tune in to indiatoday.in for all the latest. Thank you for watching.
India's Oscar entry film, Shallow Shore, revolves around a young boy and his intense love for cinema. One of the boys who played a very crucial role in the film, Rahul Kohli, who essayed that role to real perfection, unfortunately has passed away. Rahul was fighting leukemia for the last few years but managed to beat the cancer complications all through the film's shoot. His father, who's an auto rickshaw driver, broke down while confirming the news. He said that Rahul was doing okay until the morning of October 2nd. He had fever, and soon after eating his breakfast, he repeatedly vomited blood. He was rushed to the hospital but unfortunately was declared dead. Rahul Kohli comes from a humble family. He was very eager to watch this film release, Shallow Shore. In fact, Rahul's father even sold his auto rickshaw to treat his son's cancer. But once the filmmakers of Chalo Show heard about this, they even bought him a new auto rickshaw. Rahul's parents say that he was keenly awaiting the release of the film and was very sure that the family's fortunes would change after the film's release. But alas, the crew of film Chalo Show, who was with Rahul all through the time he was at the hospital beating cancer, have broken down ever since. The movie is now India's official entry into the Oscars, representing the country in the Best International Film category. Rahul's family and his entire village are now going to be watching the film in a special screening, Chalo Show, all seated together as an ode to this young boy. We're only hoping that the film would win at the Oscars. That will be a true ode to Rahul Kohli. His dreams surely will live on.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. State of War, Gujarat officially kicks off. Election Commission likely to announce dates for Gujarat polls. Sources say polls likely in 2 phases in the month of December. Politics speaks over Gujarat poll date announcement. Aam Aadmi Party and Congress take a jibe at the Election Commission over poll date announcement after Prime Minister's programs end in Gujarat. High-stakes Munagod battle, late-night violence hours before polls. BJP and TRS workers clash on poll eve. BJP State President Bandi Sanjay taken into preventive custody. No respite from smog and dirty air in Delhi, but Delhi netas passed the buck. Environment Minister hits out at the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP blames UP and Haryana for toxic air. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, who was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the illegal mining scam case, to not appear before the ED today. Korea-US military muscle flexing. North Korea fires 18 missiles in South Korean waters. South Korea retaliates in tit-for-tat. Move says won't back down. News coming in right now. Politics speaks over Gujarat poll dates after Congress and Aam Aadmi Party mock poll body. BJP now lashes out at the opposition and cries vendetta. BJP says Congress drama as they fear defeat. BJP says Congress is attacking the Election Commission to save Rahul. So now the BJP has hit out at the Congress, saying this is all drama to save Rahul, that they are doing this because they fear defeat. Remember, the Election Commission is slated to announce the poll dates for Gujarat Assembly elections at 12 noon today in Delhi. It is likely that the elections will be conducted like the last time round in 2017 in 2 phases. A very crucial meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party is also underway currently in Gandhinagar as well. So the stage is set for an epic battle, which is expected to be a 3-cornered battle in Gujarat after a very long time. The face-off won't just be between the BJP and the Congress. The Aam Aadmi Party has also, in fact, jumped into the fray this time round. They, of course, have mocked the Election Commission, saying, well, the Election Commission is finally all set to announce the dates of the elections because the Prime Minister's programs have now ended in Gujarat. He's allegedly made all the poll promises that the BJP wanted to make before the election dates were announced. My colleague Saurabh Bhaktania is joining me live at the moment from Gujarat. Saurabh, the BJP now, of course, heating out at the Congress, saying that this is all drama by the Congress because they fear defeat. This after the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, took pot shots at the Election Commission, saying, well, the Election Commission looks all set to announce the dates now because the Prime Minister's programs are over in Gujarat.
Well, absolutely, Paulami, because the election dates are actually in date will be announcing very late. Because let me tell you, last time when the election dates were announced, it was 23rd October, and at that particular time, the elections were not declared along with the Himachal state because there were heavy floods in Banaskantha and the rescue operation was going on. So that time, Election Commission actually gave the reason of the floods in Gujarat, and Himachal Pradesh has to go in election earlier because due to the terrain and the weather conditions of Himachal. But for now, Paulami, there is nothing such calamity or any such weather conditions in Gujarat. So why did it take such long time to for Election Commission to declare the election? Is definitely that is what the Election Commission needs to answer when they take a press conference today. Now, for opposition, that is mainly the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, they have time and again raised the question that why the elections are not being announced in Gujarat because there were earlier talks that before Diwali there will be the announcement of the dates, but it kept on delaying. Then the Congress raised the question that just because of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Gujarat, the elections are not been announced. They clearly said that if elections are announced, then all those things will be going to the BJP. Now it's an official program. So therefore, what they said is just because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit, the election dates are being delayed. Now, very importantly, when the dates will be announced today, how things change in Gujarat. Like time and again we are saying that it is a triangular fight. So how the campaigning changes in Gujarat will be very important. We understand that there will be a lot of campaigning. There will be around 10 to 12 public meetings which will be happening in a single day. So the campaigning will be very interesting of all the parties. Aam Aadmi Party have already declared over 100 names of their candidate. They will be announcing their CM phase tomorrow. Congress's Parivartan Yatra is already going. BJP has already done the Gujarat Gaurav Yatra. So it will be a very interesting fight once the election dates are announced, and it will be very important to see for all the political parties to who they retain their candidate and who they give the fresh tickets.
Absolutely. That is going to be extremely critical as well. Ticket distribution is going to be an important factor as all of these parties gear up to, of course, contest the Gujarat elections. Saurabh, stay on with us. State of War Gujarat officially begins now. The Election Commission will be addressing a press conference at noon today and will be announcing the poll dates for Gujarat. Sources have told India Today that Gujarat polls are likely to be held in 2 phases, with the first phase possibly around December 2nd and the second phase possibly around the 5th or the 6th of December. This time it is going to be a 3-way battle with the Aam Aadmi Party looking in a strong position. The BJP, which has been in power for 24 years, claims to continue the trend with Prime Minister Modi frequently visiting his home state and announcing crores of projects. Congress, which managed to win over 70 of the 182 assembly seats in the last polls, is confident that it will cross the majority mark this time. Meanwhile, politics has erupted over the announcement of dates, with the opposition claiming that dates were postponed so that the Prime Minister could address his rallies and announce projects in the state ahead of election dates.
We will cover all the all the PWDs, mark them. I'll give you a figure as to how much you mark.
Let's listen in to what Yogi Adityanath, in fact, said on the Congress. Now, amid that ongoing poll battle, he attacked the Congress party.
अभी उत्तर प्रदेश विधानसभा का चुनाव हुआ था। कांग्रेस के कितने सदस्य चुने गए मालूम है? 2। 403 में से मात्र 2 कांग्रेस जीती है। कोई व्यक्ति मरता कंधा देने के लिए भी 4 लोग चाहिए होते हैं ना, वहां मात्र 2 है। भाइयों बहनों, क्या स्थिति हो चुकी है? देश की जनता तय कर चुकी है, जो देश पर बोझा बन चुके थे, अब उनको ढोने की आवश्यकता भी नहीं। जहां पड़े हैं वहीं उसको अपनी गति की प्राप्त करने की।
News coming in right now. Clashes during Munugod Bypolls. BJP cadres stop vehicles from outside Munugod. Cops lathi charge. A scuffle, in fact, has broken out over there. Tensions, in fact, prevail after a few BJP cadres attempted to stop vehicles that were coming from outside into Mariguda in Munugod constituency. The police had to intervene as they were causing tension, and it all broke out into a scuffle over there. Those images, of course, coming in from Munugod. Remember, it has been a very tense election campaign in Munugod, where TRS and BJP workers have clashed earlier as well, even on the eve of assembly bypolls being held in that constituency in Telangana today. It's been a heated contest between the BJP and the TRS. You can see the police over there lathi charging some of those BJP cadres. Those images coming in this morning from Munugod Assembly constituency. Polling is underway in a very crucial bypoll over there. It's a high stakes bypoll after a very, very long time, where one constituency, in fact, has drawn so much attention in terms of the contest which is happening in that constituency. Now, BJP cadres were trying to stop vehicles from outside Munugod coming into the constituency. Remember, there are restrictions on outsiders entering a constituency, an assembly constituency, when elections are underway. They were trying to do so. The police, of course, thought that this will make the situation on the ground tense, because it is their job, it is not the cadres' job to do the same, and a scuffle broke out. Those images of the police, in fact, lathi charging party workers as well. Continues to be a very high stakes election over there, assembly election in Munugod, Telangana. In fact, violence had broken out in the constituency, in the assembly constituency, on poll eve as well. You can see those images on your screens as well, on the right hand side of your screens, from last night, when in fact violence had broken out earlier as well. Violence had broken out, and there were clashes, in fact, between BJP and TRS workers. And last night, after violence broke out, Bandi Sanjay, who's the BJP state president, was taken into preventive custody. Now, tension prevails in Telangana's Munugod constituency as the by-election in the constituency is currently underway. A day before Munugod bypolls, a late-night scuffle broke out between BJP and TRS workers, party workers. Clashes erupted between party workers for the second consecutive time due to alleged attempts of campaigning and cash distribution, allegedly, to voters. Meanwhile, Munugod BJP candidate Komate Reddy Rajgopal Reddy was also, in fact, held late night protests before the bypolls and allegedly accused the TRS of misusing its power. Now, this after BJP's Telangana president Bandi Sanjay was taken into preventive custody by the cops in order to maintain law and order. Remember, earlier, BJP had alleged that TRS workers attacked its convoy on Tuesday while it was campaigning for the bypolls. As by-election, in fact, is currently underway. Liquor sales, in fact, were reported as having had a sudden spike in Munugod as well. Liquor worth nearly 200 crore rupees, in fact, was sold in the constituency. Ever since the bypolls had been announced. Meanwhile, security was also beefed up as polling currently is, of course, underway, and the constituency has seen as much trouble, with 6 companies of Central Armed Police Forces deployed across polling stations in this one assembly constituency, which has witnessed as much violence.
రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తాం మేము మంత్రులు పంపండి ఎమ్మెల్యేలు ఎక్కడికి పంపించండి కార్యకర్తలను బెదిరిస్తున్నారు పోలీసు ద్వారా గుర్తిస్తున్నారని చెప్పి కూడా ప్రభుత్వం స్పందించలే ఎన్నికల కమిషన్ చోద్యం చూస్తున్నది పోలీసు అధికారులందరూ సీఎం ఇచ్చేటువంటి ఆదేశాల మేరకు పనిచేస్తున్నారు ఇటువంటి బస్సులో నా కార్యకర్తలను కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన బాధ్యత ఉన్నది స్వయంగా అభ్యర్థి రాజగోపాల్ రెడ్డి గారు ఆర్ఓ ఆఫీస్ మీద ధర్నా చేసిన పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది కానీ వారికి అండగా ఉండాల్సిన బాధ్యత రాష్ట్ర అధ్యక్షుడిగా నా మీద ఉంది నా కార్యకర్తల మీద ఉన్నది పోయే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తే పోలీసులు అడ్డగించి ఇష్టానుసారంగా వివరించి వాళ్ళు అరెస్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది కాబట్టి అరెస్టులకు లాఠీ చార్జ్లకు కేసులకు భయపడే పార్టీ భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ కాదు అటువంటి कार्यकर्ता पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी अने विषय गुर्तुकोवाली
हमारा को इन्फॉर्मेशन है पूरा कॉन्वॉय लेके मुनगोड़ जा रहे बोल के इन्फॉर्मेशन है इसलिए हम इधर वनस्थलपुरम डिवीजन में राजकोंडा कमिश्नरेट में इसको इंटरसेप्ट करके प्रिवेंटिव अरेस्ट किया उधर मुनगोड़ जाने के लिए मना है इसलिए हम इसको प्रिवेंटिव अरेस्ट करके ऑफेंस होने का चांसेस है बोल के.
My colleague Apurva Jayachandran is in fact joining me live from Munugod Assembly constituency where the bypolls are currently underway. Apurva, what happened on the ground? We believe that certain BJP cadres were trying to stop outside vehicles from coming into the constituency, and then of course a scuffle broke out between the police and these cadres where the police had to lathi charge them.
Well, that's right, Paulami. In fact, what we are seeing is tensions that are on rise here at Munugodu constituency. Remember, the polling is taking place today, and at Mariguda, in one such area where you can see what has happened from these visuals is that the police had to resort to lathi charge as well after there was a scuffle that broke out yet again between the TRS and the BJP. There are BJP cadres who can be seen in the video trying to check the number plate and check the vehicles of who they believe to be allegedly TRS party cadres and members who are not from inside the Munugodu constituency, stating that this is regulation of ECI rules. They were checking these vehicles as well, and that is when this scuffle has broken out. In fact, polling currently is underway so far until 9:30 a.m. 11.20% has till then percentage has been conducted. We're here at one such polling station here in Chandur at Bodangparti, where you can see polling is currently in the process. It's going on peacefully. Those people, elderly people who need help, they are being given help provided by these officials as well, police and paramilitary forces who have been deployed with heavy security across various polling booths here in Munugodu constituency. To over 2,70,000 plus voters who will be casting their vote today in the all-important Munugodu by-elections, and tensions still on a rise here. In fact, over the last 24 to 48 hours, this is the kind of tensions that we had been seeing between the TRS and BJP. In fact, earlier this morning as well, the BJP's candidate for Munugodu, that is Komattireddy Rajagopal Reddy, himself had also staged a dharma and protested outside the returning officer office here at Munugodu constituency as well, where he alleged that there was the police were going along and siding with the TRS, that is the ruling party, and that there are severe allegations that have been levied by the BJP's candidate for Munugodu. But as of now, the polling does continue to go on peacefully. We will be getting all the details as the day goes on. Polling likely to end at 6 p.m. this evening.
Right. Apurva, thank you so much for all of those details. Apurva, they're tracking all the developments in Munugodu Assembly constituency where bypolls are currently underway. But you've seen the violence, you've seen the clashes. Let's tell you why each party is, of course, very desperate as this constituency polls today. As far as the BRS is concerned, remember the Telangana Rashtra Samiti has gone national. It wants to call itself the Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti. it wants to validate its national mission now. There are national ambitions that KCR holds at the moment. BJP to prove changing mood. So the BJP wants to in fact pull the carpet from under KCR's feet in Telangana. The Congress, of course, wants to silence critics after its sitting MLA quit. This is why that bypoll is in fact taking place in Munugodu Assembly constituency. Shifting focus now, Kerala Chief Minister hits out at the governor trying to supersede, he says, of trying to supersede the powers of the legislature. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan on Wednesday lashed out at Governor Arif Mohammad Khan by alleging that the latter's moves against university vice-chancellors not signing bills enacted by the legislature and seeking removal of the State Finance Minister K.N. Balagopal were attempts to implement the RSS Sangh Parivar agenda in Kerala. The Chief Minister accused the governor of acting as if he was above the judiciary and trying to supersede the powers of the legislature. Pinarayi Vijayan accused the Sangh Parivar of using governors as tools to further their political agenda in many states, including Kerala. Kerala Chief Minister said that the Chancellor's position was created by the legislature under the university laws, which also lay down the powers of that post. Meanwhile, the vice-chancellors of several universities in Kerala have moved the Kerala High Court, challenging the show-cause notices issued to them by the governor for removing them from their posts.
VC-മാരുടെ നിയമനത്തെയാണ് ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട ഒന്നിന്റെ പേരിൽ നിയമപരമല്ല എന്ന് സ്ഥാപിക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമം നടക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ജുഡീഷ്യറിക്കും മേലെയാണ് താൻ എന്ന ഭാവമാണ് പ്രകടമാകുന്നത്. ഇത് കേരളത്തിലെ മാത്രം പ്രശ്നമല്ല. പ്രതിപക്ഷ കക്ഷികൾ നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് വിവിധ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ ഭരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവിടങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം ഗവർണർമാരെ സംഘപരിവാർ അവരുടെ രാഷ്ട്രീയ കരുക്കളായി ഉപയോഗിക്കുകയാണ്.
Honorable Supreme Court has made it very clear that any appointments of the Vice Chancellors by violating the UGC regulations are void ab initio. That means at the time of appointments, that appointment was irregular and illegal. Very clear statement. And the interesting thing is that Governor, University and government were together at the Supreme Court, that they were trying to protect all these appointments. So our case is that the governor and government failed the Supreme Court. UDF, the opposition, won the case.
So that is, of course, the latest chapter in the face-off between the Chief Minister of Kerala and the Governor of Kerala, Arif Mohammad Khan. The Chief Minister, of course, now accusing the Governor of interfering with the legislature and trying to, in fact, supersede the legislature in terms of removing vice-chancellors from universities. My colleague Shibi Mole is joining me live this morning from Thiruvananthapuram. Shibi, tell us what the Chief Minister has said about the Governor.
Well, Paulamy, today is the last day. Today's when the last day ends. The last day that the governor has given to all the vice chancellor to submit an explanation as to why they should not be removed. It's November 3rd. It was the last date given by the Kerala governor to all the vice chancellors, and that's when yesterday Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan came out hit harshly against the governor. He said that the governor here is trying to run a parallel government here, and I don't know if he thinks whether he can appoint somebody on his own without the recommendation of Chief Minister. He said that he's trying to do the works of a government, trying to withdraw pleasure of for ministers, for vice chancellors, directing the state police chief as to what to do. All this comes under the government, the Kerala government. There is an elected government by the people here. There's a responsible assembly here, representatives of the assembly here to do that work, and it's not the work of the governor to interfere in the matters, is what the Kerala government Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan went on to say. In fact, in the last few months, we've been seeing this governor versus government clash going on in Kerala, but yesterday was when Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan came really harsh against Kerala governor. In fact, the Governor Arif Mohammad Khan on October 23rd said that all the 9 vice chancellors of universities in Kerala should submit their resignation the very next day. They did not do it. They went to the High Court, and the High Court said that until of November 3rd, they have time. So their appointment will not be cancelled. Now, today, the Kerala High Court will consider a petition filed by all the vice chancellors saying that the governor has no right. It's illegal from the part of governor to dismiss them, to remove them from their post. There are certain procedures to be followed, but that is not being followed. Governor has no right, is what the vice chancellors are alleging. Now, that will be taken up by the High Court today. In fact, the Kerala governor said that a few days back, before October 23rd, there was a Supreme Court order that said that the Kerala Technical University vice chancellor's appointment was not right. It was not by following the UGC guidelines. So the governor said, upholding that Supreme Court's order, I am asking all the vice chancellors to submit their resignation the very next day. But Chief Minister has gone on to say that is not possible. Upholding one particular order or one particular case, you cannot ask the other vice chancellors of the state to also submit the resignation. Now, yesterday, the last few days and the coming few days also, we are going to see massive protests by the LDF here, the ruling Left Democratic Front. They have planned massive protest against governor. The governor will be reaching Kerala in the next few days. And we're also hearing from reports that Raj Bhavan is also considering to ask the vice chancellor to repay all the salary that was given to them from the time they were appointed. Now, that is something that should be confirmed by the Raj Bhavan official. But we're hearing that from sources that...
So Shibi Mole there, of course, bringing us all the details of that latest row that has broken out in Kerala, where the Chief Minister has attacked the governor. News coming in right now. Jharkhand Chief Minister slams the centre. Chief Minister Soren cries vendetta. He says the BJP is misusing agencies to attack the opposition. Now, after injury to the public in 4 by-elections, the opposition has become so afraid, he says, that now it is misusing agencies. Each and every person of Jharkhand will answer them, is what Hemant Soren has in fact said. Remember, Hemant Soren was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate today in an illegal mining case for which he is being investigated, but he is unlikely to appear before the Enforcement Directorate. Now, he's of course cried vendetta and said that central agencies are being misused by the BJP to attack its political opponents, especially because the BJP is unable to gain a foothold again in Jharkhand. So that is, of course, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, who has attacked the BJP, saying that the BJP is using, and the centre is using, central agencies like the Enforcement Directorate in order to arm twist its political opponents. It was the Enforcement Directorate which in fact had summoned the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, in an illegal mining case, which investigation has been underway for a while. In fact, a close aide of the Chief Minister's had also been arrested in this case. Hemant Soren was asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today for questioning, but it is unlikely that he'll be appearing before the central agency. And now the Chief Minister has attacked the centre and said that it is the centre that's misusing these agencies. Now, the Enforcement Directorate heat on Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren in the illegal mining scam case is only growing. The central agency summoned the Chief Minister and asked him to appear before the probe agency today. The Enforcement Directorate had already arrested Soren's aide Pankaj Mishra in this case. On July 8th, the probe agency also raided 18 locations in Jharkhand linked to Pankaj Mishra and his business associates. The Enforcement Directorate had seized a passbook and a checkbook, including 2 signed checks of Chief Minister Soren from Pankaj's home during its probe in the illegal mining scam case. Several other documents were also seized. However, sources within the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha asserted that the Chief Minister, in fact, is busy till November 15 in view of the state's Foundation Day celebration and will not be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate today. The summon, in fact, has started a massive political slugfest between the BJP and the Soren government in Jharkhand.
विपक्ष के अनुरोध पर इस राज्य में जांच चल रहा है ईडी का, हमें भी बुलाहट हुआ है, लेकिन हम उस बुलाहट से घबराते नहीं। ये दर्शाने का प्रयास किया गया है कि देखो ईडी कितना ताकतवर है। सोनिया गांधी को बुला सकते हैं, राहुल गांधी को बुला सकते हैं, तो मुख्यमंत्री को भी बुला सकते हैं, कोई बात नहीं। उसका जवाब भी हम लोग देंगे।
तो कल सीएम जा रहे हैं?
नहीं जाएंगे, सीएम के कार्यक्रम है पहले से। सीएम के प्लान है पहले से कहीं और जगह जाने का, तो अपना कार्यक्रम करेंगे।
ईडी ऑफिस नहीं जाएंगे?
नहीं जाएंगे, कार्यक्रम करेंगे, उनका कार्यक्रम है।
My colleague Satyajit is joining me over the phone line from Ranchi. Satyajit, so Hemant Soren will not be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate today. Is it likely that the ED is going to, of course, issue another summons to him, give him another date? How long is the Chief Minister busy for, as one of the leaders of JMM was saying earlier?
Till November 15th, follow me, he is not going to appear before the ED Zonal Office, it seems, because the IPRD, Information Public Relations Department, has released a detailed program of CM schedule till 15th November. He is busy with doing Aapke Dwar, Aapki Sarkar program before the Statehood Day on November 15th. So, most likely, he will not appear before the ED before 15th. And yesterday, during Aapke Dwar, Aapke Sarkar Karkram, he has blasted both BJP and the centre for misusing the central agencies. He accused ED of acting as a stooge on the behest of centre, and he also leveled serious charges that ED wants to prove a point. It is in a bid to prove a point that they are all powerful. When they can summon Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, then who is Hemant Soren? But he warned that messing up with a tribal will cost them dearly. People will give befitting reply if they destabilize, if they make efforts to destabilize Hemant Soren, who is a tribal and sitting at the helms of affairs in Jharkhand. It is this time round, it will messing up with a tribal will cost dearly to BJP, he warned. And the latest development is in buses, the workers of JMM, the activists of JMMs are coming to Ranchi, and they will hold a public meeting perhaps in Moravadi ground. However, it has not been announced officially, but they are irked over the ED summon to CM, and even CM is visibly upset over the summon. It is all too palpable because yesterday's language used by CM and his body language tells it all.
Right. Satyajit there reporting from Ranchi. So Hemant Soren unlikely to appear before the Enforcement Directorate before November 15. Slipping into a very short break, stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
India Today Conclave, November 4th and 5th, Mumbai. Listen to Nitin Gadkari, Kiran Rijiju, Devendra Fadnavis, Aditya Thackeray, Abhishek Bachchan, Varun Dhawan, Lara Datta, Pavan K. Verma, Ramachandra Guha, Devdutt Patnaik, Pratik Kuhad, Ankur Wariku, Srijan Sharma. Book your seat now. Visit www.indiatodayconclave.com. Conclave Mumbai 22. Presenting sponsor Vedanta, transforming for good.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back. India Today Conclave Mumbai is here. India's largest idea platform will be attended by political stalwarts and biggest Bollywood celebrities. They will engage, inspire and empower. Watch India Today Conclave Mumbai this Friday and Saturday.
The largest idea platform, the biggest thought leaders, the most impactful positive change agent. The India Today Conclave Mumbai is here. Bringing together an inspirational array of cutting-edge entrepreneurs, authors, inventors, cultural icons, activists, artists and political leaders from across the world. Icons who have awe-inspiring work in fields of human health, breaking new ground in politics, business, space exploration, wellness, showbiz, AI and economy. From Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, his deputy Devendra Fadnavis, to US Sena Chief Aditya Thackeray. From Alex Ellis, the envoy of Rishi Sunak's Sarkar in India, to actors Yash, Varun Dhawan, Abhishek Bachchan, Rajkumar Rao, Bhumi Pednekar, Huma Qureshi, Radhika Apte and director Vasan Bala. A star-studded political lineup from the south, BJP's K. Annamalai, Tejasvi Surya, Congress's Dinesh Gundu Rao, DMK's Dr. Kanimuri NVN Somu, Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal, Law Minister Kiran Rijiju, Architect of Modern Indian Highways Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. The political stalwarts, industry titans, Bollywood biggies are here to engage, inspire and empower. This Friday and Saturday, make sure you don't miss out. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, no respite for smog and dirty air in Delhi, but Delhi netas pass the buck. Details on the other side of this break.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
News coming in right now. Congress to move court over pollution. Congress says air pollution is in a very dangerous condition. Since the last few days, the Chief Minister is silent on our demand. In such a situation, in view of the situation, which is like a health emergency and the dirty politics of Yogshala, the Congress says the state Congress is now contemplating approaching the High Court or the Supreme Court. So the Congress is currently mulling the option of moving court in the situation where air quality is deteriorating in the national capital. They are alleging that the Delhi government, which is responsible for, in fact, ensuring that the people of the city breathe clean air, is only busy playing politics. Passing the buck is playing Yogshala politics, and in such a situation where the air quality is only worsening over the last few days, and the Chief Minister, they say, is silent on their demands, they in fact have decided to possibly move court. So they're mulling the option of moving court. Remember, yesterday, Environment Minister of Delhi, Gopal Rai, held a press conference and blamed the centre for not cooperating with the Aam Aadmi Party government, blamed UP and Haryana for the toxic air that the residents of the national capital are breathing. Whereas the Environment Minister, in fact, hit back at the Aam Aadmi Party with data which showed that maximum stubble burning and farm fires were being reported from Punjab. So much so that one of the most affected districts was the district from where the Chief Minister of Punjab hails, Sangrur. Now, it is the same story every year, with residents having no respite from the smog. The national capital continues to choke in toxic air, and increasing farm fires in neighbouring Punjab have played a key role. While the political blame game over who is responsible continues to erupt, Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar hit out at Bhagwant Mann over increasing stubble burning cases in Punjab. Punjab accounted for nearly 86% of all such incidents in North India in the last 3 days. There has been a spike in stubble burning cases in Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's home district of Sangrur, accounting for nearly 19% of all farm fire incidents.
सुबह सुबह जब हम मॉर्निंग वॉक के लिए निकलते हैं तो आंखों में जलन टाइप की होती है, गले में खराश होती है। दिन पे दिन प्रदूषण बढ़ता जा रहा है। दिल्ली सरकार को इस पर कुछ स्टेप लेना चाहिए। एक तो ऑक्सीजन की थोड़ी थोड़ी कमी हो जाती है, एक तो पेड़ पौधे दिन पे दिन उखड़ते जा रहे हैं, ग्रीनरी है ही नहीं बिल्कुल भी। इतना पोल्यूशन होता जा रहा है दिल्ली के अंदर, बहुत ज़्यादा पोल्यूशन होता जा रहा है और बाकी सब आपको दिखाई देता है, सब चीज़ है सबके सामने है। दिल्ली सरकार को इस पर अच्छे से कोई कदम उठाने चाहिए।
जब हम मॉर्निंग का वॉक करने आते हैं तो आंखों में जलन टाइप हो रहा है क्योंकि पोल्यूशन बहुत बढ़ गया है। इस पे सरकार को कोई ना कोई स्टेप लेना चाहिए ताकि जो ये पोल्यूशन कम हो, और पेड़ पौधे ग्रीनरी पे ज्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए ताकि पोल्यूशन कम हो जाए।
So that is, of course, how the residents of the national capital are, of course, reacting to the worsening air quality situation in the national capital. Of course, they don't want to believe any side. They don't want the political blame game, because as that continues, they continue to breathe in toxic air.
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਦੀ ਬੂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਹੀ ਕਿਉਂ? ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਜੀ? ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੰਡੈਕਸ ਪਿਆ ਹੈ 에ਅਰ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਰੀਦਾਬਾਦ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਤੇ ਹੈ, ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਦੂਸ਼ਣ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ स्विट्जरलैंड ही बसते हैं, बस आले दुआले कोई पोल्यूशन नहीं।
पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री ये कुल मिलाकर के हर चीज़ में से राजनीति ढूंढते हैं। मेरा इनको कहना ये है कि इस प्रकार के विषयों में जो एक सार्वजनिक तौर पर जिन चीज़ों को हमको काम करना चाहिए, सबको मिलके करना चाहिए, सेटेलाइट बताता है, हम नहीं बताते हैं। हमारे 25% आंकड़े कम हुए हैं। अगर पंजाब की घटनाएं में इस समय जो सेटेलाइट बता रहा है वो पिछले साल की घटनाओं से उनमें 20% बढ़ोतरी हुई है, यानी कुल मिला के 21,500 घटनाएं हैं। ये हम नहीं बोल रहे हैं, ये सैटेलाइट के आंकड़े हैं, वो छापते हैं, वो देते हैं, और इसमें उनको तकलीफ हो गई।
Friends, this morning Delhi is a real gas chamber. In ITI Jahangirpuri, the AQI in Delhi has crossed 800 mark. In many areas, it has crossed the 700 mark. Yesterday, 3,600 plus incidents of fire stubble burning took place in Punjab in 24 hours, which is a record. What has Mr. Kejriwal done for the internal cause of pollution, because of which 800 plus mark of AQI has been breached?
Meanwhile, BJP leader Kapil Mishra released a song to target the Aam Aadmi Party over pollution.
दिल्ली में सांस नहीं और आस नहीं है, दर्द भरा है अब सांस भी लेने में, दर्द भरा है अब सांस भी लेने में, सहमी हुई सी अब सारी फिजाएं हैं, बहकी हुई सी अब सारी हवाएं हैं, खोई हुई सी अब सारी दिशाएं हैं, बदली हुई सी अब सारी अदाएं हैं, सांसों में।
Air quality in Delhi continues to be in the very poor category, affecting health of thousands of children. Now, several schools have proposed to go back to online classes. The same has been demanded by the BJP and the Congress. Here's a detailed report.
A thick, smoky haze is choking Delhi as farm fires rage in Punjab. Air quality in the national capital continues to be in the very poor category and looks set to turn severe, putting the health of hundreds of children at risk. Several private schools have proposed to close physical classes and go back online. The Delhi government says a decision to close schools would be taken if the AQI crosses 450 mark in Delhi.
450 से पार जब AQI जाता है, यानी सीवियर प्लस कैटेगरी में जाएगा, तो फिर एयर 3 दिन पहले, जिस 3 दिन पहले अनुमान लगते ही उसमें ऑलरेडी पहले से ग्रैफ सिस्टम में जो है वो 4th फेज के सारी कैटेगरी तैयार की गई हैं। तो ग्रैफ का जो फेज 4 जब लागू होगा तो उसमें कई तरह के बैन है, स्कूल का है, ट्रकों की एंट्री का है।
The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights has taken suo motu cognizance of poor air quality in Delhi. The body has written to the Delhi Chief Secretary urging the state government to consider taking a decision in the best interest of children.
दिल्ली की हवा इस वक्त जहर बनी हुई है, सांस लेने के लायक नहीं है। पे बच्चों के जो स्कूल जाने का सवेरे का समय है तब प्रदूषण अपने चरम पे होता है, स्मॉग अपने चरम पे होता है। तो फिलहाल के लिए बच्चों का जीवन बचाने के लिए, उनकी डेवलपमेंट की प्रोसेस प्रभावित ना हो, इसके लिए कम से कम स्कूल बंद कर दीजिए।
The Delhi BJP has appealed to the LG to close physical classes and conduct online teaching to protect children from pollution. With toxic smoke from farm fires blanketing the national capital, will schools be forced to go online once again? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the World Health Organization says that over 90% of children in the world breathe toxic air. Given that India holds the dubious record of having 9 out of 10 most polluted cities in the world, Indian children are at most risk. But what exactly is the dirty air doing to them? Sneha Mortani reports.
They are young and they are the most vulnerable. 4-year-old Abhinandan has not been going to school because of his vulnerability to air pollution. His parents are already worried about the aggravated bronchitis he suffers from. Air pollution makes it worse.
Since the eve of Diwali, he's facing the problem of itchiness, redness in the eye, constant wheezing, coughing and breathlessness. So, And this is the problem that he's been facing constantly for past 3-4 years now, since we stay in this beautiful area called the Greater Noida West, which is full of construction all the time. The government has taken no initiative to help us.
Abhinandan is one amongst the many children in Delhi suffering because of the abject failure of the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi and in Punjab, and also the BJP governments in Haryana and Uttar Pradesh to keep the air in the region clean. Stubble burning continues in agrarian lands. Construction activity has increased by leaps and bounds in overpopulated Delhi. As a result of this, Abhinandan has to nebulize 4 times a day.
अगर संभव है तो वर्क फ्रॉम होम करिए, अपने घर से जितना काम हो सकता है अपने घर से करिए, बाहर गाड़ियों को मत निकालिए.
We are in dire straits yet again. It is the same story year after year. The World Health Organization says that 90% of children world over are breathing toxic air. Of the 10 most polluted cities in the world, 9 are in India. Just imagine the kind of air our children are breathing all throughout the year. Here's what the impact is. Experts say this is really damaging.
With the rise in pollution and with the change in the weather, the present dip in the air, we are getting a lot of babies and young children who are coming in with allergic symptoms, respiratory symptoms, fast breathing, cough, congestion, and the numbers in the outpatients have increased, the admissions in the wards have increased. Yeah, they do not require ICU care, but yes, definitely hospitalizations and hospital visits have increased.
While the BJP and the AAP continue to spar over school closures, parents say closing down a school is a knee-jerk reaction and not the solution.
What is the objective of this proposal to shut down schools if AQI reaches a certain threshold? Is it to protect the kids? But how's that going to happen? They don't breathe some different air at home, right? A vast majority of kids in Delhi would not have air purifiers at home, would not have the ability to run off to the hills or to Goa and do their online classes from a clean air environment. So they are breathing the same air whether they're in school or at home.
There are demands that a health emergency be declared in the national capital. But if declarations could clean the air, let 100 be made. Here, the solution is far from forthcoming. Sneha Mordani in Delhi for India Today.
It's that time of the year again. Once again, the capital chokes and the political blame game begins. But this time, the ruling Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi and in Punjab has nowhere to hide. On Tuesday, Punjab accounted for nearly 86% of farm fire cases in North India. India Today gives you a ground reality check, taking you to Sangrur, the Punjab Chief Minister's home turf, and also the district which tops the charts for stubble burning cases.
It's that time of the year again when Delhi is covered in haze. Every morning, Delhiites wake up to smog hovering in the air, and it's only getting worse. The Aam Aadmi Party has made several promises about a crackdown on pollutants, particularly stubble burning. But India Today now exposes the reality for you. This is Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Man's constituency. In Punjab, Sangrur, stubble burning is rampant. The clearest indication that absolutely nothing has been done to stop this menace by the Aam Aadmi Party government in the state. In fact, Sangrur has the highest number of farm fires in the state. But despite India Today's expose, the Punjab Chief Minister remains defiant.
मेरे को इंडेक्स पे है एयर क्वालिटी ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਰੀਦਾਬਾਦ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਤੇ ਹੈ ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਨੇਸਰ ਗਵਾਲੀਅਰ ਗੁੜਗਾਉਂ ਸੋਨੀਪਤ ਲੁਧਿਆਣਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ ਭੋਪਾਲ ਪਾਣੀਪਤ ਕੋਟਾ ਕਰਨਾਲ ਰੋਹਤਕ ਹਿਸਾਰ ਜੋਧਪੁਰ ਇੰਦੌਰ ਮੇਰਠ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਦੂਸ਼ਣ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਵਿਟਜ਼ਰਲੈਂਡ ਹੀ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਸ
Smoke hangs thick in the air as acres are lit up to get rid of stubble. And farmers here state the government has offered no practical solutions to them.
जो मशीन सरकार बनाती है उसको हम बोलते हैं हैप्पी सीडर, सुपर सीडर, रोटावेटर। 3 प्रकार की मशीन है जो सरकार हमको मुहैया कराती है।
ठीक है।
और जो मशीन है वो भी इसको कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाती, क्योंकि जो परला गेहूं जलता है, इसका लाहन जलता है, मशीन का काटा है, इसको कोई मशीन नहीं ऐसी बनी जो इसको कंट्रोल कर सके, कोई भी नहीं करती है। अगर जो इसको बिच बहाते हैं, इसमें गेहूं की जो पैदावार है वो बहुत कम होती है। वो तो अगली बात, इसमें कीड़ा पड़ता है जो गेहूं को खाता है, किसानों का बुरा हाल होता है। पिछली बार किसानों के खेतों के खेत खाली हो गए।
With the state government doing nothing to crack down on stubble burning, angry farmers are now daring the Bhagwant Mann government to take action against them, resolutely stating that they will continue to burn stubble come what may.
इस तरह कर पराली फूकांगे, फूकते रहांगे, कराओ करांगे।
क्यों आप लोगों को डर भी क्यों खत्म हो गया?
सानू डर क्यों? अपनी ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪ ਕੁਛ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੀਏ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਨੌਕਰ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ? ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਨੌਕਰ ਰੱਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ? ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਦੇ ਖੇਤੀ 'ਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਮਜਬੂਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਖਰਚੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਨੇ।
One can't really blame these farmers. They have no option to get rid of stubble and labor is expensive. Farmers contend if the government really is serious about providing them with options, they should first get compensation for the labor charges they have to incur.
News coming in right now in the 2000 Red Fort attack case. The top court, the Supreme Court of India, has said that the attacker will hang. The Supreme Court has rejected his review plea. This is Arif, the terrorist who was attacked, who was in fact convicted in this case, who attacked the Red Fort. The death penalty, which was in fact given to him, will be upheld. He had sought a review of that decision. He, of course, belonged to the Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Toiba. The Supreme Court now has rejected the review plea after the death penalty had been awarded to the terrorist in this case. Arif Ashfaq, also known as Ashfaq, will hang. This is the 2000 Red Fort attack case that we're speaking about, a terrorist attack which took place on Delhi's Red Fort in the year 2000, 22nd December 2000, which in fact was carried out by the Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Toiba. It killed 2 soldiers and 1 civilian in what was then described as an attempt possibly to derail India-Pakistan peace talks. It was in fact the Indian court which convicted 6 of the attackers in 2005 with sentences of variety of lengths. 6 assailants were released in 2007 due to lack of evidence, but it was Lashkar-e-Toiba that indeed did take responsibility for this dastardly attack on the Red Fort that claimed the lives of 3 persons, including 2 soldiers and 1 civilian. The attacker in this case had sought a review of the death penalty, but the Supreme Court now rejecting that review plea. So the death penalty, in fact, has now been upheld, and the attacker in this case will in fact hang. It was in fact on 22nd of December 2000 that 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists had started firing indiscriminately and gunned down 2 army jawans and a civilian at the Red Fort. My colleague Anisha Mathur is now joining me live from the Apex Court. Anisha, give us more details as to what happened in court.
Well, the Supreme Court has upheld the death penalty of Arif alias Ashfaq, who is a Pakistani national who was found guilty of having entered India in consonance with the LET's terror network and had participated in the attack on the Red Fort on 22nd December 2000. Now, the conviction had initially happened in 2009. Then in 2011, the Supreme Court had upheld the death penalty. The review and curator's petitions had also been dismissed back in 2014. But he had again filed a review plea that he should be heard in open court because the CDRs and electronic evidence against him were incorrect. Now the Supreme Court has very clearly once again said that even if the electronic evidence and the call detail records are not taken into account, there is enough other evidence against him. The entirety of the case against him is proved, and therefore his death penalty has been upheld, which means that Ashfaq will be given the death penalty. He will have to face the hanging at some point, but as the Supreme Court has upheld the death penalty. And this was a very horrific attack in the year 2000 when these gunmen had entered the Red Fort, which is a highly secure area, and had attacked the battalion, the area where the battalion of the Rajputana Rifles was staying, and two
so that is what happened actually on the 22nd of December in 2000. Anisha Mathur getting us all those details from the Supreme Court. The review plea which was sought by one of the terrorists, Ashfaq alias Arif, has now been rejected. He will hang, says the Supreme Court of India. Slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Watching India Today.
મારા માટે એવા અપશબ્દો વપરાય મોતના સોદાગરથી માણીને કશું બાકી ના રાખ્યું.
डबल इंजन के नहीं, अब गुजरात के लोगों को नए इंजन की सरकार. हम ये नहीं कहते कि अच्छे दिन आने वाले हैं, हम कहते हैं सच्चे दिन आने वाले हैं.
बहुत भारी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है और जो आम आदमी पार्टी का है पूरा हवा में है, ग्राउंड पे कुछ नहीं है. कांग्रेस पार्टी इज ए सॉलिड पार्टी इन गुजरात. कांग्रेस पार्टी इज गोइंग टू विन द इलेक्शन.
That, of course, will be our top focus this morning. Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. State of war, Gujarat officially kicks off. Election Commission to announce dates for Gujarat polls. Sources say polls likely in 2 phases in December. Politics speaks over Gujarat poll date announcement. Aam Aadmi Party and Congress take a jibe at the Election Commission over poll date announcement after Prime Minister's programs end in Gujarat. High-stakes Munugodu battle, late-night violence hours before polls. BJP and TRS workers clash on poll eve. BJP State President Bandi Sanjay taken into preventive custody. No respite from smog and dirty air in Delhi, but Delhi netas pass the buck. Environment Minister hits out at Aam Aadmi Party. AAP blames UP and Haryana for toxic air. Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, who was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in illegal mining scam case, to not appear before the ED today. Supreme Court rejects review plea of 2000 Red Fort attacker Arif. Top court says Lashkar terrorist Arif to be hanged till death. News coming in right now. Centre seeks report on Tihar VVIP treatment to Satyendra Jain. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate in court recently had said that Jain gets massages in his Tihar cell. Now, the centre has sought a report from the Delhi government and has asked it to explain this alleged VVIP treatment. Charges, in fact, levelled by the Enforcement Directorate in its affidavit in court, in fact, stated that Jain gets head and foot massages in jail. In fact, his wife also visits him in his Tihar jail cell, is what the Enforcement Directorate had alleged against Satyendra Jain. Now, the centre is seeking a report concerning the same. Rahul Gautam, my colleague, is joining us live this morning. Rahul, so the MHA now, in fact, seeking a report from the Chief Secretary.
Absolutely, and this comes as a huge embarrassment for a Delhi government, which obviously has already been taking attacks and heat on this particular issue. Now, remember, the Ministry of Home Affairs has sought this report from Chief Secretary of Delhi. In fact, they have asked them to come up clean on these allegations that were levelled by Enforcement Directorate in this affidavit, wherein it claimed that Mr. Satyendra Jain, who still holds a cabinet berth in the national capital, was having massages inside the jail premises. And in fact, if you remember, Sukesh Chandrasekhar, in fact, he also wrote a letter to Delhi's LG. In fact, he claimed that he had paid 10 crore rupees as protection money to Satyendra Jain. In fact, he also pledged around 50 crore rupees for a lucrative post in southern part of India. So obviously, this seems that this comes as a huge embarrassment, huge blow for Delhi government, and you can expect that this is certainly going to set a stage for confrontation between Aam Aadmi Party and BJP, because obviously the Aam Aadmi Party is already decrying political vendetta in this. They are saying that this is being done only to tarnish and malign the image of Aam Aadmi Party-led city government. Otherwise, there's nothing which can be proved in the court, and you can expect that this particular issue is certainly going to gather more heat in coming days.
Right. Rahul, of course, they're bringing us all of those details. At the moment, as far as this issue is concerned, how has the Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, responded to these charges that have been made?
Well, as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, from day one, from very beginning, they've been maintaining that this is a political vendetta, political witch hunt, which is being carried out against their leaders. In fact, they said that all these allegations that have been leveled against Mr. Satyendra Jain, this letter bomb that was dropped by Mr. Sukesh Chandrasekhan, all these are tactics, of arm twisting. In fact, these being done only to malign and tarnish the image of Aam Aadmi Party-led government. And you can expect that Aam Aadmi Party's spokesperson would be coming soon.
Rahul, just hold on for a moment over there. Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the Bharatiya Janata Party is over the phone line with us right now. Sir, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? इस वक्त MHA ने रिपोर्ट मांगी है दिल्ली के चीफ सेक्रेटरी से कि जो एलिगेशंस लगाए जा रहे हैं कि सत्येंद्र जैन किसी तरह की फैसिलिटीज लेते हैं तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर, उस पर आप हमें रिपोर्ट दीजिए।
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमें सबको याद रहना चाहिए कि ये कोई एलिगेशंस हवा में नहीं है। इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने एक सीडी कोर्ट को सौंपी है जिसमें उन्होंने बताया है कि किस तरह सत्येंद्र जैन एक वीआईपी ट्रीटमेंट वहां पे एंजॉय कर रहे हैं और जो विटनेस है उनसे बुलाकर बात कर रहे थे आज जेल के अंदर, जो कि एक बहुत ही सीरियस ऑफेंस भी है और जेल मैनुअल के अगेंस्ट भी है। इसलिए एमएचए की तरफ से अगर ये मांगा गया है तो जरूरी भी है कि दिल्ली के चीफ सेक्रेटरी के माध्यम से ये क्लैरिटी से बात लोगों के सामने भी आए और क्या ऐसा जो सत्येंद्र जैन है वो क्योंकि खुद जेल मंत्री हैं और तिहाड़ जेल में ही बंद हैं, तो कौन कौन सी फैसिलिटीज ऐसे एंजॉय करें, कैसे वो अपने आप को वीआईपी वहां पर एक स्टेटस रख सकते हैं अपना, जबकि जेल मैनुअल ऐसा कोई स्टेटस देने की बात नहीं करता। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें जो लोग अब राजनीति कर रहे हैं कि नहीं देखिए हमारी इमेज मलाइन कर रहे हैं, भाई आदमी तो जेल के अंदर है, अब सत्येंद्र जैन जेल के अंदर है, इससे में ज्यादा आपकी इमेज क्या मलाइन होगी और कौन मलाइन करना चाहेगा। अब जेल में कैसे भी अगर ये कहेंगे कि हमारी इमेज मलाइन हो रही है तो भाई ये तो बड़ा मजाक इससे दुनिया में क्या हो सकता है। इट मस्ट बी द जोक ऑफ दिस सेंचुरी, somebody saying that my image is being maligned while I'm in a Tihar jail.
Right, Mr. Sirsa, thank you so much for joining us this morning on India Today. Alka Lamba of the Congress Party is also with the phone line with us right now. Alka जी, MHA ने एक रिपोर्ट मांगी है चीफ सेक्रेटरी दिल्ली से कि ये जो चार्जेस लगाए जा रहे हैं कि किसी तरह की फैसिलिटीज एंजॉय करते हैं सत्येंद्र जैन तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर, इस पर आप हमें रिपोर्ट दीजिए। आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा है।
देखिए, सत्येंद्र जैन अब आम नहीं, एक खास मंत्री हैं, जेल मंत्री हैं, उसी जेल में आराम फरमा रहे हैं, मसाज ही तो ले रहे हैं और उस जेल के अंदर सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर प्लान हो गया और मर्डर कर दिया गया। ये तो मसाज है, छोटी चीज है, वहां तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी चीजें हो रही हैं तिहाड़ जेल के अंदर जो है ना। तो ये मुझे लगता है कि ये तो एक जो है मंत्री, जेल मंत्री का हक समझ के वहां पर वो सुविधाएं और मसाज और सुख ले रहे हैं, तो ये तो ठीक है, अच्छा है, मुझे लग रहा है इसमें क्या बुरा है ना। ठीक चलने दीजिए ऐसे ही। अब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली की जहरीली हवाएं छोड़कर इस समय सोलन में रोड शो कर रहे हैं, गुजरात में जाकर इंडिया नंबर 1 बनेगा। 3 महीने से सत्येंद्र जैन जेल की सलाखों के पीछे तिहाड़ में है। दिल्ली की हवाएं जहरीली है, स्वास्थ्य पूरी व्यवस्था चरमरा चुकी है, कोई देखने वाला ही नहीं है। कहाँ जा रहे हैं हमारे अधिकारी अपना स्वास्थ्य की जो फाइलें पड़ी हुई हैं, तिहाड़ जेल में फाइलें देख रहे हैं सत्येंद्र जैन जी। मजाक और मखौल बना दिया है, बदलाव के नाम पर एक पूरा जो है मेरी दिल्ली में कह सकती हूँ ठगी गई है और ये ठगों का चरित्र सबके सामने आ रहा है।
जी अलका जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए। सो दैट इज ऑफ कोर्स मिस अलका लांबा एक्सप्रेसिंग हर ओपिनियन अबाउट द सेंटर सीकिंग अ रिपोर्ट फ्रॉम द चीफ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ Delhi. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
India Today Conclave, November 4th and 5th, Mumbai. Listen to Nitin Gadkari, Piyush Goyal, Eknath Shinde, Kiran Rijiju, Devendra Fadnavis, Aditya Thackeray, Abhishek Bachchan, Varun Dhawan, Devdutt Patnaik, Pawan K. Verma, Pratik Kuhad, Ankur Wariku, Srijan Sharma. Book your seat now Visit www.indiatodayconclave.com. Conclave Mumbai 22.
Food wastage is not just a social problem, but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste
You are watching India Today.
News coming in right now ahead of Gujarat poll date announcement. BJP leaders in a huddle. Home Minister Amit Shah, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel hold a meeting in Gandhinagar on agenda deciding on the tickets for the elections, which will be announced in a short while from now. Remember, the Election Commission will be in fact announcing the dates of the Gujarat polls at 12 noon today at a press conference in Delhi. And currently, a very important meeting is underway under the chairmanship of BJP State President C.R. Patil, but it is also being attended by senior leader from the state and Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, who is present in that meeting. Remember, it is the Aam Aadmi Party which has in fact already released a list of close to 100 candidates for this election, but the BJP and the Congress are yet to announce their candidates. The BJP will be in a key huddle today. In fact, that meeting is currently taking place in their party headquarters in Gandhinagar, which is being attended by Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah and being chaired by the State President of the Bharatiya Janata Party, C.R. Patil. Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel is also present in that meeting, and top leaders of the BJP will be in fact deciding on tickets. Gujarat Legislative Assembly has 182 seats. It is expected that close to about 50 tickets, 50 seats, so to say, will be discussed today in that meeting, where the BJP will finalize the name for their candidates. Of course, they will only discuss and send their options to the Central Election Committee. As per the BJP's process, there will be a Central Election Committee meeting in Delhi, which will be then attended by Prime Minister Modi under the leadership of BJP National President JP Nadda, which will then finalize ticket distribution. My colleague Saurabh Vakhtania is joining us live at the moment. Saurabh, how many seats are likely to be discussed in this meeting today?
So, well, Paulami, it was Union Home Minister who was going to different zones of Gujarat. Recently, he was on a 6 to 7 days visit to Gujarat. He went to North Gujarat, South Gujarat, Central Gujarat and Saurashtra as well. Now, what the sources are telling us that over 60 seats discussion is going to happen. Paulami, we need to understand that when the observers team actually went to the district level to get the nominations for the upcoming elections, the candidate nomination for the upcoming elections, it was very interesting. At some seats for just single seat, over 100 candidates were received by BJP. Very interesting was in Viramgam. Now, recently Hardik Patel left Congress party and joined BJP. So what the sources were clearly telling us that it was Hardik Patel who is going to get ticket from Viramgam. But what interesting happened over there is, Paulami, that the people who were along with Hardik Patel during the Patidar agitation, and then they were against Hardik Patel after he joined Congress party, they all went to Viramgam and gave their application for the Viramgam seat. It was Chirag Patel, Varun Patel, the ex-MLA from Viramgam, Tejashri Patel, all the Patidar leaders, all of them actually filed their nominations for the Viramgam seat. So it is not going to be that easy for BJP to finalize their candidates. Remember, when this observer teams went to Rajkot, Vijay Rupani, the ex-chief minister of Gujarat, his name was not in the list. He's been made as an in charge for the Haryana and Punjab over there. So what very interesting is this time there will be several people, several prominent faces, several prominent leaders of BJP who won't be getting ticket. The party is not in a mood to repeat them. There will be some fresh faces which we are expecting at the moment. So this meeting holds very important today, which is right now ongoing at Gandhinagar, Kamlam, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah himself actually leading this particular meeting, and over 60 seats right now will be discussed that who should be the candidate of BJP.
Right. Saurabh, also as per the BJP's process, usually the state election committee, when it meets, it sends about 3 options per seat to the Central Election Committee for them to, of course, finalize on the candidates. So is that going to happen in this process as well that the BJP is holding right now in Gandhinagar?
Well, rightly pointed out by you, Paulami, that what happens is even if there are 50 to 100 application for a particular seats, that the BJP state body actually finalizes around 3 candidates and then it goes to the parliamentary body. Now, Union Home Minister himself is here in Gujarat, and this important meeting, almost the finalization of the candidates on seats will be done. The seats which we are being told involved are from the 47 to 50 seats are Aravali, Sabarkantha, Banaskantha, Mahasagar, Surendranagar, Porbandar, Dang, Valsad, Navsari, Tapi, Narmada, Morbi, Rajkot, Shahar and Grameen. So what this means is not just a particular area, but from North Gujarat, South Gujarat and Saurashtra, all important belts, and some of them are actually, Paulami, let me tell you, that are not stronghold of BJP. These are some of the areas where Congress performed well due to the Patitar agitation, and some grounds were lost by BJP due to the
Absolutely.
Patitar
the Congress, in
some
fact,
places
had
are, yes,
its best performance
like
in 2017 in 30 years when it got a tally of 77 seats. Saurabh Vakhtania, they're tracking all the developments. Stay on with us at the moment, Saurabh. Now, these are some of the top developments that we're tracking at the moment. Congress and Aam Aadmi Party attacked poll panel over announcement of Gujarat election dates. Both parties claim that the dates were deliberately extended to accommodate the Prime Minister's political programs in Gujarat. The BJP is holding a crucial huddle in Gujarat to firm up its strategy. Home Minister Amit Shah, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and top BJP office bearers from Gujarat are attending this key huddle. The names of BJP's candidates for the elections are likely to be shortlisted. The list of candidates will then be finally vetted and finalized by BJP's top decision-making body, its Central Election Committee. The Aam Aadmi Party will announce its CM face for Gujarat tomorrow. Delhi Chief Minister and AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal will make the announcement tomorrow. The Aam Aadmi Party may choose one of the several leaders who recently joined the party. Big citizenship war ahead of Gujarat polls. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has attacked the Modi government for its recent move to grant citizenship to the people of 6 religions from 3 neighbouring countries. Owaisi said granting citizenship on religious grounds is unconstitutional and has become BJP's default pre-election strategy. State of war, Gujarat officially begins. The Election Commission is all set to announce poll dates for Gujarat in a short while from now. Sources have told India Today that Gujarat polls could be held in 2 phases in the month of December. This time it's going to be a 3-way battle with the Aam Aadmi Party looking in a strong position. The BJP, which has been in power for over 24 years, claims to continue the trend, with Prime Minister Modi frequently visiting his home state and announcing crores of projects. The Saffron Party is holding a key meeting as we speak over the polls with top leaders, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel present in that meeting. The Congress, in fact, which managed to win over 70 of the 182 assembly seats in the last polls, is confident that it will cross the majority mark this time. Aam Aadmi Party, which is sailing on a landslide victory in the Punjab polls earlier this year, looks confident. Kejriwal's party will be announcing their CM candidate for the Gujarat polls tomorrow. Meanwhile, politics has erupted over the announcement of dates, with the opposition claiming that dates were postponed. In fact, the announcement of it was postponed so that the Prime Minister could complete his slated programs in the state.
Now, maybe at the cost of repeating, I would reiterate, if we as the Election Commission team...
Let's listen in to various reactions that are pouring in from across the political spectrum, especially from the opposition now attacking the centre and saying the ECI is playing into the hands of the centre even with poll dates announcement.
गुजरात चुनाव में कांग्रेस पार्टी बहुत इफेक्टिवली लड़ रही है और गुजरात चुनाव को कांग्रेस पार्टी गुजरात में जीतेगी। बहुत भारी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है और जो आम आदमी पार्टी का है पूरा हवा में है, ग्राउंड पे कुछ नहीं है। आप मीडिया का मतलब वहां से वो फंडिंग करते हैं, दिल्ली से एडवर्टाइजिंग करते हैं, तो हवा बना रखा है। बट कांग्रेस पार्टी इज ए सॉलिड पार्टी इन गुजरात। कांग्रेस पार्टी इज गोइंग टू विन द इलेक्शन देयर।
Right. My colleagues, in fact, are joining me this morning on this big announcement, which is expected at noon today. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining us from the Election Commission. Supriya Bharadwaj is outside the Congress office. Saurabh Bhaktania is live from Ahmedabad. Akshay Dongre is also joining me this morning. Ashutosh Mishra is live from Morbi. Good morning to all of you. Aishwarya, I will come across to you first. The opposition is alleging that the Election Commission waited it out to announce the dates for the Gujarat polls because they wanted to see the PM through with all of his programs. That is the allegation. What is the Election Commission telling you? Why today? Because it was anticipated it could come much earlier, probably right after Diwali.
Well, there were many speculations, and these speculations are rife just before any election announcement, Paul. But let me tell you, the CEC, Rajiv Kumar, had categorically given an answer to this. When they had announced the election dates for Himachal Pradesh, they clearly said that the assembly is expiring for Himachal on the 8th of January. But the assembly session is expiring for the state of Gujarat on the 18th of Feb. So there was a gap of almost 40 days because of which the announcement was not made on the same day. And now the Election Commission has 28 days, from the day when the elections are announced, there are 28 days after which the elections can be held. So keeping all the technicalities, the Election Commission says that they are well within their rights to announce the dates as and when technically and legally it is feasible. The opposition, however, is training the guns. The ECI at the moment keeping mum, and they are now waiting and looking at the 12 noon when the election dates will be announced. Paul May.
Right. Aishwarya, stay on with us. Also request all of our colleagues to stay on with us. Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, is also joining me right now. Rahul, the BJP, in fact, did secure a simple majority in the 2017 Gujarat legislative elections. But as far as the Congress's performance was concerned, it was a surprise performance. Its best in the last 30 years at that point of time. Is the Congress still posing that sort of a challenge to the BJP? Could there be an upset?
I think, Paulomi, the picture has changed. The Gujarat has undergone a change. If the BJP slipped for the first time in 2 decades below the 100 mark to 99, though it improved its numbers in the State Assembly, given the defections which were engineered in the Congress ranks, and the number today stands at 111. The fact remains that the BJP slipped below the 100 mark. The vote percentage of the BJP was 49.05%.
Right.
The Congress was 41.4%. Means that the vote share, the BJP remained healthy, but the numbers came down. That was largely because the setbacks in the tribal and the Saurashtra and other regions of Gujarat. The fact remains that in this election, what one can witness is that if there is no strong anti-incumbency for the BJP, but there is definitely a fatigue factor which seems to be visible, the Congress definitely is not the same force, with no Ahmed Patel, no distinct face as far as the election is concerned. And the third player, Arvind Kejriwal, he may not, people may say that he may not be winning the election, posing a major threat, but definitely I think the kind of churn that the Aam Aadmi Party has created, especially with its 300-unit free electricity promise, definitely there is a buzz as far as the contest this time around is concerned. And that entry of Arvind Kejriwal, and who is likely to announce their leader tomorrow in Gujarat as far as the face of the election is concerned, I think definitely queers the pitch for both the BJP and the Congress party in urban and rural areas. While the Congress usually does well in rural areas, for example, in last elections, out of the 127 rural seats, the BJP could manage, Congress managed 68, and the BJP only 55, while out of 55 urban seats, the BJP had 144. So what one can say is that both in urban and rural areas, if there is no understanding in a triangular contest, we can say definitely Aam Aadmi Party has changed the pitch.
Okay, that's interesting. Also joining us this morning, Gaurav Pandey, spokesperson of the Congress Party, Rakesh Hirpara, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Also, my colleagues continue to be live with us. I'll quickly take a question with my colleague Saurabh Vakhtania, who is in fact standing outside the BJP office in Gandhinagar, where a key huddle is underway right now, where the BJP is likely to shortlist its candidates for at least 50 seats at the moment. Saurabh, where is the BJP in this election in 2022 facing its challenges? Because you've traveled the ground.
Well, Paulami, the most important factor will be the tribal and the Saurashtra belts. Therefore, the BJP is doing lot of groundwork, doing lot of meetings are happening in those areas. Now, what has happened is recently, Paulami, that somewhere down the line, they also got a survey, internal survey, which was done that at some urban places also BJP may lose ground, and therefore there was an alert sounded by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself when he was in Gujarat. He clearly said that please don't underestimate any party. They have been targeting me. Don't underestimate the Congress party. They need to do a lot of groundwork. And then after we saw that how there was Gaurav Yatra, how they target the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal's banner with wearing a skull cap. We saw so many things. There are other factors which may benefit the BJP party is the UCC thing which has happened very recently. Other is that the House citizenship will be given to the people from different countries in Mehsana and Anand. So BJP, what most difficult part for BJP will be to counter the anti-incumbency and the Patidar thing. The Patidar factor will be very important because Patidar are said to be the kingmakers, and they may slip to Congress or Aam Aadmi Party, because very recently, Paulami, we should not forget that a very prominent leader from the Patidar community actually joined the Aam Aadmi Party. So the Patidar factor will be again very important for the upcoming election, and therefore Union Home Minister himself on ground was here in Gujarat for over 6 days, where he visited different zones, and now they are finalizing the candidate list. Around 50 seats, what we have been told, are from North Gujarat, Saurashtra and South Gujarat, where the candidates will be finalized for over 50 seats, and the meeting is still going on. CM Bhupendra Patel along with CR Patil all are present at Kamlam in Gandhinagar.
Right, Saurabh Vakhtania, in fact, reporting from outside the BJP headquarters, BJP's Kamlam office in Gandhinagar at the moment, where the Union Home Minister, the Chief Minister, and of course the State President, Mr. CR Patil, are engaged in a key huddle to decide and finalize, shortlist at least some of their candidates. Now, what is the X factor as far as Gujarat is concerned? Some of the top questions that come to mind. One, of course, as Saurabh was mentioning, will BJP continue to dominate urban Gujarat? Will that continue? That is going to be a very key question. Anti-incumbency against local MLAs, will that hurt the BJP? That is going to be another key question. Has Patidar anger, in fact, fully subsided? In fact, it was a huge factor in 2017. Will it be a factor in 2022? Modi, Shah, Patel, the triple engine in Gujarat, is that going to see the BJP through in 2022? Can Congress make gains in Tribal Belt and Saurashtra? Again, strongholds does well. Will it continue to make those gains? Who is the rise? In fact, the rise of Aam Aadmi Party, who is it hurting more, BJP or Congress? That's a very key question. Of course, allegations leveled by both sides against the Aam Aadmi Party. Also joining us this morning, Gaurav Pandey, spokesperson of the Congress Party, and Rakesh Hirpara, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Gaurav, I'll come across to you right now. One of the points that Rahul Srivastav, my colleague earlier, was mentioning was the fact that there seems to be a fatigue which seems to have set in as far as the Congress campaign in Gujarat is concerned. Congress did very well in 2017 in terms of upping its tally, the best in the last 30 years. BJP managed its majority, upped its vote share, but lost seats. Congress did very well, but there was Ahmed Patel as well. What is the Congress campaign looking like right now? How confident do you feel?
To begin with, I would want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Home Minister of India for allowing the Election Commission to, announce the dates for the elections in the Gujarat. No matter what Election Commission says, I'll come to the point which you raised. I want to point it out here in front of everyone that last time in 2017, on 12th of October, Election Commission declared the dates for the elections in Himachal and as well as in Gujarat. And today, right now, we are sitting on 3rd of November when the Election Commission is coming with the dates. Now, this is reason enough for everyone to analyze further that why this delayed, because the BJP's ground is shaken in Gujarat and they needed extra time to kind of, do all the arithmetics and the Chanakya Niti that all the criminal activities that they refer to as Chanakya Niti to hold that ground, which they are not going to, they will not be able to. Our campaign, we have changed our strategy vis-a-vis if you compare it with what we did in 2017. And this time, I won't say that I won't just say that we are going to do better than the last time. We are definitely crossing the majority mark, and the Congress is going to form the next government in Gujarat. Yes, definitely, we are going to, the passing away of Ahmed Bhai has created a void which will remain forever. But the entire leadership, all the Congress workers, we are working on ground at the micro level. We have changed the strategy at the macro level. If you compare it, what we were doing in 2017 and at the micro level, we are, our party in every Vidhan Sabha, we are working and reaching out to the people. So there is no fatigue. It's just a change in the strategy. The fatigue where it is in your report earlier a while back, you mentioned that there is a fatigue. Your colleague says, as far as BJP is concerned, there is no incumbency. I would want to disagree with it. The system that we refer to, popularly, when there was this Morbi tragedy occurred, suddenly, everyone started referring to system. There is a problem in the system. When people were dying of COVID, there is a problem in the system. Nobody wanted to question the government. The system that BJP has installed is outright corrupt, be it in the Election Commission or any institution we talk about in the states ruled by the BJP or at the center. And no antivirus or no vaccine can cure this virus, this corrupt system. This has to be reinstalled, and Congress is going to reinstall this system in Gujarat in next few weeks.
Right. Okay. Gaurav, stay on with us. Of course, you're very confident about the Congress's performance in the Gujarat elections. The dates will be announced in a short while from now. And my bad, I did make a mistake. Rahul did speak about the fatigue as far as the BJP's campaign is concerned, not the Congress's campaign. More details now. The inside scoop of the key BJP meet. BJP is to discuss candidates for 47 seats is what we are being told at the moment. Remember that key huddle currently underway at the BJP's Kamalam office in Gandhinagar. Candidate for Morbi also. Remember, Morbi witnessed a very, very unfortunate tragedy just a few days ago. The candidate for that seat is to be announced as well and to be discussed, so to say, in this meeting at the moment. This is all to happen and is happening at the moment as I speak, before the poll date announcement by the Election Commission of India in a short while from now. Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah, Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel are present in this meeting. It is being chaired by State President of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Gujarat, C.R. Patil. My colleagues continue to be live with me as well. Supriya, I'll come across to you quickly at the moment. Supriya covers the Congress party for us. Supriya, Gaurav in fact was speaking of a change in strategy as far as the Congress is concerned going into this Gujarat election. Could you elaborate on that strategy? Because you have of course reported on the party. What is this change in strategy?
Had a different strategy as compared to that of the one which is being implemented at the moment in 2022. Well, both the campaigns started from Dwarka. It was Rahul Gandhi who led from the front in 2017 campaign. This time also, Rahul Gandhi, before the assembly election, had gone, met all the leaders, and there are three major meetings, key meetings that we took. One was in Dwarka, second being that of Gandhinagar, and third being that in Dahod. Well, what has happened this time is that Congress is focusing more on the booth management. They have gone all out. They are doing more door-to-door campaigns. And what is going to happen is that last time, when the campaign rolled out some 3 to 4 months earlier only, and we saw as to how there was social media, push was there. This time also the campaign has rolled out, but the build-up this time is not from top to bottom, but from bottom to top. What is happening is that people are going in the rural areas, the Congress workers are going, the booth management is happening. There are yatras. Right now when we are talking, there are 5 new yatras which have been flagged off in Gujarat by the Congress party, which is going to cover 175 assembly and is going to go across 5,000 kilometers approximately in the state of Gujarat itself. So this time the idea is go and do a kind of a man-to-man mapping to reach out to each and every voter in the constituencies. Interestingly, we are also hearing that there will be in coming days some campaign, some mega rallies or some campaign which will be around the Gandhis also. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi can go once the date is announced, but also the top leaders. Digvijay Singh, Kamal Nath, Ashok Gehlot is already campaigning there. Mallikarjun Kharge is the Congress president. They all will be heading towards that side also. Finally, what is really interesting is that Rahul Gandhi had categorically said that Aam Aadmi Party is only in air against the Congress party, which is working at the ground zero, and the main challenger of the BJP is Congress only. Interestingly, Congress, what we are getting from the Congress insiders, the information of insiders follow me, that the vote share of the Congress party is in fact. They said that yes, Aam Aadmi came.
So the Congress seems very confident. The Congress seems very confident, as Gaurav was saying earlier as well, that the Congress is going to improve its tally and is going to get a simple majority in these elections. I'm handing it over now to my colleague Preeti Chaudhary.
Thank you, Paulomi. So the Congress seems confident. The Congress says that they're running a silent campaign. But what does a silent campaign mean when you're not carpet bombing? Because this is the day and age of perception. You have to make sure that you are seen to be campaigning, and of course the silent grassroots campaign needs to carry on. Is the Congress doing enough? That's the big question, because let's go back. Hark back to 2017, viewers. The Congress was very close on the heels of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Many would suggest that Gujarat in 2017 had made up its mind to vote against the BJP, but the Congress just did not capitalize on that opportunity. What did it come down to in sheer cold seats? 182 seats of Gujarat in 2017. Out of them, 99 went to the Bharatiya Janata Party, 77 to the Congress. In terms of vote share, it was close to about 48% for the Bharatiya Janata Party and closing in to 43% for the Congress. But things have changed. The political chessboard of Gujarat has changed since 2017. A lot of defections from the Congress. The BJP right now comfortably above the 105-seat mark, and the Congress has come down from that 77 that it had got in its 60, so it doesn't look quite good. But the question is, there is now going to be a third party. Will the Aam Aadmi Party clear the pitch for the Congress? That's the big question. We're counting down, viewers, another 22 minutes. We should hear from the EC. The EC did not have, or rather doesn't have much time, because the counting for Himachal is on 8th of December, even though Himachal goes to vote on the 12th of this month. And at the same time, Gujarat will also go into counting, so there's not much time, and there's a lot in terms of pure procedure where electoral process is concerned that needs to kick in for the state of Gujarat. But in 22 minutes, in all probabilities, we'll hear from the EC. What we're expecting is, viewers, that it's going to be an announcement in terms of two-phase election. It's always been a traditional two-phase election where Gujarat is concerned. Will it be in the last, the fag end of November or the first week of December, and then counting on the 8th of December? That's the big question. So all eyes on the Election Commission, on the two-phase election. I want to quickly introduce you to our guest in the studio with me is Rahul Srivastava, National Affairs Editor. He's been traveling through the course of Gujarat. Lots of gyan coming in from him. We're going to cut across to the spokespersons of various political parties. There's Gaurav Pandey, spokesperson Congress, who's joining us. Rahul Srivastava, like I said, is in the studio with me. Also, Aam Aadmi Party is an entrant in Gujarat. It's not that they didn't enter the political fray in 2017. This time around, they did. They didn't capitalize. This time around, they are hoping to replace the Congress. Will that happen? That's the big question. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, is going to try and capitalize on each and every opportunity where politicking is concerned. Today, viewers, the EC announces the dates for polls for Gujarat. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., Aam Aadmi Party in a grand ceremony is going to announce who their chief ministerial candidate is. So they are not leaving any political opportunity in all of this, Rahul, to actually gain, at least push forth the perception to the voters of Gujarat that, listen, if there's anti-incumbency, which there is because it's 24 years in waiting, it's after 5 terms, then they could very well be a viable, probable option because the Congress is really not seen on the ground right now.
You see, there is one definite factor that the Aam Aadmi Party is looking at, is that it is challenged by a triple engine, not a double engine. You have got a Modi, Shah, Bhupendra Patel combination. And if the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to become the second option for the voter, better than the Congress, it actually wants to create a situation in which not only there is a party, not only there is an issue, an agenda for votes, and also there is a leader. Right. And I think that one element the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to create, especially in urban areas of Gujarat, where I think Aam Aadmi Party definitely has created a buzz. Last time around in Surat, local body elections, Aam Aadmi Party did create a setback for the BJP. I think it matters if you have a leader. And I think there are some leaders over the last few months who definitely have created a buzz about them. Otherwise, Arvind Kejriwal faces a problem. One, if he does not propose somebody as a face of the party, then it's a large state and he will have to campaign alone.
Right.
By creating a leader, Arvind Kejriwal creates an option of having somebody else who can shoulder the responsibility of a campaign. And I think that's what Arvind Kejriwal will eventually achieve. With the Congress, I'm very certain, likely to go in the election without a leader.
Well, they've made it very clear. And so has, Arvind Kejriwal there, Rahul. Because, what's interesting is the Aam Aadmi Party quickly learns from its mistakes. It knew exactly what went down in Punjab, the first election that it had fought in 2017, and realized that they went without a chief ministerial face. They decided that they lost out. And then they announced Bhagwant Mann this time around, and clearly they gained from that. So this time, viewers, be least assured that the Aam Aadmi Party will announce its chief ministerial face. They've already kick-started it by saying, we release a public campaign, call us, tell us who do you want the chief ministerial face to be. Whether it's going to come from the public or whether it's going to be rooted from the public on what the choice of Mr. Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party is. We'll know tomorrow 2 p.m. because the Aam Aadmi Party is going to go gung-ho, announce their chief ministerial face tomorrow. The Congress, on the other hand, has not announced and saying very clearly that we will fight as a party under the symbol of the hand and we are not going to announce our chief ministerial face this time around. Will it be Bhupendra Patel from the BJP? That's the big question, because it seems, Rahul, and I'm going to cut across to Gaurav Pandey from the Congress as well. The fact is...
One point I'd like to make quickly here is that not just the public, Arvind Kejriwal is taking feedback from the public.
Right.
I think by attacking somebody like a Gopal Italia and singling him out, Arvind Kejriwal will look for an opportunity as far as the Patidar vote is concerned, because that's one vote which had gone away from the BJP last time around. There was a bit of a disarray, and there is still a large amount of Patidar vote which does not know which way to go in case the Congress is not a strong claimant. I think that's BJP, by attacking somebody like a Gopal Italia, has also created an option for Arvind Kejriwal.
What's interesting in all of this, Rahul, is that it might not be Gopal Italia for, the Aam Aadmi Party, because the Aam Aadmi Party understands the kind of person that they would want in that hot seat, because the supreme leader, whether you like it, whether you don't like it, is going to be Arvind Kejriwal. So in all probability, if I have to hedge bets, I'll hedge my bets on somebody like an Ishudan Gadhvi, who could very well be the chief ministerial face for the Aam Aadmi Party and not, Gopal Italia. But Gopal Italia will be extensively used to carpet bomb, especially during the Patidar sect. The one which is held together by the Bharatiya Janata Party. He's already saying that he's making inroads in that, but is it just Hawa is the big question. Will the Aam Aadmi Party be restricted to Hawa? I'm going to come right back to you, Rahul. I want to quickly bring in Gaurav Pandey. Gaurav Pandey, you know, this is a time where the Delhi Chief Minister is in Gujarat more than he's in Delhi. He's seen to campaign. You continuously have said, you know, your biggest face till now in Gujarat has been the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, who ran your campaign the last time around and rather successfully so, along with Ahmed Patel, and that is Mr. Gehlot. The question I want to ask you is, in this day and age where your voter is concerned, and it's not that you had a 43% strong vote share in the last elections in Gujarat, sir, do you not need to run a silent campaign, which you say you're running in the rural areas, but also seen to be carpet bombing with the biggest faces? Where is Rahul Gandhi? Last time around, he spent 40 days only in Gujarat, if you remember. And that paid off. You saw the results. It was a very close fight. What this time around, sir?
Preeti ji, you said, where is Rahul Gandhi? Well, everyone knows that Rahul Gandhi ji, he is right now at the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which is a 3,500 kilometer yatra from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. He is walking there. And it is very unfortunate for the people of Delhi. Right now, we don't want to discuss the issues of Delhi here right now, I understand. But when people, the whole capital is choking, and you yourself said that, you know, Kejriwal is spending a lot of time in Gujarat. That's not the kind of politics definitely we are wanting to do, and that is exactly not the kind of politics that people of Gujarat are also looking at.
But isn't that what politics is all about, Gaurav Pandey? This is what politics is all about, whether you like it or you don't like it. The fact is, Arvind Kejriwal is going there every 3 days. The cameras are on him. What is the perception with the Gujarati right now? That it is the Aam Aadmi Party which is giving a formidable fight to the BJP.
I will tell you, it's our you know, it's your perspective. It's you know, everyone's perspective. How do you look at politics? People want clean politics in country, but when the BJP throws in money to buy MLAs, it is lauded as smart politics. Again, it's perspective, but that's not exactly how the politics should be. In Gujarat, if we talk about what people are wanting, if you go on the ground and talk to common people, they are least bothered about which leader of which party is wanting to come and do a mega rally and create a big event. They are bothered about their own livelihood. They are. I will tell you, when last time Congress was in government 27 years ago, when we left, Gujarat was growing at a rate of 18%. Now, you said a lot has changed in the last 5 years. I'll tell you what has changed. It's been more than 5 years that Gujarat ever saw double-digit growth. I'm not even talking about last 2 years, because...
Sir, your digits from 77 have gone into your 60s right now, no?
Yeah.
So then, it's not just... So when you say
defections, people voted for us. People voted for us. That's a different story.
So you're saying your MLAs were weak? You're saying you can't trust your leaders, they are weak?
You cannot put words in my mouth. What I'm saying is that there is anger in ground against this kind of politics and against those leaders as well.
Fair enough. Okay, there's anger on ground. Okay, stay with me, Mr. Pandey. You're saying there's anger on ground against those leaders, and the BJP. People of Gujarat is going to come out and vote for the Congress, is what Gaurav Pandey is saying. We're getting breaking news. I'm going to come right back to you, Mr. Pandey. Let's quickly dip into the latest news break, and that concerns your party. Politics over the Gujarat poll rages on election dates. Understandably so, the Congress has now slammed the election body on the Gujarat dates, accusing the EC of announcing dates after the Prime Minister's visit. The Congress said the EC announced dates after the PM's visit, dismissing the AAP challenge in Gujarat, saying Aam Aadmi Party is a marginal player. No triangular fight, just BJP versus Congress. Whether the Aam Aadmi Party is a marginal player, and very well could be also, it could all be Hawa perception just in the eyes of the people across the country, because that's what you see, and not on ground. All of that aside, but the Congress raising concerns over the timing of the EC announcing election dates. Viewers, it had happened, even remember the last time when the EC announced the dates for Himachal. Why is it that the EC hadn't announced the dates together of both Himachal and Gujarat? Let's listen in to reactions coming in, and I'll bring in Saurabh Bhaktania and Rahul Srivastav into this conversation.
सर, आज गुजरात के चुनाव की तारीखें डिक्लेयर हो सकती है, क्या कुछ कहेंगे? पार्टी का एक ट्वीट भी सामने आया है जिसमें 3 बंदर भी दिख रहे हैं।
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन अभी तक शायद इसीलिए रुका हुआ था कि मोदी जी के तमाम जो कार्यक्रम थे वो लगे हुए थे। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन अब नींद से जागेगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी पूरे गुजरात में 182 सीटों पर पूरी ताकत के साथ चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार है। हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन नींद से जागकर आज इलेक्शन डिक्लेयर करेगा।
लेकिन ये बड़ा आरोप है, क्या आपको लग रहा है, पार्टी को लग रहा है कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी के दौरे के लिए ये इस पूरे चुनाव की तारीखों को डिले किया गया?
देखिए सौरभ जी, आप ये मानकर चलिए कि जब 200 से ज़्यादा मृत्यु हो जाएं किसी हादसे में और शोक भी जो है वो 3 दिन के बाद 1 दिन का मनाया जाए ताकि मोदी जी के तमाम भाषण हो जाएं, तो सीधा इलेक्शन कमीशन जिस तरह से हिमाचल के चुनाव अनाउंस किए उस दिन क्यों नहीं अनाउंस किया? पहली बार इतिहास में हुआ है कि इलेक्शन अनाउंस होने के बाद कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट मोदी जी के तमाम कार्यक्रमों के बाद लगा हिमाचल में। ये पहली बार हुआ है। हम पूरी तरह से उम्मीद करते हैं कि आज इलेक्शन कमीशन नींद से जागे।
All right, this is not the first time that the Congress has raised concern and allegations against the EC for favouring the Bharatiya Janata Party, and it all started when the EC announced the dates for the state of Himachal Pradesh, which is actually going into election in just days to come on the 12th of November, saying that why is it that dates of Himachal were announced and not of Gujarat, because usually one would have expected both Gujarat and Himachal to be announced. So at that time and even now, the attempt of the Congress is that the EC favoured the Bharatiya Janata Party, namely the Prime Minister, who has been electioneering and campaigning through the state of Gujarat, announcing SOPs, announcing projects to give him that time to do so before the model code of conduct kicks in. I want to quickly bring in Rahul Srivastava. Rahul, the EC's come under heavy criticism even at the time when they announced the Himachal date, saying that why is it that Gujarat was missing at that time? Same issue now being picked up.
You see, Preeti, political parties do trade these kind of charges that undue time was being allowed for the ruling party to campaign. But the fact is that this is going to be the third time where there is a difference in the dates of announcement for elections in Gujarat and Himachal. Usually they were done earlier till 1998. This is the third time since 1998 that they are being announced at different times. First one was in 2002, 2003, post Godhra, when the assembly was dissolved earlier, and then 2017, and now this time around. Now the fact is that the term of the Himachal assembly is ending on the 8th of February next year, while the Gujarat assembly ends on the 18th of February. Means there is a 40-day gap. Means Gujarat, had the dates been announced together, would have been under poll conduct rules earlier for 40 more days than Himachal. And I think that's what the Election Commission argument is, that it can't be kept. But then remember that when dates are fixed for an election, there is always a play possible, because there is a state government, discussions are held about security forces deployment, the Home Ministry at the center comes into the play. A little play always is there, but I think largely eventually it is the Election Commission which decides the date. And as far as the argument goes regarding campaign, I think the BJP has suffered a setback. What has happened in Morbi actually is definitely a setback. So announcing dates now, it will kind of a template that elections were announced 2 days or 3 days after
4
Morbi.
days exactly after Morbi, with what happened in Morbi. You're right there, Rahul. All right, viewers, let me quickly encapsulate. In just about 20 minutes, we'll hear from the Election Commission on the dates of Gujarat, but we are expecting it's going to be a 2-phase election. Traditionally, Gujarat has voted in 2 phases. Will it vote at the fag end of November, which is, the final days of November, or the first week of December? There's hardly any time in terms of the entire electoral process to set in. It needs to set in from the word go now, and in terms of candidates being chosen, then applying and then taking back their nominations, all of that process is going to be very tight. And in all probabilities, what we are expecting right now is the dates will be announced in probably the last week of November, or just the first few initial days of the month of December. Trusting today to get you the latest, we're going to cut across to our reporter who will be joining us from the Election Commission. But this, viewers, will sound the poll bugle. There's already been heavy electioneering campaigning across the state of Gujarat, especially from 2 political parties. We might not have seen, even though Gaurav Pandey would disagree with me, the Congress on ground campaigning. But, when we've been talking about the Aam Aadmi Party, the entire triangular contest question mark, Rahul, the fact is, whether the Aam Aadmi Party appears to be campaigning or not, it does have that kind of infrastructure, or it needs as a Sangathan, which White might call, for a political party in the state of Gujarat. When it comes down to, booth workers, even their cadre is borrowed from the one which is mostly of Congress right now.
You see, I think this election is going to be a lot. I believe that there is no strong anti-incumbency visible against the BJP in Gujarat. Given the fact, I think it's also that Narendra Modi as Prime Minister, a Gujarati as a Prime Minister, is a big factor. I think Gujaratis do not want to hurt the image of their man in the PMO. And I think because of that, you feel that you don't see so much of anti-incumbency on the ground. But if somebody says that there is all good for the BJP, I think there's tremendous amount of fatigue. And I think that fatigue factor, the Morbi incident definitely has added to it. Somewhere there was issue of corruption. Since Narendra Modi went away, these chief ministers, two chief ministers, haven't created a buzz about themselves or haven't been able to replicate the kind of governance formula that Narendra Modi represented. And that failure, I think, has increased that sense of fatigue among the voters in Gujarat, and Morbi definitely has added to that. In that scenario, the Congress had an opportunity to create a counterwave, grab hold of the negatives of the BJP and perhaps emerge as a leader. But Congress does not have a leader. I think Arvind Kejriwal, by his freebies, by that, I think the sheer spunk.
Audacity, one would think. Yes, that's the word for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Yes, yeah. I think it's somewhere there is a buzz about Aam Aadmi Party. Now, there is a very interesting element that Gujarat contest is skewed, actually. The BJP does very well in the urban areas.
Right.
That last time around, out of the 55 seats, BJP won 44. Out of the rural, Congress won 68. Now, in that scenario, if Arvind Kejriwal actually is expected to eat into Congress votes, the Congress is the second player. But if it actually BJP's 55 seats are coming from urban areas, and that's where Arvind Kejriwal, like in Surat municipal elections, manages to hurt the BJP, which is facing a fatigue. Remember, the BJP has been in power for 25 over years in Gujarat. A next generation of voter has come in post-Godhra, which actually polarized the votes in Gujarat and polarized the electorate in Gujarat. I think it's a very, very interesting election this time around, with Arvind Kejriwal creating that spur in the elections.
Well, and the BJP's biggest campaign phase is what Narendra Modi, who's been the Chief Minister of Gujarat. But a lot of Gujaratis, especially the first-time voters and the new generation of Gujarati voters, hasn't quite seen him as the Chief Minister. They've only seen him as the Prime Minister of the country. What would, in fact, also, Rahul, would be interesting is that Gujarat, which it's not that there isn't any anti-incumbency. There is. It was tapped in 2017. It was clearly seen. But the fact was the Congress was unable to make the voters believe that they could actually win the election. And that's possibly which it went down to the wire when we saw a lot of votes shift away, especially in the south of Gujarat, towards the Bharatiya Janata Party, that entire Surat belt, because it seemed they were very angry. But right at the end, they switched, if we actually look at the sheer cold hard facts. But, coming in of Arvind Kejriwal, would the general perception is also ke hawa hai, ultimately. Do you see it as something deeper than that? Do you think he'd be able to tap in on that discontent, make people believe that he could actually win this election?
You see, when we say this hawa hai element, I think there are states where the BJP ki bhi hawa, we said, but then it blew the opponents. The issue is that how well do you sustain a hawa and how convincing your hawa is. If you see the election last time around, BJP secured 49.5%, 05% votes, which is almost as good as sometime in 2002 at the height of the Godhra divide, when 127 seats were won by the BJP. So their vote share remained the same, but their seat share came down by 28 seats compared to 2002. The Congress party was 39.28% in 2002, whereas it was at 41.4%, one of the best performances by the Congress. So its vote share increased, but the seat share didn't. Means they were not able to put together that first pass of the 30% mark. In that scenario, if Arvind Kejriwal eats into the votes, I think into concentrated votes in seats, instead of grabbing more votes, if he gets more votes in particular constituency, I think that's going to determine this election. Because if he is popular across Gujarat and eats into rural votes as well as urban votes, I think then it's not going to matter. I think a lot will depend on Arvind Kejriwal's candidate choice, because this election is going to be a lot about candidates.
Right.
Because remember, Congress is fighting these elections on the basis of its individual candidates this time around, door-to-door campaign, and it will a lot depend on what kind of candidates Arvind Kejriwal feels.
You know, there are, one can't deny it, and I'll bring in Gaurav Pandey on that. There are certain seats in the state of Gujarat which the Congress has never lost, viewers, in the history of elections. Some of them come from Saurashtra, some of them come from Amreli. They have never lost those seats, despite no matter what has gone down in Gujarat. But having said that, Gaurav Pandey, if you're still with us, I'll pull you in on this. There is this one train of thought, because when you are talking to reporters on ground, okay, we are also getting Aishwarya, okay, she's with our sister concern Aaj Tak. We're going to cut across to her in just about 2 minutes. Anytime that press conference is going to start. But Gaurav Pandey, the fact is, there is also an opinion, when you call Aam Aadmi Party the team B of the BJP, many would suggest, all right, we're going to come back to the EC press conference has started, viewers.
And flanked by the senior DCs, Arvind Sharma ji, Jitesh Raj ji, DCs, Mr. Ajay Badhu, Mr. Rej Kumar, and also Mr. R.K. Gupta. I'm DG Media, Shefali Sharan. Sir, please.
Thank you, Shefali ji. My colleague, Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chand Pandey ji on my left, ECI officials and friends from the media gathered here today and also virtually connected to us. We meet again today for a press conference on that which most of you have been awaiting. इससे पहले कि हम प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की शुरुआत करें, हम निर्वाचन आयोग की तरफ से मोरबी की दुखद घटना से प्रभावित सभी लोगों एवं उनके शोकाकुल परिजनों के प्रति शोक एवं संवेदना व्यक्त करना चाहते हैं. Our heartfelt condolences to the grieved families, and we pray that the departed souls rest in peace. Friends, गुजरात राज्य में विधानसभा का कार्यालय 18 फरवरी 2023 को समाप्त हो रहा है, जिसमें अभी 100 दिन से ऊपर बाकी हैं. राज्य में 182 विधानसभा निर्वाचन क्षेत्र हैं. Of the 182 assembly constituencies, there are 142 general, 17 SC and 23 ST constituencies. Subsequent to the completion of special summary revision exercise, the final electoral roll has been published for the state of Gujarat on 10th October 2022, and copies of the published electoral roll has been given to all the political parties. They were part of the process by which they were finalized at each stage, and final prints, final rolls have been given to them. During the SSR exercise, the Commission has laid special emphasis on registration of new voters, women voters, transgenders, and persons with disabilities. As you see the data on the slide, for the forthcoming Legislative Assembly elections, our teams would be ready to serve more than 4.9 crore electors, of whom about 27,000 are service electors, 4 lakh persons with disability, more than 9.8 lakh voters above the age of 80 years, and out of which 10,000 voters are centenarians. And there are 4.6 lakh first-time voters between the age group of 18 and 19. Friends, there are, after the subsequent to the provision of 4 qualifying dates, all the young voters who attained the age of 18 years between the 1st of January 2022 to 1st October 2022 got the chance to get themselves enrolled. I am very happy to inform that with this amendment, 3,24,422 additional new voters in the state shall be able to cast their vote in the election for the first time. आप अवगत हैं कि निर्वाचन आयोग की पहल पर जो गत वर्ष कानून में बदलाव किया गया था, उसके बाद से 4 क्वालिफाइंग डेट संभव है। तो इमेजिन अगर ये संभव नहीं होता तो जो ये 3,24,000 नए वोटर्स हैं इस बार मतदान नहीं दे पाते और इनको इंतजार करना पड़ता 1 जनवरी 2023 की क्वालिफाइंग डेट्स का। सो अब इनका नामांकन हुआ है तो आई एम श्योर दे विल कम एंड वोट ऑल्सो, फॉर विच वी आर टेकिंग एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट्स विच आई विल कनेक्ट टू यू लेटर। कमिंग टू द पोलिंग स्टेशंस, मतदाताओं के साथ एक्चुअली हमारे एंगेजमेंट के 2 सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जगहें हैं। एक जब हम उन्हें वोटर बनाते हैं और एक जब वो वोट डालने के लिए पोलिंग स्टेशंस पर आते हैं। तो हाउ इज द एम्बियंस इन पोलिंग स्टेशन एंड हाउ मच इज द ईज ऑफ वोटिंग, दैट्स व्हाट इज अनदर criteria that we very seriously look at. We have instructed all the CEOs and DOs to visit major polling stations personally and ensure that all facilities are available there. Total polling stations की संख्या 51,782 है और हर पोलिंग स्टेशन पर एवरेज 948 पोलिंग स्टेशंस होंगे। राज्य में स्थापित मतदान स्थलों में से एटलीस्ट 50% मतदान केंद्रों पर, दैट मीन्स 25,891. These figures are also given in the presentation which is happening and we'll provide a copy to you. इन सब स्थानों पर वेबकास्टिंग की व्यवस्था होगी। मुख्य निर्वाचन अधिकारी और जिला निर्वाचन अधिकारी लगातार इसकी मॉनिटरिंग करेंगे अपने अपने कंट्रोल रूम में। सेक्टर मजिस्ट्रेट्स विल ऑल्सो विजिट ऑन द डे ऑफ पोलिंग एंड बिफोर दैट ऑल्सो द पोलिंग स्टेशंस। फ्रेंड्स, सभी पोलिंग स्टेशंस पर एश्योर्ड मिनिमम फैसिलिटी लाइक ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, वेटिंग एरिया, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, रैंप्स, टॉयलेट्स would be provided. No polling station would be on the first floor, they will all be on the ground floor. And we are this time deputing one additional special observer. This is a practice we are starting now and we are experimenting with this. A special observer for accessibility and inclusion. We want to get report, we want to see that our polling stations are truly accessible for women, from old age, for PWDs, for TGs, and the entire process is also inclusive. So उसके लिए हमने एक स्पेशल ऑब्जर्वर हिमाचल और गुजरात दोनों में अभी डेप्यूट किए हैं। फ्रेंड्स, मतदाता के जो वोटिंग एक्सपीरियंस है उसको बढ़ाने के लिए हमने राज्य में 142 मॉडल मतदान केंद्र बनाए जाएंगे। स्लाइड्स में आपको उनकी कुछ झलकी भी दिखाई जा रही है। सिर्फ महिलाएं, राज्य में कम से कम 1274 पोलिंग स्टेशंस बनाए जाएंगे जहां पर सिर्फ महिलाएं ही तैनात रहेंगी, along with the police personnel also. What you see on the right side, in the 1274 polling stations, only women, polling personnel, police personnel will greet the voters. इसी प्रकार से राज्य में दिव्यांगजनों को मतदान हेतु प्रेरित करने के प्रयास में कम से कम 182 polling stations, which you are seeing on the right side again on this slide, would be manned purely by the persons with disability. As I have said earlier also, एक सशक्त समाज के लिए ये आवश्यक है कि उसके हर वर्ग को बिना किसी बाधा के निर्वाचन में प्रतिभाग करने का अवसर मिले। इसलिए जब दिव्यांगजन निर्वाचन प्रक्रिया से सीधे तौर पर जुड़ेंगे तो उससे हमारे प्रयास को और बल मिलेगा। एंड दिस इज व्हाट, with this objective of inspiring the PWD themselves and also the conveying this message to the society at large, they will be manning the polling stations. Another first time new thing which we are attempting is, जब young voters को voters बना रहे हैं तो हमने हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक बूथ ऐसा भी बनाया है वहां जहां सबसे कम उम्र के जो एम्प्लॉइज हैं वो ही पोलिंग स्टेशन पे रहेंगे। सो जो भी रिसेंटली रिक्रूटेड हैं हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हम इस प्रकार से 33 पोलिंग स्टेशन ऐसे बना रहे हैं जहां एब्सोल्युटली यंग पोलिंग प्रिजाइडिंग ऑफिसर्स, पोलिंग पार्टीज वुड बी देयर टू ग्रीट यू। सो समथिंग लाइक व्हाट इज बीइंग शोन हियर, एंड दिस इज अगेन विद आवर ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ एनकरेजिंग द यूथ, टेलिंग देम दैट यू आर नॉट ओनली have to get registered yourself, you have to manage the elections and you have to come and vote also. Friends, in this respect, we like to give you some unique polling stations also. ECI, as you know, has always been working towards this objective of inclusive and accessible elections. For example, there is no polling station or a building in the polling station 69 Alibad at this Bagra Assembly constituency. So what has been attempted is to convert and people had to come 80 kilometers to cast their vote to a particular station because they were all carried in a bus to another place. So this time, a shipping container is being used to serve as a polling station. And with all AMF, all assured minimum facilities being provided in this makeshift one, and with 207 voters. Similarly, there are many other examples like where our election machinery is going to last mile to ensure participation. A polling station being set up, which is on the left side, only for one voter. इस पोलिंग स्टेशन में सिर्फ एक ही वोटर है जो वहीं रहना चाहते हैं, बाहर नहीं आना चाहते. उनके लिए हमारी 15 लोगों की टीम जाएगी और एक वोट लेने के लिए. दिस इज द स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ द इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी. Similarly, for polling parties, team has to travel by boat to reach the polling stations in Siabelet Island in Arabian Sea. At the island has no alternative connectivity. Nearest town, Jafrabad, is approximately 15 kilometers away from island, and this has over 832 houses and 4,757 voters, and will go by boat and get the thing. The commission has set up 3 polling stations in Madhopur, Jamalpur, in Gir Somnath district for the Siddhis. There are total 3481 voters, of which 90% are from Siddhi community, and they are descendants of East African people who came to India during 14th and 17th century and resides here, and they are our proud voters. And this is again what the inclusivity in the Indian democracy is about. At the cost of repeating, my friends, I would reiterate, if we, the Election Commission team, put in such concerted effort to ensure a polling station with a 2-kilometer reach for voters, replete with all facilities, तो वोटर्स का भी ये जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि वो वोट देने के लिए अवश्य आएं. आपके माध्यम से मैं उनसे ये अपील करना चाहता हूं. Now about senior citizens. Commission has also endeavored to bring the polling stations to the doorstep of those voters who face difficulties in coming to the polling stations. This optional facility of postal ballot will be available to all these voters who are 80 plus, PWDs with the benchmark of 40% disability, and if by chance anybody is suffering from COVID. And a polling team comprising of 2 polling officials will go to their houses, which will be videographed, which will be with full security and under full information and knowledge of the political parties and candidates, with an option to accompany them. We will in advance provide a list of such voters who have opted for casting their vote from the comfort of their home, and will also provide them the route chart by which the polling parties will go to get the votes. And they cannot deviate from that route chart, which is displayed in advance. वोट की सीक्रेसी को अक्षुण्ण रखते हुए उनके घर से हम वोट लेके आएंगे, अगर ऐसा वो अपना ऑप्शन हमें फॉर्म 12D में भरकर देते हैं. And as we always say, whatever we are today, we are because of our senior citizens. And in this phase, in this round, there are 9.89 lakhs senior citizens, senior voters, 80 plus, और लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया में भाग लेकर वो भारतीय लोकतंत्र को सुदृढ़ करने के अपने जोश और समर्पण से देश के युवाओं के सामने एक उदाहरण पेश कर रहे हैं, और इसीलिए वो युवाओं को भी आगे बढ़ चढ़कर मतदान में हिस्सा लेना चाहिए. Friends, similarly, Commission is emphasizing on the empowerment and participation of all our persons with disabilities. There are 4.04 lakh PWD voters who shall be given priority for entering polling stations. Provisions would be made for designated parking spaces, and volunteers shall be available. And all this they can book if they want. This will be available on the booth, no doubt. But if they want to book it, they can book it on our PWD app. any facility, any facilitation which the PWD voters want or 80+ voters want, they can book it at our app. We are also similarly focusing on inclusion of our TGs, the third gender voters. For variety of reasons, their inclusion, either because of various kind of social factors, has not been complete. We are focusing on it. We want them to make every one of them a voter. We have made some of them as our icons also. So any disadvantaged group in the society should deserve the highest possible recognition and respect from all of us. And Commission is very concerned and committed to provide full facilitation, full participation in an inclusive and accessible manner to all our marginalized deprived sections, which includes the 80+ citizens, 100+ citizens, PWDs, transgenders. We are also planning to have an outreach in certain red light areas so that our teams go and with the fullest possible respect and secrecy and whatever is the social milieu, they get the votes made and they also get the awareness activities for the voting. Friends, 2017 की comparison में there is a 100% increase in the number of transgenders in the state of Gujarat. There are 1417 TGs who are now registered. And it's actually a sight to be seen to believe when they come forward. They came forward when we went to Gujarat last time. And the kind of enthusiasm they had in participating and even becoming our icons to convey to the others that you come and vote for us. So we very happily recognize their commitment. And there are now 1417 voters. Just to inform you, there are now 44,904 registered third gender voters in the entire country, and even counting. In this SSR, we'd again do a great, whole lot of effort to make them our voters. Friends, next is about the participation of the citizens. ये पहले भी हम आपको दिखा चुके हैं कि सी-विजिल के माध्यम से अगर नागरिक अपनी कोई भी शिकायत दर्ज करना चाहते हैं तो उनके फ़ोन से ही उनका लैटिट्यूड लॉन्गिट्यूड रजिस्टर्ड हो जाएगा, सारी शिकायत वहीं आ जाएगी। अगर नहीं करना चाहते हैं तो अगर लिख नहीं सकते तो एक कागज़ पर लिख के फ़ोटो खींच के अपलोड कर सकते हैं और जो भी शिकायत वो करेंगे उसकी 60 मिनट्स में एक टीम कॉन्स्टिट्यूट होके जाएगी और विदिन 100 मिनट्स उनको उसका रिस्पॉन्स मिलेगा कि आपकी शिकायत सही पाई गई, आंशिक रूप से सही पाई गई या नहीं पाई गई और उस पर ये एक्शन हुआ। तो अगर किसी भी चुनाव की प्रक्रिया के दौरान कोई भी सिटीजन कोई मनी पावर, कोई मसल पावर, कोई किसी भी तरीके का दुरुपयोग देखते हैं या किसी पोलिंग पार्टी का दुरुपयोग देखते हैं के द्वारा, तो निश्चित रूप से सी-विजिल का यूज़ करें और उस पर कमीशन को खबर करें। सिमिलरली there is a Suvidha portal, there is a PWD app portal. Suvidha portal is for the candidates to get any facility they want to get from the election commission and from the staff. इसमें ये भी सुविधा है कि अगर जैसे उनको उदाहरण स्वरूप ग्राउंड बुक करनी है तो इसमें सुविधा है कि ऐसा नहीं है कि ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिशियल्स की मर्जी पर है, जो पहले अप्लाई करेगा उसको पहले मिलेगी, फर्स्ट इन फर्स्ट आउट. दिस इज व्हाट द डिजिटल लॉक इन ऑन द सुविधा ऐप प्रोवाइड्स एंड वी हैव गिवन स्पेसिफिक इंस्ट्रक्शंस टू एवरीबडी कि सबको लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड मिलनी चाहिए. जो पहले अप्लाई करे उपलब्धता के आधार पर पहले ग्राउंड, पहले फैसिलिटीज उन्हीं को मिलनी चाहिए विदाउट एनी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन बिटवीन दी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज. Similarly, the next important disclosure is about the KYC app. किसी भी नागरिक को, किसी भी वोटर को अपने कैंडिडेट के बारे में कुछ भी जानना है तो जो एफिडेविट नॉमिनेशन के दिन फाइल करेंगे उसकी पूरी की पूरी कॉपी, जिसमें उनकी क्रिमिनल डिटेल्स अगर कोई हैं तो उनके अकाउंट्स की डिटेल, इनकम, एक्सपेंडिचर, एसेट्स, एवरीथिंग इज अवेलेबल ऑन द वेबसाइट, जिसको हमारी वेबसाइट पर भी है और वो स्पेसिफिकली KYC, नो योर कस्टमर, नो योर कैंडिडेट. उस नो योर कैंडिडेट में आप उसकी एजुकेशनल कैंडिडेट की क्वालिफिकेशन क्या है, उनका आर्थिक और क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड अगर कोई है तो वो क्या है, सब इस पे उपलब्ध होगा. दिस इज ऑल पार्ट ऑफ डिस्क्लोजर सो दैट वोटर्स कैन टेक इन्फॉर्म्ड चॉइसेस. और अगर कोई क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड है तो कैंडिडेट्स को उसको मैंडेटरीली पब्लिश करनी पड़ेगी एक राष्ट्रीय और एक क्षेत्रीय अखबार में और सोशल मीडिया पर. उनको 3 बार उसकी डिटेल्स पब्लिश करनी पड़ेंगी. और साथ ही साथ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को ये भी बताना होगा और उसको पब्लिश भी करना होगा कि वो उन्हें क्रिमिनल के अतिरिक्त कोई दूसरा कैंडिडेट क्यों नहीं मिला. दे शुड गिव रीजंस, मेक इट पब्लिक सो दैट वोटर्स नो कि उस क्षेत्र में क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड के अलावा कोई भी और कैंडिडेट ढूंढने में पार्टीज को क्यों और किस प्रकार से इतनी कठिनाई हुई, ये जरा एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ेगा उनको रीजन से, सो दैट वोटर्स जाने कम से कम कि सिर्फ क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड के लोग ही पार्टी को मिल सके. फॉर great emphasis which we want to give, and just to explain to you on the inducement, voting and expenditure management. There is a zero tolerance which has been conveyed and will be conveyed further, that government machinery has to be absolutely impartial, fair, and provide the level playing field. It's a zero tolerance. This is being conveyed and has been conveyed to all the officials who are involved, be it civil officials, police officers, enforcement agencies. If there is any instance which is found that there is a violation of this by any officials, we'll deal with this very, very sternly. Similarly, expenditure sensitive constituencies, there are strict instructions to police, excise department, GST departments, coast guards, income tax, ED, Railway Protection Force, CISF at the railway station. And let me give you the figures, though they are still increasing and counting. In Himachal elections in 2017, total seizure was 9 crores. It has already crossed 28 crores now, including liquor, mining, and drugs and various kind of things. And still there are 10-12 days to go. We are sure this figure will increase, nothing would move. All the borders and everywhere there is a strict vigilance, and Commission is going to meet all the Chief Secretaries and DGs of the neighbouring states of Himachal and Gujarat also, so that the borders are absolutely sealed. Nothing moves from the part of those borders in terms of where, if the liquor is cheaper in another place, if there is a provision in one particular place and it comes from the neighbouring states, absolutely no leniency on that, and officials have been very, very strictly told about this. Similarly, the narcotics control, and in case of Gujarat, there is a long border of the coast, so coast guards have also been directed and advised that they will keep a very strong vigil on any movement of drugs which is happening, unfortunately, spoiling our youth of the country. It's happening in quite a increased fashion because of the various international factors. However, during the elections, the machinery would be extremely conscious that it does not happen. I would briefly cover about the directions given to the district officials and CEOs about the social media and the fake news. The narratives which get developed, you are all very well aware. At times, उसमें फेक न्यूज़ भी हैं, उसमें झूठे एक नैरेटिव्स भी हैं. सो डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिशियल्स ने सबको सोशल मीडिया टीम अपने यहाँ सेटअप करने के लिए निर्देशित किया गया है. सीईओ ऑफिस में भी सोशल मीडिया टीम्स रहेंगी. They would keep watch on the fake news which attempt to disturb the peace or swing the thing in one favor or the another. Therefore, whatever strict action is possible under the various sections of IPC, if required, would also be taken. There is also an appeal through you to all the voters. अगर चुनाव के दौरान किसी तरीके की न्यूज़ का प्रचार जो उनको लगता है फेक है, तो कम से कम उसको आगे ना बढ़ाएं. that much discretion और उतना विवेक अपना जरूर पालन करें शेड्यूल. Now friends, coming to the schedule. The date of issue of notification would be for the first phase 5th of November and for the second phase 10th of November. For making nominations, it would be 14th November for phase 1 and 17th November for phase 2. Date of for scrutiny of nominations would be November 15th and 18th respectively. Withdrawal would be November 17th and 21, and date of poll would be 1st and 5th, with the date of counting to coincide with Himachal Pradesh on 8th of December. And the entire process would be completed on 10th of December. So this is what is the schedule. And lastly, as we always say, media is the biggest ally of the Election Commission. तो आपके माध्यम से मैं सभी वोटर्स से ये अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि वो इस चुनाव में बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लें, निष्पक्ष तरीके से लें. अगर कहीं कोई उनकी समझ से इरेगुलर एक्टिविटी या पार्शियल एक्टिविटी है तो उसको सी विजिल के माध्यम से जरूर हमें खबर करें, एंड वी विल इंश्योर दैट दे गेट द आंसर्स इन 100 मिनट्स. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
एक मिनट, हम क्वेश्चंस लेंगे. आप प्लीज पूछने के पहले अपना नाम और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम बोलें. मैं फर्स्ट रो से लेती हूँ क्वेश्चंस. पहले आपने प्रदीप.
सर, ये मैं प्रदीप हूँ, टोटल टीवी न्यूज़ से. मैं जानना चाह रहा हूँ सर, जो अनाउंस हुआ है गुजरात का चुनाव और जिस तरीके से सवाल उठे थे कि देरी हुई है, हिमाचल का जब चुनाव अनाउंस आपने किया था, इन बीच कई सवाल उठाए गए, देरी को लेकर सवाल उठाए गए, तो क्या इन आरोपों का आप जवाब देंगे?
वन और टू मोर.
मोहित आशीष, आप अपना सवाल.
सर, मोहित दुबे, न्यूज नेशन से हूँ. सर, लगातार निष्पक्षता को लेकर आप लोग बात करते रहे कि हम फ्री एंड फेयर चुनाव हम लोग करवा रहे हैं. सवाल कांग्रेस ने उठाया है, आपके ऊपर निशाना साधा और कहा है कि आप स्वायत्त संस्था हैं, निष्पक्ष संस्था हैं, लेकिन इमोजी 3 बंदरों की लगा दी है. क्या आपकी प्रतिक्रिया होगी कांग्रेस के लिए?
कोई और सवाल इसी से?
सर, यही सवाल था मेरा कि सर इधर आशीष हूँ एबीपी न्यूज से. जो मोहित ने सवाल किया फ्रंट रो पे, सर आपके ऐलान के साथ ही प्रिंसिपल ऑपोजिशन ने ही जब ये सवाल खड़ा कर दिया है कि आप निष्पक्ष चुनाव, इन अदर वर्ड्स, नहीं करा रहे हैं, इस पर आपका रिस्पॉन्स जरूर जानना चाहेंगे.
बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चंस हैं जो आपने दोनों मुझसे पूछे हैं. और अगर निष्पक्षता कमीशन की और इंडिपेंडेंस, इस पर मैं आपको संतोषपूर्वक जवाब नहीं दे पाया तो ये हमारे ऊपर ही एक डाउट हुआ. तो इससे पहले आपके प्रश्न पे आऊं मैं. जहां तक डिले का प्रश्न पूछा अभी एक साथी ने, आपको एक्चुअली दी अनाउंसमेंट में बहुत सारी चीजों को बैलेंस करना है, जिसमें there is a tradition of counting it together. There is weather. There is a difference between the date of last term of the assembly, the number of days on which MCC would be introduced. So there are a large number of factors. So there are certain factors which let me tell you in case, this particular case. Announcement जो आज हम कर रहे हैं वो अभी भी लास्ट डेट ऑफ जो टर्म है असेंबली का वो 18 फरवरी 2023 में है. उससे 110 दिन पहले है. Still, it is quite in advance. There is still time. But then it gets constrained by or limited by, or we have to factor in the elections in the other state. Then, from counting, 72 days gap between announcement, this is on 8th of December, and the 18th of February. Still, there is a 72 days gap. So, it's a combination of various things which also seriously have in consideration the last date of the term of the House. We are well before that. It is well within the factors of consideration, seeing the polls in the nearby states. Now coming to the larger question which you have asked about the independence, तो actually इसमें actions and outcomes actually speaks louder than words. तो मैं आपको कितना भी बोल के समझाने की कोशिश करूं, उससे ज़्यादा जरूरी है कि हमारे जो एक्शंस हैं और जो हमारे रिजल्ट्स आते हैं वो सही हैं कि हैं नहीं। अगर हम ये कहते हैं कि हमारे रिजल्ट सही नहीं है जो निकल के आते हैं, तो संभवतः ये इंडियन वोटर का बहुत बड़ा अपमान है। Elections after elections since the country has got independent, large number, 14, 15, large number of assembly elections, results have shown that at times those who are critical of the commission have got surprising results. I don't want to go into details as to how many times it has happened. लेकिन जो भी पार्टी किसी भी कारण से या जो भी कैंडिडेट किसी भी कारण से कुछ सवाल उठाते रहे हैं, जब रिजल्ट आए तो उनको मालूम हुआ अरे ये तो सवाल मुझे नहीं उठाना चाहिए था, ये तो मेरे फेवर में ही रिजल्ट आ गया। हमारे पास इंस्टेंसेज हैं कि चुनाव शुरू होने से पहले लंबी लंबी चिट्ठियां आती हैं कि ईवीएम मशीन्स खराब हैं, इनको बदल दीजिए, तो वही ईवीएम मशीन उसी पार्टी को जिता देती है। फिर वो प्रश्न बंद हो जाते हैं, फिर वो रिजल्ट एक्सेप्ट हो जाता है। सो चुनाव आयोग की निष्पक्षता, चुनाव आयोग की धारणा, और मैं इसमें कहना चाहूंगा हमारे लिए नई बात नहीं है, ये एक लीगेसी है और ये इतनी प्राउड लीगेसी है इस कंट्री की, जितने भी पूर्व के, आज तो चुनाव आयोग बना नहीं है, जितने भी रिजल्ट्स हमारे पूर्ववर्तियों ने दिए हैं, ये उसी की स्ट्रेंथ है। और आपको एक चीज, आई विश यू वर देयर इन दिस, वी कुड हैव इनवाइटेड यू टू द इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस वी हैव ऑन द EMBs a few days back. There are terminologies like democratic recession, democratic backsliding, which are being used world over in the democracies. The election management bodies of the various democracies, including the established democracies, if they don't have election management bodies, तो election authorities are facing serious issues of fake narratives. और चुनाव से पहले एक नेगेटिव माहौल बनाने का जो प्रक्रिया है वो इट्स ए पार्ट ऑफ इट, वी आर अवेयर। कभी कभी जब क्रिकेट का मैच होता है तो दोनों पार्टी हारने के बाद कोई भी पक्ष एम्पायर को भी ब्लेम करता है। यहाँ तो कोई थर्ड एम्पायर है नहीं जो पीछे जाके हम बॉल बाई बॉल देख सकें, लेकिन जो रिजल्ट निकल के आता है वो इसकी टेस्टिमनी है और ये विरासत है जो हमारे पूर्ववर्ती सभी आयुक्तों और प्रमुख और मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्तों ने बनाई है, which is it, and this is it, and the results are the biggest testament of the impartiality of the commission. और हमारी ड्यूटी सिर्फ कंबाइंडली यही है कि हम उसको आगे ही बढ़ाएं, कहीं भी स्लाइड ना होने दें। एंड वी आर श्योर दैट इंडियन इलेक्शन मैनेजमेंट बॉडी, बिलीव मी, whenever we go internationally, I went to World Election Bodies meeting also, India's leadership automatically suo motu gets accepted of the Election Commission in guiding the election integrity. So there are two parts. One is the overall democratic functioning. Second part is the delivering elections, integrity of the election process. When it comes to the integrity of the election process, India becomes the natural choice, and world over, our leadership is accepted. You saw recently in the conference which just got over, Greece accepted co-leadership with us. Mauritius accepted co-leadership with us. IFES accepted co-leadership with us. The dignitaries from world over came, and we are going to do 2 more conferences like this. So we'll, by action, continue to show that we are 100% impartial, and whenever the specific instances are there, please bring it. We have given you a challenge on C-Vigil, bring it to our notice. If we do not respond in 100 minutes, then please ask us that specific question.
Next question, Aishwarya.
Ma'am.
Mic आपके पास है ऐश्वर्या? Switch on the mic, please.
Hello.
Hi sir, this is Aishwarya from आज तक. So one of the allegations is कि PM का दौरा था गुजरात में, उसकी वजह से जो चुनाव की डेट थे उनको पीछे खिसकाया गया. इस पर सर क्या प्रतिक्रिया?
सर
ये तो हम कवर कर
नीरज, इसका जवाब मैं आपको इसको दे देता हूँ. इसका आंसर मैंने मल्टीपल फैक्टर्स के केस में दे चुका हूँ. कितने दिन बाकी हैं, कितने दिन पहले हम अभी भी कर रहे हैं. और ये भी संज्ञान में रखिए कि रिसेंटली एक दुखद घटना भी वहाँ घटी, उस वजह से भी थोड़ा हम लोगों को डिलेट हुआ. आज कल भी जैसे वहाँ स्टेट में स्टेट मॉर्निंग थी, तो इट्स ए मल्टीपल फैक्टर्स.
सर नीरज, न्यूज 18 इंडिया से, नेटवर्क 18 से. मेरा सवाल है कि अभी आपने तमाम राजनीतिक दलों को पत्र लिखा था कि आप जो घोषणा पत्र में चुनावी वादे करेंगे उसका फॉर्म में जिक्र देना होगा कि धन कहां से आएगा, राजकीय एक्सचेकर पे क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा. ज्यादातर राजनीतिक दलों ने उस योजना का, आपके प्रस्ताव का विरोध किया है कि चुनाव आयोग के मैंडेट में नहीं आता. चुनाव आयोग की टिप्पणी क्या है उन जवाबों पर, और चुनावी वादों के प्रति और मतदाताओं के प्रति जो राजनीतिक दल अपने वादे करते हैं उनके रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को कैसे सुनिश्चित करेंगे कि वो वादे पूरा करें. और एक जानकारी चाहता हूं आपसे, आपने कहा था कि पिछले कई वर्षों में आपने मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट को कम किया है अवधि को, तो क्या गुजरात विधानसभा चुनाव में यह सबसे छोटा अवधि है मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट का? ये जानकारी चाहता हूं. थैंक यू.
पहले चेक और कोई है, पहले एक और ले लीजिए.
रिकॉर्ड ले लेता हूं. मैम रमन, न्यूज 24.
इससे रिलेटेड हो तो कहें.
इससे रिलेटेड ये गुजरात विधानसभा चुनाव की अवधि, विधानसभा की अवधि 18 फरवरी तक खत्म हो रही है. उससे काफी पहले आपने चुनाव की घोषणा की. अगर चुनाव की घोषणा करनी ही थी तो हिमाचल के साथ क्यों नहीं की?
गया पूरा ये
मैम. वो भैया, मैम यहाँ पे वो भैया.
सौरभ शर्मा फ्रॉम ATV भारत. सर अभी कुछ दिन पहले गुजरात के स्टेट होम मिनिस्टर ने एक स्टेटमेंट दी थी कि दिवाली से पहले कि जो भी ट्रैफिक रूल वायलेशंस करेगा अक्टूबर 21 से 27 के बीच में उसके खिलाफ कोई वायलेशन का बैन नहीं लगाया जाएगा, कोई फाइन नहीं लगाया जाएगा. अब तो चुनाव आयोग ने आज शेड्यूल अनाउंस किया है, तो क्या आने वाले टाइम में अगर ऐसी और अनाउंसमेंट्स करी जाती हैं तो चुनाव आयोग का क्या रिएक्शन रहेगा?
दो तीन चीजें. पहले सबसे पहले कि ये सबसे कम टाइम है कि नहीं है. दिल्ली के जनरल इलेक्शन में भी एग्जैक्टली इतना ही टाइम था. दिस वाज द शेड्यूल वाज डिक्लेयर्ड ऑन 14/1/20 and date of completion was 13/2/20, giving exactly 38-39 days. So it is not the first, number one. Number two, आपने पूछा था कि हाँ पहले क्यों नहीं किया, तो आप यही प्रश्न पूछ सकते हैं कि जो जनवरी, फरवरी, मार्च में होने वाले हैं वो उसके साथ क्यों नहीं. ये एक, एज आई एक्सप्लेन टू यू, देयर आर 3 more चुनाव, 3 और चुनाव होने वाले हैं जो मार्च से पहले पहले पूरे होते हैं. ये फरवरी में पूरा होता है तो ये साथ में क्यों नहीं. So, as I told you, it's a very complex decision-making activity which takes into account number of things, including the conventions, including the availability of forces, including the weather, sees how to club, which to club, what time to club. So, it's a variety of factors which I've explained to you, and on that basis, it's not the least.
Sir,
now, coming to the matter of manifesto you asked. पहली बात तो आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उसका विषय नहीं है, तो आई विश विल टॉक टू यू अबाउट इट इन डिटेल सम अदर टाइम. बट बहुत ब्रीफली, वर्ल्ड ओवर यू हैव लार्ज नंबर ऑफ एग्जाम्पल्स इन द डेमोक्रेसीज जहां पॉपुलिज्म की वजह से, उस तरीके के अनाउंसमेंट्स की वजह से सीरियस मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक कंस्ट्रेंट्स and stresses are visible in the democracies. You have seen it in various places. I should not be naming anybody. I can give large number of examples, but it's not safe. So what is being talked? The Commission's basic जिम्मेदारी और basic principle क्या है? राजनीतिक पार्टियां और जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स डेमोक्रेसी में हैं, वो सब एक बहुत ही स्ट्रांग इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं. उनकी भी जिम्मेदारी है, उनके भी अधिकार हैं. तो सभी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का, सभी कैंडिडेट्स का अधिकार है कि वो जो भी चीज वोटर्स को प्रॉमिस करना चाहते हैं, डिक्लेयर करना चाहते हैं, वो करें. दैट इज व्हाट द मैनिफेस्टो इज ऑल अबाउट. But at the same time, it is also the right of the voter, right of the country, right of the experts, right of the media, right of the academics, right of researchers, right of economists to know whether the promises being made, I mean, how are they? Are they the best promises they deserve? They are able to be fulfilled. It's just for the public debate. It's for informing the voter. So the commission is working all through, not now, on a basic principle of disclosures. पारदर्शिता और डिस्क्लोजर्स. वोटर को ये पता लगना चाहिए कि वो किस चीज पर असेस करे और किस चीज पर वोट दे रहा है. सो जो हमारी एमसीसी की एग्जिस्टिंग गाइडलाइंस हैं, दे टॉक अबाउट टू थिंग्स, विच इज ऑल्सो द जुडिशियल प्रोनाउंसमेंट इन बालाजी केस. रेशनल ऑफ द प्रॉमिस and ways and means of the promise. Whatever is being attempted is only to provide a standardized format to make that rationale and the ways and means position. That's all. Let the voter decide. Let anything be made. But the matter is, we have received some observations, some comments. So at the right moment, we will, right occasion, we will respond to those.
Sir, आज की प्रेस वार्ता फिर यहीं.
All right, viewers, that's the latest news break that is coming in. You just heard the EC. It's a two-phase election. First phase kicks in on the 1st of December is when Gujarat goes to polls. The second phase will be on the 5th of December. Counting for Himachal and Gujarat will be together on the 8th of December. The EC also there, the EC Commissioner dispelling some of the questions that have been raised by the media, which were, of course, raised by the opposition party, especially the Congress, on the timing of announcing the election dates, whether it was planned after the Prime Minister's visit or not. On the other account, well, the poll bugle, Rahul, if one would say proverbially, sounded in the state of Gujarat. Two-phase election, 1st December and the 5th of December.
Yeah, I think it's on. And remember that this is going to be an interesting end to an interesting year, because the year started with elections in Uttar Pradesh.
True.
A very interesting election phase of elections. And I think perhaps that's what the Chief Election Commissioner was talking about. It's a very complex exercise. Remember that a lot of people don't realize that when poll dates are announced, that model code of conduct which kicks in actually freezes a lot of things. Especially in the government machinery, a lot of work gets frozen that till the elections are over and a new government is in place. And since Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh have a very different expiry term as far as their assemblies are concerned, it would have been 40 days extra, and I think at least 1 month extra model code of conduct. And I think that is now in place. But the interesting fact which I see here is the election commissioner talking about young voters, that the dates are being adjusted in a manner in which an attempt would be to include something close to 1.5 lakh or some voters. I couldn't hear the figures, but that would be interesting, that if because of shifting of some dates, of election dates, more voters could be, new voters could be included, and which way that would be going, I think it will be an interesting factor.
Well, it'll be interesting. I'm going to bring in our other guests as well. But Rahul, what is also of a lot of interest, 25 years, Gujarat has seen the rule of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Usually we've seen states vote in a particular way when they vote for a state election and a different way when they vote for a general election or a national elections. Gujarat has always bucked that trend. They've gone with the BJP through and through, at least in the last couple of years.
You see, what I was, since our last discussion, I was thinking, you see, there was one more party in Bengal, the CPM, which was ruling for a very long time. And then came a period when Jyoti Basu could have become the Prime Minister of India. And the CPM Politburo ruled against it. Mr. Prakash Karat was against it. And so were certain traditional CPM, what are called the copybook leftists. And that's where they perhaps missed the trick. BJP ruled Gujarat for a very long time. And then it had Prime Minister Narendra Modi becoming Prime Minister. And that element of Narendra Modi becoming Prime Minister has perhaps created that Lakshman Rekha for the voters. I think last election was a very classic example where the voters were unhappy with the BJP, but they didn't want to vote against Modi.
Right.
Because that vote against BJP would be interpreted as vote against Narendra Modi. Will that perception, will that sentiment continue in Gujarat? If it continues, the BJP is back in power. If that has weakened, I think the BJP will face challenges, because in North Gujarat they have challenges. In tribal areas, Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Chotu Wasawa have broken up, but there are very strong signs that Congress will be tying up with Chotu Wasawa.
Right.
So in the tribal region, BJP is facing a major uphill task. In Saurashtra, the BJP is facing problems. Patidar vote, some of it is still adrift. I think it's a battle on.
Well, it's a battle on, and you know, Rahul, what's interesting is I'll bring in our political guests as well, because I've covered 2 elections in Gujarat, 2012 and 2017, and the narrative, if I can pin it down, is on 2 things that I picked up. 2012, there was one saying or one line which echoed across the state of Gujarat, which was "Hu Modi nu Manas Chu," that I'm a Modi man. And then in 2017, I remember being on ground, and if I can pick one line, and I still remember, it was the first day for me on ground as a reporter, and what I picked up was, देखिए नाराज हैं पर गद्दार नहीं. And that was the sentiment then. Has that changed? Has that shifted? Has that strengthened? We don't quite know. We'll only know when that last vote is counted. But let's cut across to our political panelists. Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, is with me. Prashant Pratap Singh, spokesperson Congress. Rahul continues to be in the studio. But I want to, before all of that, quickly get in a word from Aishwarya, who was at the Election Commission. Dates have been announced, Aishwarya, right after the dates. The biggest question, and I would reckon it was asked in 10 different ways to the Election Commissioner, which was partiality. Was the dates announced after the Prime Minister Modi's tour to Gujarat?
Well, Preeti, you are right. You know, the same question was asked in many different ways. But, you know, if we talk about technicality and legality, the ECI is well within its right to make the, to announce the elections just 28 days before the actual day of polling. So, you know, keeping that in mind, the first phase is exactly after 28 days. So those things, the legalities have definitely been covered. The CEC very clearly saying that the reason why they have done so, and this is what he said when he made the announcement for Himachal Pradesh also, is that to reduce the MCC period, and also the last date for the Gujarat Assembly election is on the 18th of Feb 2023 next year. So all these things, the legalities of course have been covered. The Commission did not give a clear answer as to why, you know, the dates were announced today. However, they did speak about they did speak about what happened in Morbi, and that that tragedy also pushed the announcement of the dates by a day or two. That was what the CEC
well,
said.
It's game on. It's game on, Aishwarya. 2-phase election, 1st December, first phase, 5th December, the second phase. Tuhin Sinha, the calling card of the BJP, triple engine this time. From double engine, it's now triple engine. Amit Shah, Narendra Modi, Bhupendra Bhai Patel, all of that. Do you think that can outrun the possible anti-incumbency that could have set in of 25 years?
Could you repeat the question, Preeti?
Tuhin Sinha, triple engine Sarkar, can that outrun the possible anti-incumbency of 25 years?
Well, you know, Preeti, the people of Gujarat and BJP have a rare bond of trust. So if you look at the last 3 decades, that trust is impregnable, that cannot be shattered, that cannot be even affected. So in the last 3 elections, if you look at the results, barring one assembly election of 2017, in all assembly elections, the BJP has got 114 plus assembly seats. In all the Lok Sabha elections held so far from the 90s onwards, the BJP has won at least 14 out of 26 seats. Now, where does this trust come from? They have seen at a time when, you know, politicians are still scrambling to dole out freebies like free electricity. They have seen the solar energy revolution that has taken place in Gujarat. They have seen the evolution and development of tribal areas. Kevadia today is a tourist hub which attracts, you know, tourists by the dozens and by the millions, and you know, the economy of that place has been transformed. So they have seen real transformation on the ground. They have seen seamless connectivity, road connectivity. They have seen, you know, towns which were languishing, tourist towns or temple towns which were languishing, are suddenly, you know, economic hubs. So all of this has enforced a certain trust, a certain bonding which remains unaffected. And, who are we competing with? The Congress is inactive. Yesterday I was on a show and I challenged Rahul Gandhi, instead of spending 19 days in Kerala, why didn't he spend the 19 days in Gujarat where, he could have had some chance? So I think the Congress is clearly shying away from a competition. And who is the other competitor? A Zamanat Zabt party. They have a record of going to new places and forfeiting their deposits. They help the Election Commission by, with funds, and I think whenever they've gone to a new place, I think 80% of the seats fought by them have resulted in massive losses where they've had to forfeit their deposits.
Well,
so there is no competition
you are
as
true on
such
that account, but the same party has come back to win and sweep the election the next election on. But you're right there in that context. And the fact that Prashant Pratap Singh, I'm also being joined by Saurabh Bhaktania, my colleague who's joining us from Gujarat. We're going to cut across to him as well. But Prashant Pratap Singh, that's a question you'd be asked multiple times over 38 days. Was the last time in 2017 that Rahul Gandhi spent in Gujarat, the results of which was seen in the 77 seats that you got. You gave a tough fight to the Bharatiya Janata Party the last time. What's happening right now? Rahul Gandhi is marching in the other side of India's, while one of the biggest elections is taking place in Gujarat, sir. Prashant Pratap Singh, the question's for you.
Yeah, I can hear you. So I would like to first congratulate the Election Commission that after 20 days, they were finally able to announce, the Himachal dates were announced on the 14th, and I'd like to congratulate the Election Commission that they finally mustered up the courage to announce the election dates. When talking about Gujarat, my colleague here, my esteemed panelist here, he was talking about that Gujarat has been performing. Does he know that Gujarat is the number 6th state in per capita income? The petrol and the fuel price hike, it's affecting Gujarat as well. And what we can always see that what happened in UP, before election, they reduce the price. Just when the elections will be over, you will be able to see that the price will suddenly rise again. They will remove all the subsidies. The second thing is that the Morbi tragedy. In Morbi, there are 7 people still missing. There's no talk about that. The bridge, there's no FIR against the people who are involved in it. They have just picked up the security guard and the management. The approval was not given. If you even talk about the role of your local authorities,
All right, we seem to have lost that video connect with our Congress spokesperson. But points raised, I want to take that point right now to Saurabh Bhaktania, who's joining us from Ahmedabad. Saurabh, we've been talking about it in the studios. I want to understand what's the sentiment on ground when it's come down to the Mammoth Morbi tragedy. Will it impact now elections? Electioneering campaign has been on for now, but today, officially, the poll bugle has been sounded. Will the Morbi tragedy impact the voter of Gujarat?
Well, definitely Morbi will be in the terms of issue which will be raised by the opposition, because specifically when the questions was asked to Election Commissioner, he clearly said that there was the Morbi incident, after that were the morning day, and therefore the election date might have been delayed. But this may not be the reason, because clearly Congress is not going to accept this, and there are going to be several other factors as well which the opposition are going to raise. There are the issues of the Muslim community, Dalit leaders. So there are several factors which the opposition will be raising the issues, and in some point of time, Congress party is going to take press conference in Ahmedabad, where we are stationed at the moment, and will seek their reaction on the same.
All right, Saurabh Bhaktania, thank you for joining us. I'm going to quickly wrap this coverage. On the other side, we are going to continue to keep the spotlight. Lots of political reactions would be coming in, viewers, understandably. So thank you, Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, our political spokespersons there. It's game on, viewers. 2-phase election for Gujarat. The first phase kicks in on the 1st of December. 5th December is going to be the second phase. 8th December, counting for both Himachal and Gujarat. There's nothing, I would reckon, better at the sound of election dates if you're a political journalist or aspire to be one, especially for the country as well. It's going to be an exciting time. You Stay tuned to India Today. Trust us to get you the best and the latest. A quick break. Stay with us.
India Today Conclave, November 4th and 5th, Mumbai. Listen to Nitin Gadkari, Piyush Goyal, Eknath Shinde, Kiran Rijiju, Devendra Fadnavis, Aditya Thackeray, Tejasvi Surya, Abhishek Bachchan, Varun Dhawan, Rajkumar Rao, Salvatore Babonis, Vaibhav Purandare, Chirag Tekchandani, Aishwarya Sridhar. Book your seat now. Visit www.indiatodayconclave.com. Conclave Mumbai 22.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Remember them? Amber Heard and Johnny Depp have both been busy with their lives ever since the defamation trial. And everything seems to be going quite well for Johnny. He's returning to movies with the role of King Louis XV in Jeanne du Barry, has found love in his former lawyer, Joel Rich, and recently made 20 times the profit for his Queensland mansion. This isn't just any house, but it is the place where the infamous incident of Depp losing his finger took place. Amongst the many fights that were mentioned in court of the former couple, this incident was one to stick out quite a bit. He sold this mansion in Australia for $40 million. The house had 10 rooms with 10 bathrooms and a wine cellar with a capacity of 2,000 bottles, along with a go-karting ground within that premises. To get into the details of this infamous incident, Heard had been throwing bottles at the actor, 2 bottles in fact, the second one resulting in a cut finger. Amber Heard did not agree to this version and said that Johnny Depp had instead been throwing those bottles due to anger, and that's how he cut his own finger. The incident has taken place in 2015 and has been brought up in trial multiple times. Now, as the dust settles on the defamation trial, Johnny Depp has been seen doing quite a lot of concerts with his close friend Jeff Beck. And Amber Heard, on the other hand, is peacefully living her life in Spain. She will be seen next in Aquaman 2. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the top news, the headlines first. Gujarat poll dates announced. State of War Gujarat officially kicks off. Gujarat polls to be held in 2 phases. 89 seats to go to polls in phase 1 on December 1st. 93 seats in phase 2 on December 5th. Counting of votes on 8th of December.
Date of poll would be 1st and 5th, with the date of counting to coincide with Himachal Pradesh on 8th of December.
And Now tension prevails across Monogode as bypolls now continue. The clashes break out in some parts of that district. Cops resort to lathi charge. In fact, politics over Gujarat that peaks after the poll announcement, the date announcement has just come in. Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress now taking a jibe at the Election Commission over poll date announcement after Prime Minister's programmed end in Gujarat. And as we mentioned, tensions now prevailing across the Monogode as the district there as bypoll that the clashes over bypolls still continue, where we see some parts tensions prevail, cops resorting to lathi charge to keep calm. As Delhi's air quality reaches hazardous levels, Delhi Congress mulls over moving court over pollution levels in the city. And Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren skips ED summons, alleges misuse of agencies by the centre. Well, Supreme Court has rejected review plea of the 2000 Red Fort attacker Arif. Top court says Lashkar terrorist Arif to be hanged until death. Here's the big breaking news that we're currently tracking from Coimbatore. Big Coimbatore terror revelation. India Today has now accessed this exclusive news break. Proof of radicalization and jihad out in the open. Mastermind Mubin's jihad notes that have been revealed. Coimbatore car blast, which initially that was probed into, was first considered to be a cylinder blast, and then after much uproar as the police investigated further, it looked like a terror plot. And now, while the NIA has stepped in to investigate the matter, some big revelations coming in. Proof of radicalization and jihad that's out in the open now, as the mastermind Mubin's jihad notes have revealed. Now, let me quickly cut across to Pramod, joining us live for more on that. Pramod, as much as we saw the Coimbatore car blast, which there were enough and more attempts to make it sound like a cylinder blast, now it appears that this whole jihad motive behind this blast is out in the open, as this man, the accused Mubin's notes have been found in which there seem to be some elements of jihadi nature.
Absolutely. Till now, we are reporting it as a suspected terror plot because it's only the authorities who can confirm it is a terror plot or not. But we have all the elements. For instance, we found out black powder and various other chemicals that are required for creating a bomb, including nitroglycerin, PETN powder, potassium nitrate and red phosphorus at Mubin's residence. We also have that in our exclusive visuals. And now we have these documents that have been recovered from Mubin's residence. And these are the documents that it's nothing but flow charts reportedly drawn by Mubin, and it's showing a kind of like a diagram as to who should perform jihad and how it is being done. In fact, shockingly, this diagram is actually differentiating a human being into a kafir, somebody who does not believe in God, and another person as Muslim. And the second diagram is talking about how, or between which age group someone should perform jihad, which is their duty. The diagram actually differentiates a human being into a baby, a youth and a senior citizen. And the diagram also shows that during the youth period, the senior citizen will be strong, the person will be strong and they should perform jihad. And the third diagram is talking about the hadith or the information in the Quran. And the last and important aspect is that there was a slate that was recovered as well. On one side, there was an Arabic line on it, and in the other one, it was a Tamil line, which is translated into they will uproot, which means we will uproot anybody who tries to touch the house of Allah. This is the word that was written, the line that was written on the slate as well. These are the things that have been recovered from Mubin's residence.
Let me quickly cut across to Kowai Satyan, who is the AIADMK leader, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Satyan, here we're looking at a note that's been found from the accused, Mubin. And in that, some notes that mention that, in fact, it shows very clearly some jihadi elements and the real motive with which this man went into carrying out that blast. This is a terror strike, and it appears as the investigation thickens, there are more elements surfacing on this. Did you as well, did your party too ask for similar lines of investigation, a terror investigation to be done?
Yeah, that's true. Because the modus operandi clearly proved that there is more than what it meets the normal eye. It's not a cylinder blast. Having said that, the recent evidences collected that shows the association with caliphites and radical elements, presence of radical elements is indeed disturbing. I think the government should take cognizance of these facts and pull up their socks and do due diligence, give empowerment to the police and intelligence agencies and ensure that the law and order is restored. And confidence in the minds of the people is also restored.
You know, what does this make you believe, Mr. Satyan, at this point? Tamil Nadu, I mean, in Coimbatore particularly, such a blast has taken place. There were several temples, religious places around. Do you feel safe as a citizen itself?
No, this is a peaceful state. Let me take you back to history. 1980s, there were presence of Nax in Krishnagiri district.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Narayan Tirupati joining us as well. Mr. Narayan Tirupati, as we see now, details emerging on this case of Coimbatore car blast case, which was initially dubbed to be a cylinder blast, but now as the investigation thickens, the NIA finds some notes by the main accused, Mubin, where he seemed to have been plotting the entire, this jihad attack that he's carried out.
Yes, we have been saying that this is a terror attack, but the government and the Tamil Nadu police, at least for the first 3-4 days, they refuse to say that it's an act of terror. They have been saying that it's a cylinder blast, as rightly said by you. And we have been saying that in 2019 also, this Mubin was being interrogated by the NIA, and then the Tamil Nadu police somehow let this fellow escape from their monitoring. So I think it's a total failure of intelligence as far as Tamil Nadu police is concerned. And we want a detailed inquiry on this. This is Islamic fundamentalism. He is an Islamic fundamentalist, and definitely Tamil Nadu is becoming a hub of this Islamic fundamentalism. So the state government and also the state police, they have to see to it that these kind of evil forces are taken care immediately, and they have to follow it up properly.
You know, it's highly shocking that on a regular day, this car comes by close to a very famous temple there in Coimbatore and erupts in explosion. Initially, there was a lot of attempt made to make this look like a cylinder blast. But as more evidence now surfaces, we believe that there could be ISIS backing. This could be an ISIS plot itself, a biggest attack that was attempted against Hindus in that area. As a citizen itself, I asked the AIDMK leader itself, also in Tamil Nadu, what's the sentiment of the people at large? Do you feel safe?
The government should see to it that the people feel they are safe. And it is not the question of, people getting panicky, but people should be aware of what is happening in Tamil Nadu. So the Tamil Nadu government, now we have been warning so many times that the Islamic fundamentalist organizations are working here, but the police and also the politicians, not only the DMK, any political party, they refuse to believe that. Now that India today has exposed this, people have to understand and see to it that they don't have any kind of soft corner to them. And I think they should expose these people.
This is highly shocking if this could happen so brazenly in broad daylight, where these men, we believe there's a lot of survey being done as well. Before this attack was carried out, these accused have surveyed the area thoroughly and then carried out that blast. A 25-year-old boy himself in that car has died, and that was the jihadi act that he's carried out, all for the purpose of God. Not too sure who's training them and where they really come from. Let me cut that question to Pramod. Pramod, if you can tell us, who are these men? Are they local Tamilians? Have they been trained from outside forces? Is there any information on what kind of backing these men have?
Nabila, these are the all these 6 people who have been arrested in this particular case so far by Tamil Nadu police and then transferred to NIA and Jamesha Mubin are all residents of a location called as Kote Medu Inn, which is in Coimbatore alone. They are from Tamil Nadu only. But the interesting fact is that the police are also claiming that a couple of them had also gone to Kerala, especially to Viyur prison where they have met a couple of people. So those all aspects have been investigated. That's the reason even the Chief Minister's letter to the central government recommending NIA, he said that elements and dimensions beyond the border of Tamil Nadu government and also possible international connection. This was highlighted as the case was recommended for transfer to NIA. And here in this particular document, this is the word. If the arrow that is marking over here, this is in Tamil and it actually it is jihad. This was what has written over here, and that's the reason it has to be thoroughly investigated. Officials are on ground. Even yesterday, they conducted a lot of raids in Coimbatore as well. As per sources, there are 5 more people who are being questioned at the same time. This is a very important piece of evidence that we have acquired, because in that particular slate, a green slate also, a kind of a threatening line has been written, Nabila.
You know, tell us a little more on this investigation that's been carried out by the anti-terror agency. If you could explain to us what kind of material they found from these accused. We believe that they've surveyed many areas before they carried out the blast. They've also tried to thoroughly study on what kind of explosives to use, how to make those explosives, you know, on their own. This is the level of planning that they've gone under.
Well, that is true, because it's very important aspect, just like you asked, because NIA on its FIR has also mentioned that 109 items were recovered from Jamesha Mubin's residence. We went to his residence on his house is on a 3rd floor on a terrace, just 10 by 10 space, and in front of his house we saw a mixture of possible black powder and something that looked like potassium nitrate salt as well. We have it on our visuals, and what happened is that later this was confirmed by NIA, which has said that even Tamil Nadu police has said that a total weight of 75 kilos of chemicals, which includes potassium nitrate, aluminium powder, sulfur, very specifically nitroglycerin. This is not used by a common person. PETN powder, that is also a kind of explosive not used by a common citizen, was recovered from Jamesha Mubin's residence, along with red phosphorus and a fuse, along with 9-volt battery connectors and such. So these are the things that immediately raised questions. And not just that, from the blast site, nails and marbles were also recovered. This, yes, as per sources, Jamesha Mubin had bought from a local area other chemicals, including 99%, a canister holding 99% pure oxygen, he had got through online. This is where Afzar was arrested. Afzar was a relative of Jamesha Mubin. As per sources, Afzar had apparently helped Jamesha Mubin buy these items in small quantities through online. So, several questions were already raised that why a red flag was not raised when a person is buying nitroglycerin or collecting them and PETN powder. All those aspects are being investigated. Along with Afzar, 5 more people were arrested. Azharuddin, Feroz, Nawaz, Riaz and Dalka. Dalka had apparently sold that car, the Maruti 800, 6 months ago to Mubin, which was used in the explosion. It turned into 2 pieces actually. So all those matters are being investigated now, Nabila.
You know, a quick recap. Pramod, if you could quickly sum up for us, when did this blast take place and what time did it blow off? Were people around in the vicinity? And we believe it's close to a temple. A quick update on what happened.
Absolutely, Nabila. As we visited the spot, Jamesha Mubin's residence is almost 300 meters away from a temple called as Kote Ishwaran Temple, one of the old temples in Coimbatore. What happened is that from Jamesha Mubin's residence, you have to come straight at least 50 meters. You take a right, 250 meters away, you have this Kote Ishwaran Temple. Then from there, as we went and spoke to people, it looks like that was not the primary target. The actual primary target was another temple called as Koniamman Temple, which is in the main location in Coimbatore, next to a clock tower. That is a buzzing area during peak hours, and had that explosion occurred over there, that would have been a different story. Now, the Feroz, Riaz and Nawaz have stated that they went to Jamesha Mubin's residence because they were called there to help in shifting his home, and they helped him around 11 p.m. where one of the CCTV visuals had captured them helping in carrying a kind of an object in a white piece of cloth. And then what happened is that around 4:10 4:10 to 4:30 a.m., Jamisha Mubin tried to cross Kote Ishwaran temple, but the DGP of Tamil Nadu said that he was startled by the policemen who were placed over there at a checkpost, and he tried to flee the car. This is like still under presumption, Nabila.
You know, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Rajshekaran, who's a political analyst, joining us for more on that. Mr. Rajshekaran, your view on this? We see murky details surfacing into Coimbator's car blast case, which was initially dubbed a cylinder blast, but after much uproar, the NIA stepped in, took up the investigation, only to find that this is an all-out terror attack, where you're having enough and more details, notes that these accused have on jihad, on how to carry out jihad and this whole conspiracy around it.
Nabila, see, on assumption and presumption, you cannot decide a case, especially a car blast case, because the Tamil Nadu police investigation FIR does not speak about any terror attack, and definitely after 5 days of NIA investigating the matter, their FIR does not even speak about it is a terror attack. Both the FIRs filed by the Tamil Nadu police, subsequently by the NIA, only says it is a car blast, cylinder blast. So the matter is under investigation before the NIA. So you cannot insinuate something which is not the real truth. Of course, the media has the right and the prerogative to do investigative journalism, but not at the cost of the citizen's life or the state's life. So there is to be some kind of understanding of the whole episode. And
right, Mr. Rajshekaran, you have some really incriminating details that surfaced here. How could you say insinuate? This is good enough to understand that this was a terror plot. Even if the NIA is taking time to investigate the matter, we could surely very safely say that this was an absolute terror strike.
See, Nabila, again I want to reiterate, we can insinuate whatever we want according to the whims and fancies of
No, it's not whims and fancies. Mr. Rajshekaran, no, I hope you're watching what's going on our television screens here. These are scripts.
No, I'm not watching. I'm in the court.
Where diagrams have been made on that piece of paper, how to carry out jihad, what is jihad, and how they want to carry this whole conspiracy out. They've surveyed areas. They've, in fact, tried to read up on how to make explosives. What else is it if not for a terror act?
See, where did all these diagrams and the documents which you are quoting, which is under the control of NIA, comes to the public domain? So I am a strong suspect against who created it. Did they get an hard evidence? Did Tamil Nadu police, which investigated for 3 days, did they submit that seizure of all these documents which you are quoting? All this, I have my own doubts, because being a defense lawyer, I have my own doubts with whatever
documents. Right, Mr. Rajshekaran, but it was also very true that the Tamil Nadu police didn't do their job right at that point. They downplayed the incident, made it look like a cylinder blast. Where was all
I disagree with you. No, I strongly disagree with you. The Tamil Nadu police, within 20 hours, they searched the whole premises of that Mubidin or Mubesha Moidin, and they had secured everything. And subsequently, within 40 hours of the blast, they arrested 5 people, and subsequently within 70 hours they arrested another fellow, and at the third day only, 72 hours later, the NIA came into action, and since 5 days the NIA is in charge of the whole case, and they have filed an FIR where no way they have invoked UAPA. They have not even said it is a terror blast. They have put the FIR speaks about a cylinder blast, and which had after the arrest and all, NIA had picked up some people more, and they are investigating into the matter. I don't want to insinuate.
So you say the matter is being investigated, can't jump the gun before that. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Rajshekaran, for joining us on that. All right, let's shift our focus here to Telangana. Tensions now prevailing in Telangana's Monogodi constituency as by-elections currently underway there. And amid the Bypolls, BJP cadres attempted to stop vehicles that were coming from outside into the Mariguda Monogodi constituency area. A scuffle has broken out as the police lathi-charged in order to disperse workers. Remember, just a day before the Bypolls, late night, clashes erupted between the BJP and the TRS. The workers clashed on the second consecutive time due to alleged attempts of campaigning and cash distribution to voters. Now, Monogode BJP candidate Komati Reddy, Rajgopal Reddy, he was also held late night. He carried out a protest march on the Bypoll eve allegedly accusing the TRS of trying to misuse its power and influence the voters on ground. This comes after BJP's Telangana President, Sanjay Bandi, was taken into preventive custody by the cops in order to maintain law and order situation. Remember earlier as well, BJP had alleged that TRS workers attacked its convoy on Tuesday while it was campaigning for the Bypolls. Meanwhile, the Congress has now slammed both the BJP and TRS, saying that it will file a legal complaint regarding this matter on elections being influenced, by elections being influenced in Modugudi.
రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తాం మేము మంత్రులు పంపండి ఎమ్మెల్యే ఎక్కడికి పంపించండి కార్యకర్తలను బెదిరిస్తున్నారు పోలీసు ద్వారా గుర్తిస్తున్నారని చెప్పి కూడా ప్రభుత్వం స్పందించలే ఎన్నికల కమిషన్ చోద్యం చూస్తున్నది పోలీసు అధికారులందరూ సీఎం ఇచ్చేటువంటి ఆదేశాల మేరకు పనిచేస్తున్నారు ఇటువంటి బస్సులో నా కార్యకర్తలను కాపాడుకోవాల్సిన బాధ్యత ఉన్నది స్వయంగా అభ్యర్థి రాజగోపాల్ రెడ్డి గారు ఆర్ఓ ఆఫీస్ మీద ధర్నా చేసిన పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది కానీ వారికి అండగా ఉండాల్సిన బాధ్యత రాష్ట్ర అధ్యక్షుడిగా నా మీద నా కార్యకర్తల మీద ఉన్నది పోయే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తే పోలీసులు అడ్డగించి ఇష్టానుసారంగా వివరించి వాళ్ళు అరెస్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది కాబట్టి అరెస్టులకు లాఠీ చార్జ్లకు కేసులకు భయపడే పార్టీ భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ కాదు అటువంటి कार्यकर्ता पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी अने विषय गुर्तुकोवाली
हमारा को इन्फॉर्मेशन है पूरा ये कॉन्वॉय लेके मुनगोड़ जा रहे बोल के इन्फॉर्मेशन है इसलिए हम इधर वनस्थलीपुरम डिवीजन में राचकोंडा कमिश्नरेट में इसको इंटरसेप्ट करके प्रिवेंट अरेस्ट किया उधर मुनगोड़ जाने के लिए मना है इसलिए हम इसको प्रिवेंटिव अरेस्ट करके ऑफेंस होने का चांसेस है बोल के
एवरी पोलिंग लोकेशन दिस we are having hub section of CAPF, that is CISF or Rapid Action Force or CRPF forces, plus one sub-inspector rank officer is in charge of one polling station, and every polling station is having at least one women constable guarding this polling station. So we have the route mobile, we have striking forces, we have special striking forces, and first time what we have done, we have connected all these polling stations through our control room directly through the video coverage. So anything happening there, live coverage we are getting in the control room also.
All right, some big news coming in. Lathi charge on two groups at a polling station in Mariguda of Munugude. Tensions prevail as Munugude Bypolls that's currently underway, and we see such ruckus that's playing out in Telangana's Munugude district. This is where the Bypolls are taking place, and we're seeing some huge clashes. Abdul Bashir joining us for more. Bashir, what is the problem in Munugude? Why are we looking at clashes right from the eve of polling all the way to now? We see police resorting to lathi charge, desperate attempts to maintain law and order.
A massive tussle between the two political parties, mainly TRS and BJP, has led to several clashes in many places of Munugodu constituency during the campaign and after the campaign. Today, there had been clashes in several places, including Marigudam, where police had to resort to lathi charge and disperse so many of the people who have gathered at the polling station there. So now heavy police have been deployed. Every movement of people has been traced and tracked down. However, the political parties, mainly the BJP, had been accusing the TRS for having their leaders in the Munugude. The leaders who are not belong to Munugude are right now in the Munugude and also are distributing money. This is the allegation put up by the BJP. Also, BJP President Bandi Sanjay has called up the Chief Election Commissioner of Telangana State and complained, spoke to him on call and stated that apathy has been done by while evacuation of these TRS leaders from Munugude to outside district, and many people have been caught red-handed while they were distributing money. So one such incident has taken place in Narayanpur of this Munugude district, where mainly more than 2.9 lakh of cash was seized from allegedly from a TRS leader who was trying. This unaccounted cash was taken along with the liquor today during the time of poll. So now by 1 p.m. 42% of the poll voters have turned out to cast their vote, but yet there is a lot of political drama that is to be seen with the coming hours now, where all the polling stations have been decked up due to this tensions that have been prevailing in several areas of this Munugude constituency. Over to you.
All right, Bashir, let's hope that the police are successful in maintaining law and order. An absolute violent situation that prevails currently in Munugude as the Bypolls has begun, the voting has begun. It's a polling day and people there clashing with one another. The TRS, the BJP indulging in quite violent acts of protest, resulting in the police now lathi charging away those people. Some big news coming in from Kerala. Kerala VCs versus Kerala Governor Arif Khan intensifies. Kerala Governor alleges fear regime under Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Goes on to allege that fake claims of RSS appointments being made against him. Challenges that if the Chief Minister can prove charges, then he will resign. This is precisely what Kerala Governor says. Let me cut across to Arif Mohammad Khan speaking.
Did you anyone from the media ask him to give any instance where I have tried to interfere? If you are making such a serious charge, you should be able to give an instance where did I do that? If I have nominated even one person, not of RSS, any person on my own using my authority, then I will resign. Will he be ready to resign if he is not able to prove?
All right, I'm going to cut across to Shivi Mol KG for more on that. Shivi, you have the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan making allegations that Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan is acting beyond his powers and that there seems to be something fishy, to which Arif says, if you can prove that, then I will resign. Tell us a little more on this entire clash between Arif Mohammad Khan and the Vice Chancellors in Kerala.
Well, Nabila, yesterday Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan came down heavily on Governor Arif Mohammad Khan, saying that Governor thinks he's above judiciary and he's been trying to behave as a parallel government. And he went on to say that there is a government elected by the people's representatives here, and there's a government elected by the people, and there's a responsible assembly here, there are responsible candidates here, so there's no need for Governor to interfere in the matters. He went on to say that Governor is trying to give directions to the state police chief, which is not good for a post that's held by the governor. So in fact, in the last few days, in the last few months, we have been seeing this clash between the Kerala governor and Kerala government. But yesterday was the day when Chief Minister really came down heavily on Kerala governor. He went on to say that governor should sit and think for himself what is he doing, and should actually, try and understand what his statements mean. Now, the CPM has always maintained that governor here is trying to implement RSS agenda. The RSS is using governor as a tool to create trouble for the Kerala government. And he said that they always say that this is not just a situation here, but in every opposition ruled state. And that's when Kerala governor today said that if Chief Minister can prove that any appointment, any RSS related appointment, or any person was appointed at Raj Bhavan as his personal staff or in any other capacity, if Chief Minister is able to prove that, then he will resign. And if he also went on to ask Chief Minister, like, if he failed to do it, will he resign, is what the Kerala governor asked. Now, the Kerala governor, he also went on to say that Chief Minister's office, he had never interfered so far in any of the matters, but Chief Minister's office was involved, and people close to Chief Minister was involved in smuggling, and that's when he was forced to interfere, is what the Kerala governor said. Yeah. He said that people sitting in CM's office were dictating university vice chancellors to make appointments, to make underqualified relatives of CPIM leaders as professors in various universities, and that's when I decided to interfere, is what the Kerala governor said. Now, today the Kerala High Court will be hearing a petition filed by the vice chancellors who were asked to resign. Now, yesterday the Kerala High Court said that the Kerala High Court had asked for an explanation from all the other parties, including the chancellor, that is governor. And today, the day which was given by governor to all the vice chancellors to submit an explanation, the show cause notice was issued to all the vice chancellors chancellors. Today, the day ends for all the vice chancellors to submit an explanation, and that's when the vice chancellors have approached the High Court.
We'll see what they respond to that. Thank you very much, Shibi. But Kerala Chief Minister now hitting out at the governor of trying to supersede his powers of legislator. In fact, Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister, on Wednesday lashed out at Governor Arif Mohammed Khan, alleging that the latter's moves are against the university's vice chancellors, not signing bills enacted by the legislature and seeking removal of the state finance minister K.N. Balagopa were all attempts to implement the RSS Sangh Parivar agenda in Kerala. The Chief Minister has accused the governor of acting as if he was above the judiciary and trying to supersede powers of the legislature. Pinarayi Vijayan accused the Sangh Parivar of using governors as tools to further their political agenda in many states, including Kerala. Kerala Chief Minister said the Chancellor's position was created by the legislator under university's laws, which also lays down powers of that post. Now, rejecting these allegations, though, of political interference in Vice Chancellor's appointments, Arif Mohammed Khan has said that if he is found guilty of misusing his powers, he will resign from his post. Vice Chancellors of several Kerala universities have moved Kerala High Court, challenging the show cause notices issued to them by the governor for removing them from their posts. Now, we see a head-on clash. The matter has escalated to court.
ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യപ്പെടാത്ത വിസിമാരുടെ നിയമനത്തെയാണ് ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യപ്പെട്ട ഒന്നിന്റെ പേരിൽ നിയമപരമല്ല എന്ന് സ്ഥാപിക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമം നടക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ജുഡീഷ്യറിക്കും മേലെയാണ് താൻ എന്ന ഭാവമാണ് പ്രകടമാകുന്നത്. ഇത് കേരളത്തിലെ മാത്രം പ്രശ്നമല്ല. പ്രതിപക്ഷ കക്ഷികൾ നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് വിവിധ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ ഭരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവിടങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം ഗവർണർമാരെ സംഘപരിവാർ അവരുടെ രാഷ്ട്രീയ കരുക്കളായി ഉപയോഗിക്കുകയാണ്.
Honorable Supreme Court has made it very clear that any appointments of the Vice Chancellors by violating the UGC regulations are void ab initio. That means at the time of appointments, that appointment was irregular and illegal. Very clear statement. And the interesting thing is that governor, university and government were together at the Supreme Court, that they were trying to protect all these appointments. So our case is that the governor and government failed in the Supreme Court. UDF, the opposition, won the case.
Now, it's the same story almost every year, with residents having no respite from smog. The national capital continues to choke in toxic air, and increased farm fires in the neighbouring Punjab have played a key role in contributing to these factors. Severe pollution levels in the Delhi NCR region. In fact, people complaining of respiratory illnesses as air quality plunges to severe category. The political blame game continues to erupt over the issue. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar targeted each other over the stubble burning, while Delhi Congress is planning to move court on the air pollution in Delhi. NCPCR has now demanded Delhi government to close schools until the time air quality improves. Noida, which is also facing the brunt of pollution levels, has imposed several restrictions. Punjab has accounted for nearly 86% of all such incidents in North India over the last 3 days. There has been a spike in stubble burning in fact, the cases that are coming in from Punjab of stubble burning ironically comes from the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's home district Sangrur, accounting for nearly 19% of all farm fire incidents.
जब हम मॉर्निंग का वॉक करने आते हैं तो आंखों में जलन टाइप हो रहा है, क्योंकि पॉल्यूशन बहुत बढ़ गया है. इस पे सरकार को कोई ना कोई स्टेप लेना चाहिए ताकि जो ये पॉल्यूशन कम हो, और पेड़ पौधे ग्रीनरी पे ज्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए ताकि पॉल्यूशन कम हो जाए.
घर में तो चलो ठीक है, अब बाहर निकलते हुए तो थोड़ा सा हमसे क्वेश्चन बच्चे तो करते ही हैं, पापा ये एकदम से क्या हो गया, ये हम तो यही बोलते हैं कि ठंड है. हम क्या बोल सकते हैं बच्चे को, बच्चा इतनी जल्दी नहीं समझेगा ना क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है. तो यही है बस, और क्या प्रॉब्लम, ये सॉल्व होना चाहिए जो भी है. क्या बोलते हैं पॉल्यूशन. मैं कल दिल्ली के बाहर गया हुआ था, जैसे ही मैं ड्राइव कर रहा था, दिल्ली में जैसे एंटर करा तो इंदिरापुरम के आसपास लाइटें बहुत ज्यादा है हाईवे पर, तो एकदम से फोग आ गया। अपने फोन के अंदर देखा तो वहाँ स्मोकी लिखा आ रहा था।
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਦੀ ਬੂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਤੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਹੀ ਕਿਉਂ? ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਜੀ? ਹਰਿਆਣਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੰਡੈਕਸ ਪਿਆ ਹੈ 에ਅਰ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਰੀਦਾਬਾਦ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਤੇ ਹੈ, ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਦੂਸ਼ਣ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ स्विट्जरलैंड ही बसते हैं, बस आले दुआले कोई पोल्यूशन नहीं।
पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री ये कुल मिलाकर के हर चीज़ में से राजनीति ढूंढते हैं। मेरा इनको कहना ये है कि इस प्रकार के विषयों में जो एक सार्वजनिक तौर पर जिन चीज़ों को हमको काम करना चाहिए, सबको मिलके करना चाहिए, सेटेलाइट बताता है, हम नहीं बताते हैं। हमारे 25% आंकड़े कम हुए हैं। अगर पंजाब की घटनाएं में इस समय जो सेटेलाइट बता रहा है वो पिछले साल की घटनाओं से उनमें 20% बढ़ोतरी हुई है, यानी कुल मिला के 21,500 घटनाएं हैं। ये हम नहीं बोल रहे हैं, ये सैटेलाइट के आंकड़े हैं, वो छापते हैं, वो देते हैं, और इसमें उनको तकलीफ होगी।
वहाँ की भगवंत मान सरकार, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार खरीद रही है। वो तो धरने पे बैठे हैं, सीएम आवास के आसपास सीएम मिलने को भी तैयार नहीं है। कल तक तो यही पराली उनके टारगेट होती थी बहाना बनाने के लिए। वो किसानों को पराली खरीद सकते थे अच्छे पैसे से, किसानों का भी फायदा होता। मैं समझता हूँ शायद दिल्ली अपने दुर्भाग्य को देख रही है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को अपना मुख्यमंत्री बना के।
हमने उनको कल दोपहर में चिट्ठी लिखी है और 24 घंटे का हमने दिल्ली के चीफ सेक्रेटरी को वक्त दिया था। हमारा नोटिस पीरियड अभी समाप्त भी नहीं हुआ है। हमको अपेक्षा है कि आज दोपहर तक वो कोई सकारात्मक डिसीजन लेंगे। अगर बच्चों को सुरक्षित हवा दिल्ली सरकार नहीं दे सकती तो उनकी जान से खेलने का अधिकार उनको नहीं है। वो फिलहाल स्कूलों को बंद करने का निर्णय लें, जिससे कि हम बच्चों को एक सुरक्षित माहौल देने की तरफ आगे बढ़ सकें। पॉलिटिकलाइज करने से बच्चों की समस्या हल नहीं होगी। रही बात आसपास के राज्यों की, तो मैं आज पंजाब के दौरे पर हूँ, मैं वहाँ भी देखूंगा और आवश्यकता पड़ी तो हम संबंधित राज्य सरकारों को भी नोटिस करेंगे, सम्मन करके उनके अधिकारियों को दिल्ली बुलाएंगे।
If you take a 360-degree view of what Delhi looks like right now, the picture looks even more dangerous and alarming. Smog has covered up the Delhi NCR sky today on Thursday morning, and people are asking questions as to why they are being forced to live in situations like this, and the data supports that argument. Look at the SAFA data. 396 is the AQI in Delhi, which means it is actually right next to the severe category. If you go by the CPCB data in Anand Vihar, the situation is even worse. 460 is the AQI. In situations like this, now the bigger question is coming up: why are the schools operational even in severe conditions like this one? And these questions are being asked not only by the opposition parties but also by the Child Rights Commission, NCPCR. On the other side, the citizens are asking the governments across NCR, why are they being forced to live in unsafe air conditions like this one?
All right, it's that time of the year yet again. Capital chokes and political blame game has begun. But this time, the ruling Aam Aadmi government in Delhi and Punjab has nowhere really to hide. At this point, Punjab itself is accounting for nearly 86% of farm fire cases in North India. India Today gives you this ground reality check, taking you to Sangrur, the same home turf of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, who hails from that district, and that district itself now topping the chart, basically the epicenter of stubble burning. Take a look.
It's that time of the year again when Delhi is covered in haze. Every morning, Delhiites wake up to smog hovering in the air, and it's only getting worse. The Aam Aadmi Party has made several promises about a crackdown on pollutants, particularly stubble burning. But India Today now exposes the reality for you. This is Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's constituency. In Punjab, Sangrur, stubble burning is rampant. The clearest indication that absolutely nothing has been done to stop this menace by the Aam Aadmi Party government in the state. In fact, Sangrur has the highest number of farm fires in the state. But despite India Today's expose, the Punjab Chief Minister remains defiant.
ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੰਡੈਕਸ ਪਿਆ ਹੈ 에ਅਰ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਰੀਦਾਬਾਦ ਨੰਬਰ 1 ਤੇ ਹੈ, ਹਰਿਆਣੇ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੈ। ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਨੇਸਰ, ਗਵਾਲੀਅਰ, ਗੁੜਗਾਉਂ, ਸੋਨੀਪਤ, ਲੁਧਿਆਣਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦਾ, ਭੋਪਾਲ, ਪਾਣੀਪਤ, ਕੋਟਾ, ਕਰਨਾਲ, ਰੋਹਤਕ, ਹਿਸਾਰ, ਜੋਧਪੁਰ, ਇੰਦੌਰ, ਮੇਰਠ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਦੂਸ਼ਣ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਆਲੇ ਦੁਆਲੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਵਿਟਜ਼ਰਲੈਂਡ ਹੀ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਸ।
Smoke hangs thick in the air as acres are lit up to get rid of stubble. And farmers here state the government has offered no practical solutions to them.
जो मशीन सरकार बनाती है उसको हम बोलते हैं हैप्पी सीडर, सुपर सीडर, रोटावेटर। 3 प्रकार की मशीन है जो सरकार हमको मुहैया कराती है।
ठीक है।
और जो मशीन है वो भी इसको कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाती, क्योंकि जो परला गेहूँ जलता है, इसका लाहन जलता है, मशीन का काटा है, इसको कोई मशीन नहीं ऐसी बनी है जो इसको कंट्रोल कर सके, कोई भी नहीं करती है। अगर जो इसको बिच बहाते हैं, इसमें गेहूँ की जो पैदावार है वो बहुत कम होती है। उदों अगली बात, इसमें कीड़ा पड़ता है जो गेहूं को खाता है, किसानों का बुरा हाल होता है। पिछली बार किसानों के खेतों के खेत खाली हो गए।
With the state government doing nothing to crack down on stubble burning, angry farmers are now daring the Bhagwant Mann government to take action against them, resolutely stating that they will continue to burn stubble come what may.
ਕੋਈ ਇਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਪਰਾਲੀ ਫੂਕਾਂਗੇ, ਫੂਕਦੇ ਰਹਾਂਗੇ, ਕਰਾਓ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ।